Chapter 348. Lieutenant Zhang. What was written on the arrow that Xiling shot over earlier? Sugan suddenly turned to Zhang Lin and asked. There was a white cloth hanging on the arrow that, by Xiling, had shot over. Other than the pills that had helped them immensely, there were also many words written on the white cloth. However, Zhang Lin didn't mention a single word about the contents of the white cloth. That letter was actually written for me by that lord. I'll show it to you if we manage to escape from here. That lord has instructed me time and time again not to show the letter to anyone other than me. It's written on it how we can escape. That's probably our only way and also our last chance. Zhang Lin said with a bitter smile. Oh, even we are not allowed to see it? Sugan asked. Even though Zhang Lin didn't say it out loud, Sugan knew that the only person whom Zhang Lin could refer to as that lord was probably Wang Chong. Zhang Lin nodded earnestly. Sugan fell silent. A moment later, he seemed to have thought of something, and he subconsciously turned to look at Huang Yong too. The only reason why Wang Chong would instruct them time and time again not to show the letter was probably Huang Yong too. That fellow was probably worried about Huang Yong too. Bastard. At the same time, Huang Yongtu also came to a realization. Veins popped up on his forehead, and rage burned in his heart. Even though he didn't say a word, he wasn't deaf. He didn't miss a single word that Sugan and Zhang Lin had said. What does that bastard mean by that? Does he not trust me? Huang Yongtu's face was flushed red from anger. At a time like this, she actually said that she didn't trust him. How could he endure this? Be it Zhang Lin or Sugan, they wisely turned their heads away, pretending that they hadn't heard Zhang Lin's words at all. Huang Yongtu and Wang Chong had been at loggerheads along the way. It was understandable why Wang Chong wouldn't tell him about it. Lord, what do we do next? On the eastern path, Ma Song suddenly asked. His words attracted everyone's attention, and they all looked at Wang Chong, who was at the front of the group. The stalemate had been going on for quite some time now, but this wasn't enough to save Sugan, Huang Yongtu, and the others. Furthermore, the bandit leader of the Iron Cloak Highwaymen hadn't made a move yet. At the very least, he hadn't made a move against them yet. It would be great if we could spread the news. Another 10-man squad leader said. It's useless. The capital is very far from here, and even the nearest garrison is 3 to 4 days away. If we wait until then, it will be too late. Bai Xiling was the one who spoke. She immediately rejected the 10-man squad leader's idea. In other words, we can only rely on ourselves to save them now. Xiling is right. The other party even shot down the pigeons sent by the imperial court as soon as possible. Their goal was to prevent us from spreading the news. They won't let us have that chance. Wang Chong frowned. In order to prevent all kinds of cheating, before the mission was completed, no one was allowed to bring in any kind of communication device. As a result, when Wang Chong and the others were in danger, they were unable to communicate with the outside world at all. Moreover, the road to the west had always been the most remote, desolate, and unfrequented mountain range. Apart from the occasional traveling merchant, there were even fewer people who came here. If not for the fact that it was far away from the royal court, there wouldn't have been so many bandits and highwaymen in the first place. In other words, the only hope they had to save Sugan and the others was the 42 of them. Furthermore, that isn't what I'm most concerned about. There's something else that I'm more worried about. Wang Chong said with a deep voice. What is it? Those words made everyone's heart tighten, and they turned to look at Wang Chong. Do you feel anything? Bai Xiling asked uneasily. At this moment, Wang Chong was the anchor of the entire army. If even he was feeling uneasy, the others would be even more so. Before today, Bai Xiling would have never imagined that she, along with 40 veteran cavalrymen of the Tang dynasty, Sugan, Huang Yongtu, and the others, would place their hopes on a young man much younger than them. But everything had happened just like that. Regardless of whether it was her or the others, no one felt that anything was amiss. Xiling, why do you think Iron Cloakley isn't making a move? Wang Chong suddenly asked. Bai Xiling was taken aback. For a moment, she found herself unable to keep up with Wang Chong's thoughts. Given the current situation, we might not be able to save Sugan, Huang Yongtu, and the others, but Iron Cloak Li and the others won't be able to deal with us either. The reason why we aren't in a hurry is because we can at least pin down the bulk of their strength and protect Sugon, Huang Yongtu, and the others. But why isn't Iron Cloakly in a hurry? Given their strength, they could have easily devoured Sugon, Huang Yongtu, and the others. Even though they would have to pay a price, it's still within their means. But they chose not to do so. That's because they want to use Sugon, Huang Yongtu, and the others to pin us down. If Sugon, Huang Yongtu, and the others would die, we would have retreated immediately. But now that we are here, why isn't he making a move? With his back facing Bai Siling, Wang Chong's gaze pierced through space to look at the bandit chief and the military advisor on the boulder behind the bandits and highwaymen. To be able to control so many bandits and highwaymen and make them work for him, there was no doubt about Iron Cloakly's capability. Furthermore, to be able to mobilize the bandits and highwaymen who had relied on him so effectively when he had just charged in and crushed their front lines, the military advisor was able to react in a timely and effective manner. On top of that, he was able to see through the fact that the cavalrymen were unable to traverse through the mountain slope and mobilize the bandits and highwaymen to flank him from both sides to counter his cavalrymen. Facing such an opponent, Wang Chong couldn't afford to underestimate them. If he were to underestimate them, it would only lead to his own defeat and an unacceptable outcome. You mean? Hearing Wang Chong's words, Bai Siling also frowned. She seemed to have thought of something as well. Tell me, let's see if we share the same thoughts. Wang Chong said grimly. A storm seemed to be brewing between his brows. The reason why they aren't making a move yet is because they are waiting for an opportunity to crush us completely. Bai Siling probed. Wang Chong nodded solemnly. That's what I'm thinking as well. Those Iron Cloak highwaymen are too calm, to the point that it's ridiculous. If I'm not mistaken, the military advisor of the Iron Cloak highwaymen must have made some arrangements behind our backs. Then what should we do? Bai Siling's face warped in astonishment, and she found it hard to maintain her composure. 500 to 600 bandits and highwaymen were already difficult to deal with. If they had some sort of trump card up their sleeves, they would be in deep trouble. Perhaps, not only would they be unable to save Sugon, Huang Yongtu, and the others, they might even lose their lives. It's too late. If I'm not mistaken, they should be nearing the end of their preparations. It's too late for us to retreat now, Wang Chong said grimly. Around them, the sound of the wind surged. The entire army was deathly silent. The atmosphere was extremely stifling. This was the first time a regular army of the Tang dynasty had been forced into such a state by bandits and highwaymen. But the predicament they were in was right before them. No matter how formidable the 40 Tang dynasty cavalrymen were, it would be difficult for them to deal with 500 to 600 bandits and highwaymen. Not to mention, there were quite a few true martial realm highwaymen among them. The difference in numbers was simply too great. Furthermore, according to Li Sanchi's words, Iron Cloakly was at least a true martial realm 5-dan expert. Coupled with his unique Iron Cloak technique, if they were to wait for him to make a move, the situation would be even more perilous. Seated on the back of the white hoof shadow, countless thoughts flashed across Wang Chong's mind. Bai Siling knew that Zhang Xian was deep in thought. Even though she was anxious, she knew that she shouldn't disturb him, so she could only forcefully suppress her emotions. Time slowly passed, and after an unknown period of time, Bai Siling finally couldn't take it anymore. Have you thought of something? There's only one way out of this predicament, and it's also the last and only way. What is it? Bai Siling asked. Wang Chong chuckled silently. His gaze swept across the space before him, landing on the Iron Cloak highwayman chief and the military advisor. But before that, we still have some other matters to attend to. Wang Chong waved his hands, and the 40 Tang dynasty cavalrymen immediately retreated around the corner. What are they trying to do? As soon as Wang Chong left, Iron Cloakly immediately frowned. Could it be possible that they have discovered our plan? Iron Cloakly had traversed the mountains unhindered, and regardless of whether it was merchants or soldiers, he would kill as he pleased without any qualms. But this time, Iron Cloakly felt as though he was being held back. The reason was simple. This group of 40 soldiers was too threatening to him. That shouldn't be possible. I've already instructed them to circle around the mountain ridge. Even a bird wouldn't be alarmed by their presence. It's impossible for them to sense anything from the surroundings. Furthermore, since they're already here, even if they were to sense something, they wouldn't be able to leave so easily. My intuition is that they have only left temporarily, and they aren't too far away either. Zhou said after a moment of contemplation. Men, send a scout out to take a look. Iron Cloakly pondered for a moment before waving his hands. Yes, Lord. A highwayman scout quickly acknowledged the order and left. Damn it, could it be that these fellows sensed danger and abandoned us to escape? On the slope, as soon as Wang Chong and Bai Siling made a move, Huang Yongtu couldn't help but curse anxiously. He wasn't someone who would lose his composure in the first place. But his life was at stake, and every single action of Wang Chong and the others concerned his life. Thus, Huang Yongtu couldn't help but be alarmed. Huang Yongtu had never experienced such a dangerous situation since he was born in a large clan and had an illustrious status. Had he known that he would be in such a predicament, he would have never participated in this expedition. Chapter 349. Don't worry. If that lord wanted to escape, he wouldn't have come here in the first place. Besides, if he wanted to leave, he would have already left. A voice came from the side. It was Zhang San comforting her. Huang Yongtu felt a little better. Hiya. At the same time, the clopping of hooves could be heard. Turning around, Huang Yongtu saw an iron cloak highwayman with a valiant aura galloping off in the direction where Wang Chong and the others had retreated. Boom! Almost at the same time, a bowstring vibrated and a massive metal arrow shot out from the corner of the main road. With just a single arrow, it pierced through the head of the iron cloak highwayman. The immense force of the arrow pierced through his forehead and out through the back of his head. Fresh blood splattered everywhere, and the highwayman was sent flying from his steed. The arrow pierced into the trunk of a large tree on the slope behind. Ah! Exclamations of shock and gasps could be heard from the crowd. Everyone was stunned by the arrow. No one could have imagined that Wang Chong and the others would stay behind while retreating. That arrow was incomparably swift. Be it in terms of speed, strength, or timing, it left no room for anyone to dodge at all. That iron cloak highwayman scout didn't even have time to react before the arrow pierced through his head. You've really guessed it. You succeeded. At the same time, about 50 zhang away from the corner, Bai Siling slowly sheathed her bow and turned around with a confident smile. Then, she made a V gesture to Wang Chong. Well done. Wang Chong chuckled. Bai Siling didn't specialize in archery, but her archery skills were already astounding. She was the one with the highest attainment in archery among the group, and her arrows had never missed their target. Let's go. With this arrow, they should at least be a little wary. They won't be able to scout as freely as they like. Besides, if we can eliminate one of them, we should at least try our best to whittle down their strength. Wang Chong said. There were simply too many iron cloak highwaymen, and it was impossible to defeat them head-on. Thus, Wang Chong could only think of a way to whittle away at their strength like water droplets grinding a stone. Wang Chong waved his hand, and the 40 cavalrymen continued to gallop out. Bastard! On the boulder, Iron Cloak Li's complexion turned awful upon seeing the scout he had sent out being pierced through the head by an arrow. Again, waving his hands grandly, Iron Cloak Li sent another subordinate over. Gallop, gallop! The second Iron Cloak highwayman was much more cautious than before. Moving as one with his steed, he circled around the corner. Barely after he had galloped for a short distance, pong, the bowstring vibrated, and another arrow pierced through his skull. But this time the iron arrow was shot from the forest. Second one, Bai Siling slung her bow and arrows on her back, mounted her horse, and with a squeeze of her legs, she immediately leapt out of the forest. When Wang Chong retreated earlier, only the 40 cavalrymen had followed him. However, Bai Siling didn't leave. Instead, she had hidden herself behind the forest. That highwayman was so focused on chasing after her that he didn't expect Bai Siling to be hiding behind the forest. Caught off guard, he fell for the arrow once more. Damn it! Hearing that the galloping of the steed had stopped after turning the corner, Iron Cloakly knew that the second scout must have been killed as well. Again, with a livid face, Iron Cloakly waved his hand and sent out another scout. But this time around, he was much smarter. He sent out 3 scouts, and they carefully circled around the corner before heading to the main road and 2 hills to the left and right. This way, they could avoid being ambushed by the other party. But this time, they were welcomed by 4 cavalrymen of the Tang dynasty, as well as by Xiling herself. As intense as the battle was, it ended swiftly as well. 3 highwayman scouts faced off against 5 true martial realm experts, and it didn't take long for them to lose their lives. This was truly an awkward situation. Due to Wang Chong's retreat, the Iron Cloak highwaymen had lost 6 of their brothers before they could gather any intelligence. Furthermore, they weren't mere subordinates, but Iron Cloak Lee's true subordinates. A deathly silence fell over the massive boulder. "Advisor, what do you think?" Iron Cloak Lee finally turned to Zhou Un and asked. This advisor, the Iron Cloak highwayman, was similarly silent. The young man from the training camp was simply too crafty. His every move was completely out of the ordinary. Even if it was Zhou Un himself, he wasn't confident that he would be able to escape unscathed under the other party's schemes. But it just so happened that they couldn't just leave the other party alone. Otherwise, there would be no order to their attack or retreat. If Wang Chong hadn't gone far and launched a surprise attack, they would truly be in deep trouble. After all, warhorses could wrap cloth around their hooves to reduce the sound of their hooves. "Chief, I don't think that there's a need to increase our manpower. If the other party returns and hides behind the corner, unless we send at least 200 men, we'll just be sending ourselves to our deaths. If that's the case, it's better to send someone who's more agile and skilled. If you're worried about the other party's archery, we can find a way to equip them with a metal shield," Zhou Un said after a moment of contemplation. Naturally, they didn't have the standard shields and tower shields that were commonly used in the military. However, it shouldn't be a problem for them to craft a simple shield with a few pieces of metal. Zhou Un's orders were swiftly relayed down. After losing 3 of their skilled brothers, Iron Cloak Lee and Zhou Un finally received the news that they wanted to hear. Reporting to Chief, they haven't gone far. They are resting at an area 300 zhang away. Got it. We'll look into it after an incense's time. Yes, Chief. The highwayman scout quickly retreated. After the scout left, Iron Cloak Lee turned to Zhou Un with a frown on his forehead. I don't know what they're up to either. But of course, we can't rule out the possibility that they're just trying to fool us. Knowing what Iron Cloak Lee was thinking, Zhou Un shook his head. It was rare for him to encounter such an elusive opponent that he could not fathom or see through. If not for the fact that the other party was a student of the training camp, it would have been impossible for him to become a bandit and call them brothers. He really wanted to convince the chief to recruit that young man. But regardless of what they're up to, it's sufficient as long as they don't leave. In the end, not a single one of them will be able to leave. Zhou Un stroked his beard confidently as a scheming glint flashed across his eyes. Time is of the essence, and we don't have much time left. The next few hours will determine the fate of us, Su Gan, Huang Yong Tu, and the others. Therefore, I hope that from now on, everyone will listen carefully to every order that I say. At the same time, 300 zhang away from the corner, Wang Chong was gathering 40 cavalrymen of the Tang dynasty for a final speech. It was rare for Wang Chong to have such a serious expression on his face. Most of the time, he had a calm and wise expression on his face. As such, many of the cavalrymen could sense the heavy atmosphere, and they couldn't help but put on a solemn expression. Ma Song, lead your men and form an orderly formation at the front to confuse them. The rest of you, listen to my orders, Wang Chong said grimly. Yes, Lord, the cavalrymen replied loudly. Of the 40 cavalrymen of the Tang dynasty, Ma Song and the other 20 had already received Wang Chong's training. Only the 20 cavalrymen under by Xiling had yet to undergo Wang Chong's training. Following which, Wang Chong divided the cavalrymen under by Xiling into 4 echelons as well, and he chose a 10-man commander and a 5-man commander as well. Time was of the essence, so Wang Chong instructed the 20 cavalrymen to undergo intense training on the main road. A battle could break out at any moment, and Wang Chong didn't have the luxury of time. Fortunately, these cavalrymen had followed Wang Chong through many joint operations, and on top of that, they had fought with the Iron Cloak highwaymen before, so they were able to familiarize themselves with Wang Chong's commands quickly. Roughly an hour later, the 20 cavalrymen in the 4 groups had already met Wang Chong's requirements. What comes next is the most important thing that all of you have heard. This concerns whether we will be annihilated or successfully exterminate these audacious highwaymen and uphold the dignity of the army and the royal court. I believe that none of you wish to die under the steeds of the highwaymen. After the training was completed, Wang Chong gathered all 40 cavalrymen of the Tang dynasty. This is a small formation. This is the crux of the matter, so you must listen carefully. We only have the time of an incense stick. At the start, Bai Siling could still roughly understand what Wang Chong was saying. He knew that he was reorganizing the cavalrymen into more efficient units. However, what Wang Chong did afterwards was something that Bai Siling couldn't understand at all. Many of Wang Chong's orders and instructions were things that Bai Siling had never seen before, needless to say, come into contact with. Bai Siling believed that even those from prestigious military families wouldn't be able to comprehend this. Many of the things that Wang Chong had done were beyond Bai Siling's imagination. Due to her family background, Bai Siling had come into contact with many generals in the army, but none of them had ever displayed such abilities. Who in the world is this fellow? Bai Siling was getting more and more curious about Wang Chong's identity. Many of the things that he had done weren't things that ordinary people could understand. However, Bai Siling knew that time was of the essence, and this wasn't the time to ask such questions. Thus, she forcefully suppressed the impulse in her heart. But deep in her heart, Bai Siling had made up her mind that once this operation was over and she could live a successful life, she would dig out Wang Chong's secrets no matter what, even if she had to be a scoundrel. The sky quickly darkened. Smoke began to rise from the official road as Wang Chong's 40 cavalrymen began to dig a stove to cook. The others were on guard on the official road. The appetite of the 40 people was not small, so the green smoke from the fire was very big. It filled the entire public road, blurring everyone's figures. Chapter 350. Looks like we came at the right time. A Turkic man with a thick beard peeked out from behind the bushes, and the corners of his lips curled up into a sinister smile that left one's hair standing on end. They still have a fire to cook. It looks like they aren't prepared at all. Another man with thick arms and bulging muscles also popped his head out from behind the bushes and brambles. He had a squarish face, but he was a pure Han. Indeed, how could the military advisor's strategy possibly be wrong? The military advisor told us to circle to the rear and lure them over when they attack the soldiers from the front. After which we'll launch a pincer attack from the front and the back, cutting off their path of retreat and annihilating them. However, I suddenly have a better idea. The bearded Turk looked down at the roiling smoke and gave a savage chuckle, a cruel and callous expression on his face. Perhaps we can catch them off guard while they are cooking and ambush them. No matter how formidable they are, they won't expect us to descend from the sky. As long as we can kill half of their men in an instant, the rest won't pose a threat. Hu Lang, are you out of your mind? The muscular man beside him was shocked to hear those words. He widened his eyes and stared at Hu Lang. Are you intending to change the military advisor's plan? Chong Dao, you haven't been to the north, so you don't know how fearsome the wolves are. When they hunt, they will hide in the bushes, boulders, and bushes to slowly approach their prey. Then, when their prey is caught off guard, they will suddenly pounce out from their backs and launch a vicious attack. It's rare for prey to escape from such an attack. There are only 40 of them, and at least half of them have put down their weapons and gotten off their steeds. This is the moment when they are least prepared, so there's no better opportunity to attack them. On the grasslands, if our Turkic army were to encounter such an opportunity, they would definitely not let it slip by. The military advisor isn't aware of what we are seeing at the moment, but if he knew, he would surely agree to our plan. Hu Lang sneered savagely. He licked his lips, and his crimson tongue curled up to the tip of his nose. The muscular man with thick arms had a gloomy expression on his face. At the very least, we should inform the military advisor and ask for his opinion before making a decision, right? After struggling for a long time, the muscular man finally spoke. He respected the military counselor very much. Almost instinctively, he did not want to ruin the military counselor's plan. He, the military advisor, is a Han, so I can understand why you agree with him. In fact, I have a lot of respect for the military advisor. He is a man of wisdom. However, you have to think this through. These soldiers will only need the time it takes for a few incense sticks to burn to cook. Send a message from here. The terrain is complex and difficult to traverse. You need to make a big detour. Going back and forth, they had already missed the timing. Unless you run straight from here and tell the counselor. But if we do that, we will definitely be discovered by the soldiers on the hillside. As long as they call out, they'll be prepared, and our efforts will be in vain. At that time, our whereabouts will be exposed, and it will be even easier for these people to escape. Hulang said. He narrowed his eyes slightly, and a beastly glint gleamed in them. The Turks on the grassland weren't as cultured as the Han, and they weren't as meticulous in their thinking. But the Turks weren't fools, especially when it came to war. In fact, Hulang was one of the few Turks who possessed exceptional intelligence in war. Even the bandit leader Iron Cloak, Li had nothing but praise for him. If it weren't for the fact that he was favored and valued, he wouldn't have been chosen as the leader of this mission, leading his brothers to carry out the mission of outflanking the rear. In fact, in the Iron Cloak Highwayman, other than Iron Cloak Li and Zhou, and he was undoubtedly the third in command. Regardless of whether it was his valiance, bravery, or his ability to grasp opportunities, he was highly respected by his brothers. Changdao, you have two choices at the moment. The first is for us to circle to their rear and cut off their escape route. Just as the military advisor said, we'll wait for an opportunity to surround them and cut off their escape route. This way, we'll be safe, but we won't be able to launch a surprise attack. By then, they'll already be fighting with our brothers, and our role will only be to surround them. By then, all of the soldiers will be dead, but our brothers will also suffer heavy losses. For the military advisor to instruct us to circle around their rear and take such a huge detour, it's a testament to their fighting prowess. The second choice is for us to launch an attack right now. You can send a signal to the military advisor and have him attack together with us. On top of that, in order to prevent the other scattered soldiers from escaping, I'll send a group of 30 soldiers to the rear. I can specially select a team of 30 people to go around to the back and guard the official road, cutting off their escape route. As soon as any soldiers appear, we'll immediately shoot them down. This is the safest choice we have at the moment. This way, we'll suffer the least casualties. They'll suffer the greatest blow. However, we'll defy the military advisor's orders. Changdao, make your choice. Hulang turned to the burly man beside him. Regardless of whether they were to fight or not, they had to be on the same page before any operation could be carried out. This was the rule of the Iron Cloak Highwayman. The burly man didn't say a word, but a myriad of emotions flickered across his face. The military advisor's orders and the golden opportunity before him flashed through his mind. Finally, he gritted his teeth and made his decision. Let's do as you say. Even though he was defying the military advisor's orders, there was one thing that Hulang wasn't wrong about. The soldiers were indeed at their weakest at the moment. Attacking them at this time, from a high vantage point, and with the warhorses at their best speed, was indeed the way to pay the smallest price. Changdao, congratulations on making the wisest decision. Hulang chuckled, as though he had expected Changdao to make such a decision. Pulling on the reins, Hulang turned around and retreated to the back of the thorny bush. Brothers, prepare yourselves. Behind the dense thistles and thorns were numerous stallions, and mounted on the backs of these stallions were highwaymen. Each and every one of them had a ferocious expression on their faces and powerful auras, and the veins on their temples were bulging out. Beneath their steeds were rings of true martial realm halos. Kill! A moment later, the earth trembled, the forest howled, and the horses galloped. 70 to 80 true martial realm highwaymen leaped down from the peak of the mountain like ferocious tigers. The steep slope maximized the speed of the steeds. In just a short 20 to 30 zhong, the steeds were able to reach an astonishing speed. Hong long long, a cloud of dust billowed, and the ground trembled under the hooves of the steeds. 50 zhong, 70 zhong. In just an instant, the highwaymen had already covered more than half of the distance, and their speed was still increasing. At the same time, the Tang dynasty soldiers at the foot of the mountain couldn't even react in time. Brothers, kill them all. The military advisor said that they still have several million taels of gold on them. Don't let them escape. Kill them. A cloud of dust, mixed with fallen leaves and grass, soared into the clouds. The highwaymen howled and shrieked in excitement at the prospect of an intense battle. Wang Chong was able to use his steed to charge forward and forward on the main road, maximizing the might of the Tang dynasty's cavalry to its limits, and the highwaymen were able to do the same as well. When the highwaymen, whose speed was stacked to the maximum, charged down, even if there was a boulder in front of them, they would still be able to smash it apart. Needless to say, the bodies of flesh and blood at the bottom of the mountain. From the very start of the battle, the highwaymen were already standing on the side of victory, reporting, "We've discovered that those bandits are cooking on the main road." At the same time, far away behind the highwaymen and highwaymen, a burly highwayman scout walked through the crowd and reported to the military advisor, Zhou, and reporting, "Lord Hu Lang and Lord Chong Dao have sent word that they've discovered that the enemy is cooking on the fire, and they're preparing to launch a surprise attack to defeat them. We hope that the military advisor can cooperate with us." At this moment, the other highwayman leaped down from his steed and appeared before Iron Cloak, Li, and Zhou. The two reports arrived almost at the same time, one after the other. What? Upon hearing the news, Zhou's face immediately warped in horror. This wasn't the order that he had relayed. However, before he could react, he heard an earth-shattering battle cry. The sound was so deafening that it could be heard even from far away. For a moment, Zhou was dumbfounded. Too fast. Everything had happened too quickly, and it wasn't in his plans at all. "Zhou, what should we do next?" Iron Cloak Li was also taken aback. He had heard of the military advisor's plans, but the sight before him was clearly different from what the military advisor had told him. Hu Lang and Chong Dao had clearly disrupted his tempo. But Hu Lang and Chong Dao were his old subordinates, and he believed that they had their own reasons for doing so. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment, and Zhou's mind was in turmoil. Without a doubt, a variable had appeared. The enemy was cooking on the fire. It was precisely because Hu Lang and Chong Dao noticed this that they changed their plans. Even Zhou couldn't blame them for launching a surprise attack while the enemy was cooking on the fire. "Let me ask you, when you were scouting ahead, did you smell the scent of food?" Zhou suddenly asked. The highwayman scout was taken aback. He didn't expect the military advisor to ask such a question. I didn't get too close, so I didn't smell anything. This is bad. That lad is too cunning. Hu Lang and the others have fallen for his trap." Hearing those words, Zhou's face turned ashen. "Chief, we need to hurry up and lead our men to attack them, or else it'll be too late. The rest of you, surround the soldiers on the slope. Whether we can help Hu Lang and the others or not will depend on this," Zhou said anxiously. What? Chapter 351. Iron Cloak Li had never doubted Zhou's words. More importantly, they were all elites under his command, and most of them were true martial realm experts. It wasn't easy to gather such experts. Jaya, without any hesitation, Iron Cloak Li leaped up from the boulder and landed on the back of his crimson Fergana steed. Squeezing his legs together, Iron Cloak Li crossed a distance of 7 to 8 zhong and charged out of the encirclement. "Fire Slave and Poison WIRM, bring your men and follow me. The rest of you, attack the soldiers on the slope." His voice boomed like a peal of thunder, leaving Su Gan, Huang Yongtu, and the others dumbfounded. No one knew what was going on, but they knew that something big must have happened among the Iron Cloak highwaymen. "What happened?" Huang Yongtu asked in panic. He wasn't deaf. How could a deaf person not hear the loud voice of the leader of the Iron Cloak Highwaymen? Don't bother too much about it. They are about to launch an attack. Everyone, be careful, Zhang Lin exclaimed in alarm. The disparity in numbers was simply too great, and there was a limit to what they could do. One, all over the mountains and plains, the bandits that were as vast as the sea became restless again. On the slope, the 26 cavalrymen of the Tang dynasty swiftly got into formation. After so many intense battles, they had come up with an effective strategy to deal with the highwaymen. Even if they couldn't defeat the highwaymen in the end, they would surely be able to make them pay a heavy price. On the other side, Iron Cloak Li waved his hands grandly and mobilized his most elite troops to charge toward the main road. Zhou senses were sharp, and Iron Cloak Li's movements weren't slow either. However, in this chaotic battle that was less than a few hundred feet away from each other, where they schemed against each other and were precise down to the millisecond, the victor was not them. Just as Iron Cloak Li reached the corner of the main road, he suddenly heard a deafening roar. Kill! The deafening roar came from the forest to the right of the main road, and in an instant, a powerful gust of wind blew, causing the trees in the mountain range to tremble. Hong long long, the earth trembled. Countless birds were startled and soared into the sky from the forest. At that moment, everyone clearly felt as if thousands of steel torrents were pouring down from the right side of the mountain peak, sweeping towards them. Not good. Hearing the commotion, Iron Cloak Li's face warped in horror. He immediately slapped the rear of his steed and galloped toward the center of the commotion. The troops led by Hu Lang and Saber had already dived down from the mountain. There was no doubt that the second wave of troops would not be them. Since it wasn't them, there was no doubt that it could only be the Tang dynasty's official army led by that young boy in the training camp. At this moment, Iron Cloak Li's heart was burning with anxiety. Iron Cloak Li could only hope that Hu Lang, Chang Dao, and the others would be able to hold on for a little longer. However, Iron Cloak Li's hopes were just wishful thinking. Not good. We've been tricked. On the main road, the warhorse galloped through the thin layer of green smoke at lightning speed, and with a single slash, it sliced the great Tang cavalryman standing on the main road into two. Almost immediately, Hu Lang realized that he had fallen into a trap. Those indistinct figures shrouded in green smoke weren't the cavalrymen of the Tang dynasty, but his brothers who had been killed by the official army. Wooden spears pierced through the bodies of the steeds, stacking them together with the corpses of the highwaymen on top of them firmly on the main road. The green smoke that pervaded the air wasn't firewood for cooking, but firewood that was purely used to deceive them and lure them. The official army had used the smoke to create an illusion that they were cooking, thus attracting their attacks. Not good. Retreat. Retreat. At this moment, Hu Lang's heart turned cold. He didn't expect the official army to be so cunning. He thought that it was a surprise attack, but it turned out to be a trap. Hong long long. Kill. Hu Lang wanted to stop the bandits, but it was already too late. One after another, the highwaymen charged into the green smoke and sliced the official army in two. The highwaymen, who had been yearning for battle and slaughter, couldn't hear Hu Lang's voice at all. But as soon as they landed on the main road, the speed that they had built up from the mountain peak was reduced to nothing. At this moment, they had lost all of their advantages. In fact, in order to prevent the official army from escaping, Hu Lang even sent 20 to 30 men to the back of the main road, placing himself at a disadvantage. Hong long long. Just as Hu Lang was feeling extremely anxious, he heard a loud rumble. A huge iron spear wrapped in destructive power pierced towards him from the right side of the smoke with the speed of lightning. The speed of that spear was simply too fast. Almost at the same time that Hu Lang saw it, it had already arrived in front of him. It was only a few feet away. Huh! At this crucial moment, Hu Lang bellowed. His stellar energy burst forth, and a green halo of thorns appeared in his body. It spun rapidly, producing a metallic clatter. Boom! With just a single strike, Hu Lang had managed to send the great Tang cavalryman and his steed flying with his overwhelming strength. Even so, the webbing between his thumb and forefinger still trembled violently, and his wrist went numb. In terms of pure strength, the Tang Dynasty cavalryman wasn't a match for him at all. However, when a Tang Dynasty cavalryman and steed charged down from the top of the mountain, their speed could no longer be measured in terms of pure strength. This is bad. Even though Hu Lang had managed to send a Tang Dynasty cavalryman flying with a single strike, he didn't feel the slightest bit of joy. Instead, his heart sank. This was because the second spear was already flying toward him at lightning speed. The speed of the spear was so fast that it left a long white trail behind it. Turks, pay with your life. Amidst the thin mist, a Tang Dynasty cavalryman and steed leaped down from the top of the mountain. His eyes were sharp as lightning. Even Hu Lang was secretly shocked by the power of that attack. They were both riding horses, but the horsemanship of the Tang Dynasty cavalryman was completely different from that of the highwayman. Boom! Hu Lang raised his fist and punched out. His stellar energy condensed into a green wolf's head, and he barely managed to knock the second Tang Dynasty cavalryman off course. But soon, the third and fourth spear arrived at the same time. Behind each spear was a cavalryman of the Tang Dynasty who had pushed his speed and strength to the limit. This time, Hu Lang wasn't able to dodge anymore. The combined strength of his steed left him wide open. Pu. Two spears pierced into his chest from the left and right. By the time the black spears came out from his back, they were already stained with blood. The last thing Hu Lang saw was a streak of sword light circling in the air and descending from above. I'll be taking this head. The cold voice of a lady sounded in his ears. Hu Lang's vision went dark, and he lost consciousness. Pung! The head fell to the ground. Bai Siling stood behind Hu Lang, her figure graceful and elegant. Her sword was still extended in her right hand. Naturally, the one who cut off Hu Lang's head was Bai Siling. Bai Siling had long seen that Hu Lang was able to send a Tang Dynasty cavalryman flying with a single punch. Without a doubt, he was the leader of the Iron Cloak Highwaymen. After all, Bai Siling was much stronger than the other cavalrymen. For cavalrymen of the Tang Dynasty and Bai Siling had charged down from the peak of the mountain. Even Hu Lang could barely stand against such a formation. Siling, hurry up and get back on the horse. Don't engage in melee combat on the ground. Wang Chong's stern voice came from the back of the horse as a figure passed him like the wind. He didn't use his iron spear either. Instead, he flicked his 10 fingers, and streams of extremely condensed and dense sword qi crisscrossed in the air. Wang Chong's cultivation hadn't even reached true martial realm yet. However, Wang Chong didn't rely on his martial realm to kill his enemies. Instead, he relied on his vast martial arts skills and experience. In terms of martial arts skills and experience, no one here could match up to him. On the other hand, Wang Chong made full use of the thin green mist in the surroundings. His elusive sword qi of massacre complemented the green mist, and every time, there would be a highwayman who was caught off guard. His sword qi would pierce through their bodies and cause them to fall from their steeds. In a battle between cavalrymen, falling from their steeds meant death. Got it. Bai Siling stuck out her tongue. Even though she was older than Wang Chong, old enough to be his elder sister, she couldn't help but act like a little girl in front of Wang Chong. Bai Siling was filled with admiration for Wang Chong for this ambush. The Iron Cloak Highwaymen had actually prepared a backup plan. If not for Wang Chong's sharp wits, they might have really been wiped out. But Wang Chong's ingenious chimney smoke not only managed to lure out the highwaymen, he even managed to catch them off guard. Those who wanted to ambush them ended up being ambushed instead. The Iron Cloak Highwaymen had suffered heavy losses this time around. Nay! Bai Siling grabbed the saddle and easily got onto the back of her steed. This was something she had learned from the other cavalrymen. Hiya! Bai Siling squeezed her steed's abdomen and charged into the fray with her sword in hand. Boom! 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 Rings of light clashed with one another, producing a metallic clang. The air around them exploded, and shock waves spread several zhang away. The neighing of Nei's steed, the cries of agony, and the sounds of collisions echoed in the air. The Iron Cloak Highwaymen on the main road outnumbered Wang Chong's, but the moment they stopped on the main road, it meant that they had already lost the battle. Against the Tang dynasty cavalrymen charging down from the top of the mountain, not a single highwayman was able to stop them. In just the first wave, Wang Chong and the others had managed to kill more than 30 true martial realm highwaymen and scatter them in one fell swoop. Chapter 352. Hong Long Long. Dust billowed into the air as the 40 Tang dynasty cavalrymen charged forward. In just a few rounds, they had already torn apart the true martial realm highwaymen, leaving the ground littered with corpses. The charge of a cavalry did not advocate individual combat. Instead, it relied on the strength of a group to bring out its full potential. As such, as long as the highwaymen were in a straight line, they would not be facing a single Tang dynasty cavalryman, but an endless horde of cavalrymen. The strength of an individual was insignificant before the might of a group. Retreat! Retreat! Changdao's voice sounded incomparably despairing amidst the smoke and dust. He was slightly luckier than Hulang, having managed to dodge the first wave of the cavalry charge. But after witnessing the might of the charge of 40 cavalrymen, Changdao realized that he had underestimated the situation. The highwaymen were no match for the well-trained cavalrymen of the imperial army. When the 40 cavalrymen charged down from the peak of the mountain like a torrent of steel, even Changdao felt his heart tremble in fear, not daring to face them head-on. Even he wouldn't be able to last more than a few blows from such a torrent of steel. We can't hold them off anymore. Brothers, hurry up and retreat. Changdao's heart was filled with anxiety, and his forehead was drenched in sweat. However, Changdao's thoughts were still too naive. After a few attempts, all of the true martial realm iron cloak highwaymen had already begun fleeing for their lives without his orders. Some of them charged in the direction of the bandits around the corner, some to the east of the main road, and some to the left and right of the mountain. In any case, they were like headless flies, fleeing for their lives in a panic. The might of a cavalry charge was simply too great. There was no stalemate or intense battle at all, for the 5 cavalrymen maintained their formation and charged forward, killing one highwayman after another in an instant. 80 elites of the iron cloak highwaymen collapsed in an instant. This was the true meaning of a crushing defeat. Brat, I'll kill you. Boom. Suddenly, an earth-shattering boom came from afar like a clap of thunder. The tremendous power contained in the sound even caused the thick smoke and dust to explode. The entire mountain forest trembled under this thunderous roar that was filled with anger. In the blink of an eye, Wang Chong turned his head around and saw a burly man over 8 feet tall, riding a Fergana horse 2,000 feet away. He was riding on a Fergana horse, leaving a long trail of white air behind him as if he had gone mad. On the hooves of the Fergana horse beneath him, 5 true martial realm halos of the same color and ring vibrated rapidly, emitting a metallic sound. Everywhere they passed, the gravel and grass were all shattered into pieces. That aura was unstoppable and invincible. Even a few hundred meters away, that astonishing aura could be felt. What should we do? Have they rushed over so fast? Bai Siling turned to look at Wang Chong. In their plans, the Iron Cloak Highwaymen would surely rush over to reinforce them. But it was impossible for them to arrive so quickly, not to mention that their leader, Iron Cloak Li, had appeared. Not only so, something has happened on the other side of the road as well. Su Gan and Huang Yongtu are also under attack. Listen, Ma Song also reined in his steed. He hadn't paid much attention to it during the battle, but now that he was paying close attention, he could hear the deafening battle cries coming from the other side of the road. Without a doubt, the Iron Cloak Highwaymen had also launched an attack on Su Gan and Huang Yongtu while they were ambushing them. The other party had reacted swiftly, and the situation was starting to turn disadvantageous for them. Iron Cloak Li was swiftly approaching. Standing on the official road, Wang Chong's long hair fluttered in the wind as his heart pounded furiously. Zhoufen. This was the only person Wang Chong could think of. To be able to come up with such a plan that allowed Iron Cloak Li to rush over so quickly and launch an attack immediately, Wang Chong could only think of the military advisor of the Iron Cloak Highwaymen, Zhoufen. Thus, the slightest error could lead to a huge error. Execute the second plan, Wang Chong said without any hesitation. But what about Su Gan and Huang Yong too? Ma Song asked anxiously. There's nothing we can do. They can only depend on themselves. This is a hopeless situation, but at the very least, we've managed to lure out the main force of the Iron Cloak Highwaymen. Even though the remaining bandits and highwaymen outnumber them, their fighting prowess isn't as high as before. Given their capabilities, there's still hope for them to break out of the encirclement. God helps those who help themselves. They can't put all their hopes on us. Ma Song released the whistling arrow and informed Zhang Lin and the others to prepare to break out. Wang Chong said. That wasn't what Wang Chong had planned. However, there was nothing on the battlefield that was immutable. A truly outstanding commander didn't carry out a plan meticulously, but to adapt to the situation and find the best way to deal with the enemy. Even though the situation had changed, it was still effective for Wang Chong. In the next instant, a whistling arrow whistled through the air, heading straight for Su Gan and Huang Yong too. Signal. Almost at the same time, upon hearing the agreed-upon signal, Zhang Xin straightened his back and his spirits rose. Wang Chong had said that as long as they heard the whistling arrow, they should prepare to break out of the encirclement. He would find a way to delay the main force of the Iron Cloak Highwaymen, even though he had no idea how Wang Chong did it, and he had no idea why he was so confident that he could delay Iron Cloak Li and his men so that they wouldn't be able to retreat in time. But without a doubt, this was the content of the white cloth that Bai Siling had shot out previously. Brothers, abandon the fortifications and prepare to break out of the encirclement. Zhang Lin shouted, Nay. In the next moment, the neighing of war steeds could be heard as they charged out of the fortifications. The long-awaited sound of a war steed galloped across the hill once more. Everyone, listen to my command. There's still a group of elite highwaymen at the back of the main road, and it's impossible to save Su Gan and Huang Yong too. Charge together and kill the highwaymen at the back to exact vengeance for Su Gan and Huang Yong too. Wang Chong suddenly unsheathed his sword and pointed behind him. Yes, hearing that they couldn't save Su Gan and Huang Yong too, the eyes of the highwaymen reddened, and killing intent surged from their bodies. Hong Long Long. Under Wang Chong's command, the 40 Tang dynasty soldiers spread out and charged toward the main road in the east. The formation of the army was scattered, but not disorderly. Bastard. Hearing those words, Iron Cloakley felt like his lungs were going to explode. Even though he hadn't participated in the operation personally, based on his understanding of Hulang, he knew that what Wang Chong said was true. There was definitely another group of brothers at the back of the main road. This ambush had cost at least 40 to 50 of his true martial realm subordinates, and Iron Cloak Li's heart was bleeding at this moment. If Wang Chong were to kill those elites at the back as well, the entire Iron Cloak Highwaymen would be doomed. Back then, Iron Cloak Li had put in a lot of effort to gather these true martial realm brothers. This was the culmination of more than a decade of his efforts. If Wang Chong were to succeed, his many years of hard work would have been for naught. At this moment, Iron Cloak Li was starting to regret underestimating Zhang Xin too much. If only he had known that he would suffer such heavy losses, he would have killed that lad personally, even at the risk of exposing himself and letting some of the soldiers escape. To think that 40 men would be able to kill so many of his men, this was a huge blow that he had never suffered before. Everyone, listen to my orders and move together with me. Anyone who dares to escape will be killed without mercy. Iron Cloak Li's face darkened, and his furious roar echoed throughout the main road. Hong Long Long. The stampede of the war steeds caused all of the fleeing highwaymen to feel stifled, and they quickly merged into the crowd behind Iron Cloak Li. With Iron Cloak Li's appearance, the scattered highwaymen finally regained their morale. In the Iron Cloak Highwaymen, Iron Cloak Li represented absolute strength, and there was no one who could stand against him. Follow the leader and kill those soldiers. Avenge our brothers. The highwaymen roared with courage once more. In fact, their morale was even higher than before. This time, Other than the bandits they had relied on, the entire corps of the Iron Cloak highwaymen had been mobilized. With the 30 fleeing highwaymen and the 60 or so bandits behind Iron Cloak Lee, the number of highwaymen had risen to 90. But unlike before, other than the elites of the Iron Cloak highwaymen, Iron Cloak Lee was also mobilizing himself. Hong Long Long. Under Iron Cloak Lee's lead, the morale of the bandits and highwaymen was greatly boosted, and the killing intent they exuded caused even the air to distort. Chase after them. Don't let them get away. A group of people with murderous intent followed closely behind him. This time, they wouldn't let them off no matter what. Unlike before, after several hundred zhang of galloping, the highwaymen had already pushed their speed to the limit. Their steeds were even faster than Wang Chong and the others. 100 zhang, 80 zhang, 70 zhang. The distance was getting shorter and shorter. Hong Long. But just as they were about 50 zhang away, something happened. Iron Cloak Lee suddenly felt the ground beneath his feet buckling, and the ground beneath him suddenly caved in. This is bad. Alarmed, Iron Cloak Lee immediately realized that he had fallen into a trap. He tried to rein in his steed, but it was already too late. When a steed's speed reached its limit, how could it possibly stop at a whim? Hong Long. With a deafening explosion and the neighing of a steed, Iron Cloak Lee and his steed fell from the sky amidst a cloud of dust. Beneath him, a huge pit had appeared out of nowhere, and it was filled with wooden stakes. Chief, not good. There's a trap ahead. Hurry up and stop. Someone tried to rein in his steed and stop the bandits behind him, but it was already too late. Even Iron Cloak Lee's Fergana steed was unable to stop under such circumstances, let alone the bandits behind him. Nay. Chapter 353. Now's the time. From afar, Wang Chong could hear the continuous sounds of bodies falling to the ground and the neighing of war steeds. He knew that his plan had succeeded. Dual arrow formation. Charge. As soon as he said those words, the 40 war steeds came to a halt, and a deathly silence descended upon the world. However, this extreme silence gave off an extremely uneasy and austere feeling. Hung long, the earth rumbled. 42 war horses' manes fluttered in the wind as they neighed at the same time. In the blink of an eye, they turned around and formed into 2 arrow formations at the speed of lightning, shooting towards the direction behind the pit. Hung long long, with a deafening rumble, the 42 steeds formed into a dual arrow formation and charged right into the chaotic midst of the Iron Cloak highwaymen. No one could describe the impact of this collision. Countless highwaymen were sent flying, and some of their massive war steeds even collapsed. Be careful. The Imperial Army is here. Stop them. Shrill cries filled with extreme fear echoed across the entire path. Looking at the young figure at the very front of the group, fear and panic surfaced in the eyes of the highwaymen. That person, it was that young man from the Imperial Army again. At this point, close to 300 of his brothers had already died under the hands of the Tang Dynasty's Imperial Army, and this included respected leaders like Hu Lang. Yet, despite the repeated battles, the casualties that he had suffered were negligible. At this moment, even the most ferocious, cruel, and fearless highwayman would feel a deep sense of fear upon seeing the cavalry led by that young man. Hung long long, blood splattered everywhere, and severed limbs flew in the air. Just like before, Wang Chong's cavalry easily pierced through the group of highwaymen from the front to the back. What was different from before was that this time, there were 2 dual arrow formations piercing through them simultaneously. The war steeds and highwaymen were sent flying one after another, and a bone-chilling screech echoed across the entire path. Once, twice, the 2 vanguard arrow cavalrymen pierced through the gathered horse bandits repeatedly at an astonishing speed. The same scene repeated itself, and the horse bandits who had just gathered their morale collapsed once more. Furthermore, it was in front of an opponent who outnumbered them by a lot. Cavalry charges never required the same number of troops as the opponent. As long as they repeatedly penetrated the opponent's formation, dealt a blow to the opponent's morale, and messed up the opponent's formation, all they had to do next was harvest. Wang Chong had spent his entire life on the battlefield and had been a grand marshal of the army. He had commanded countless cavalry troops, so he was very clear about the charging characteristics of cavalry. On the battlefield, if the cavalry was used well, it would be an army of death that could reap lives in large swathes. They were just a bunch of highwaymen. They didn't even know the art of war, let alone the art of commanding cavalrymen. Success. Looking at the scattered highwaymen, by Siling was overjoyed. If it was before today, she would never have believed that she could face such a large number of opponents. Moreover, he could fight and survive. This was Bai Siling's first time witnessing the terrifying power of cavalry. This experience left an indelible impression on her for the rest of her life. This is great. Gongzi, you succeeded. Ma Song's excitement and joy were similarly indescribable. As a veteran who had served in the army for more than a decade, Ma Song had followed many different commanders and participated in many battles. The battle with the highwaymen before him couldn't be considered as the most intense and dangerous battle he had ever experienced. In the midst of an intense battlefield, he could easily find countless battles that were far more dangerous than this one. No matter how powerful the highwaymen were, they couldn't compare to a regular army. But without a doubt, none of the commanders had left a deeper impression on him than the young man before him. To use 40 cavalrymen to fight against a group of highwaymen 10 times their number while sustaining minimal casualties, none of the commanders Ma Song had ever met could compare to the young man before him. The young man before him was extremely familiar with the tactics of cavalry. The might of 40 cavalrymen had been brought to full play under his command. In fact, Ma Song felt that there was no commander in the entire Tang dynasty who could bring out the might of cavalry better than Wang Chong. Hong Long Long. It was a crushing defeat. The cavalrymen, led by Wang Chong, didn't fight one-on-one. Instead, they gathered their superior strength and formed a formation to strike at the highwaymen repeatedly. Most of the time, the highwaymen weren't facing a single cavalryman, but a group of cavalrymen. Such a tactic allowed them to defeat their opponents easily, and it also minimized the damage suffered by the cavalrymen to the minimum. Thus, even though the cavalrymen, led by Wang Chong, had suffered some casualties, they didn't suffer any casualties at all. In the eyes of others, such an outcome was simply like a miracle. It was unbelievable. But to Wang Chong, it couldn't be any more natural. Lad, do you think that you've won? Just as everyone was immersed in their joy, a fearsome voice that seemed to have come from the depths of hell suddenly echoed in everyone's ears. Everyone who heard this voice felt a bone-chilling coldness, as well as a strong sense of danger and unease. In that instant, even the air seemed to have frozen over. Wang. It was also at this moment, through the billowing dust in the deep pit in front of them, everyone saw a tall and muscular silhouette as strong as a giant elephant. The air that was mixed with dust twisted around him. Everyone who saw him could feel the thick and terrifying killing intent that was not concealed in the slightest. And what was even more unforgettable was the pair of cold, chilly eyes filled with killing intent in the dust. They didn't look like the eyes of a human, but more like the eyes of a demon. Not good. Wang Chong's heart skipped a beat. Almost instinctively, he felt a great sense of danger. Everyone, be careful. However, what was even faster than Wang Chong's voice was that demon-like silhouette. Nay, the warhorse neighed. No one knew how that person moved. They only knew that when they saw him, he had already appeared beside a cavalryman of the Tang dynasty like an extremely dangerous beast. His steel-like shoulders contained boundless power as he ruthlessly slammed into the warhorse. The warhorse, which was as tall as a man and had a sturdy body and dense muscles, was almost instantly smashed into pieces by the explosive force. Along with the warhorse, the rider on the back of the warhorse was also smashed into pieces. Hong Long, blood and broken pieces of flesh burst forth in all directions like a fountain. Everyone was dumbfounded by this blow, including Wang Chong. This was the first time Wang Chong's subordinates had suffered a casualty since the start of the battle with the Iron Cloak Highwaymen. Not to mention, both the man and his steed were crushed to smithereens. Iron Cloak Li's attack was simply too powerful. It didn't seem like something a human could do at all. Literally, a sorrowful howl echoed in the air as a cavalryman suddenly left the formation and charged toward Iron Cloakly like a madman. You're courting death." The cold voice was cold and emotionless. There was no surprise at all. Hong Long. In just a single strike, the Tang Dynasty cavalryman and his steed were sent flying more than 10 zhang into the air. That terrifying strength gave people an unprecedented feeling of impact. Everyone was dumbfounded. This was the first time the leader of the Iron Cloak highwaymen had made a move, and he had already displayed unparalleled strength. "Be careful. Don't leave the formation. Charge forward." Wang Chang's anxious voice echoed across the sky. This was the first time he was witnessing Iron Cloak Li's strength, and it was even more fearsome than what Li Sanchi had described to him. Dida. The first to move was the formation that Bai, Siling, and Ma Song were in. They were the closest to Iron Cloak Li, so they were the first to move. Kill. 21 cavalrymen of Great Tang formed an arrow formation, and like a massive steel dragon, they charged toward Iron Cloak Li, leaving a trail of dust in their wake. "Humph, humph, humph." Iron Cloak Li sneered coldly as he looked at the incoming cavalrymen, showing no intention of dodging at all. In his chest, there was a ball of rage burning. His killing intent felt as if it would tear the heavens apart. His many years of painstaking effort had been destroyed by Wang Chang's group of 40. In fact, even he himself was trapped in the pit dug by Wang Chang. Even the Fergana steed that had followed him for so many years had been impaled by a wooden stake in the pit, losing its life. Ever since he founded the Iron Cloak Highwaymen, Iron Cloak Li had never suffered such humiliation, let alone such a grievous blow. That darn brat. Iron Cloak Li clenched his fists tightly, and the veins on his forehead bulged one after another. His intense rage caused his eyes to turn crimson. That was because his eyes were bloodshot. If looks could kill, Wang Chong and these cavalrymen of the Tang Dynasty would have died many times over. Up till now, Iron Cloak Li's men had already lost more than 300 men. At the same time, his killing intent and rage had also reached a peak. Today, no matter what price he had to pay, he would kill Wang Chong and these 40 cavalrymen of the Tang Dynasty. Nay, amidst a cloud of dust, the cavalrymen of the Tang Dynasty were getting closer and closer to him. The rumbling of the hooves caused even his clothes to flutter. But Iron Cloak Li had no intention of retreating at all. Not only that, he even stood before the Tang Dynasty cavalrymen and slowly closed his eyes. Hong Long Long. Time seemed to have slowed down innumerable times, and before countless gazes, a pair of powerful hooves pierced through the smoke and dust, striking heavily against Iron Cloak Li's chest like a mountain. When the hooves struck against Iron Cloak Li's body, a deafening metallic reverberation sounded. Iron Cloak Li stood in front of the pit like an immovable mountain, and the cavalrymen charging at him were repelled by the force of the impact. Wong. At this moment, everyone was stunned. How is this possible? Chapter 354. To think that a body of flesh and blood would actually be able to withstand the full might of a true martial realm cavalryman. And on top of that, he was able to withstand the full might of a true martial realm cavalryman. If not for them witnessing it with their own eyes, they would have found it hard to believe. But all of this was happening right before their eyes. "It's my turn." A cold voice filled with rage echoed in everyone's ears, but Iron Cloak Li had already vanished from everyone's sight. Punk! As if struck by an invisible hand, the first cavalryman was sent flying along with his steed, after which the second, third, and fourth cavalrymen followed suit. The sharpest arrow tip of the entire arrow formation, which should have been the one with the greatest power, was forcibly shattered and sent flying by someone's flesh and blood. The strong war horses, which could crush stone tablets with their feet, let out mournful cries. Wherever they were hit, their bones and internal organs would collapse into ground. With every punch, a well-trained warhorse that had been on the battlefield for a long time would be sent flying and killed. Boom! Iron Cloak Li single-handedly knocked back 5 cavalrymen of the Tang Dynasty and shattered the sharpest of the arrow formation. Then, With a flicker, he appeared beside another cavalryman of the Tang dynasty and rammed his shoulder against Nei's steed, sending yet another cavalryman and his steed flying. Chi! With a bellow, a white streak of light flashed, and a 3 chi long sword flew toward Iron Cloak Li's head at an astonishing speed. Boom! Iron Cloak Li's face turned cold. Clang! But when the sharp sword struck Iron Cloak Li's body, it felt as if it had struck an invisible layer of steel, preventing the sword from piercing through his body. Iron Cloak Li pushed his palms forward. Boom! With a scream of agony, Bustling was sent flying before crashing heavily into the ground, blood spurting from her mouth. Before the head of the Iron Cloak bandits, even a genius from Longway training camp like Bustling was no match for him. Bustling. Wang Chong turned pale with fright. He knew how high Bustling's cultivation was. She was in existence on par with Marchioness Yi and cousin Wang Zhuyan. In just one move, Bustling was severely injured. Iron Cloak Li's strength was truly frightening. Junior, be careful. His iron cloak is impervious to swords and blades. My sword can't hurt him. Bustling propped herself up from the ground, her face as pale as paper. If not for her superior cultivation allowing her to protect her internal organs with her stellar energy, she would have died from that palm strike from Iron Cloak Li. Puff! As soon as Bustling finished speaking, she felt a sweetness in her throat. Her chi and blood surged, and she spat out another mouthful of blood. Her heart was filled with even more fear. From the start of the battle until now, at least 5 cavalrymen and their steeds had died in the hands of this bandit leader. Even she herself had sustained severe injuries. This kind of loss was unprecedented. Iron Cloak Li's strength was simply too frightening. Little lass, it seems like you're quite concerned about that lad. After I kill that lad, I'll kill you as well. Today, all of you will die. Iron Cloak Li's killing intent surged as he single-handedly destroyed an arrow formation. Then, ignoring the others, he charged right for the second arrow formation that Wang Chong was in. Without any intention of dodging, Iron Cloak Li charged right for the sharpest and strongest point of the arrow formation. Hung Long. At least 5 spears carrying the might of a mountain struck Iron Cloak Li's body simultaneously from 5 different directions. However, all of the spears were blocked by the black iron cloak around Iron Cloak Li's body. The spears that could pierce through metal and fling a man and his steed into the air were completely ineffective against Iron Cloak Li's armor. Rise! Iron Cloak Li stood as firm as a mountain. But the 5 cavalrymen of the Tang dynasty were flung away together with their steeds. Pung pung pung. Steeds were sent flying one after another. Many of them fell to the ground with their necks snapped, and some even had their innards ruptured. Nei's cries of agony lingered in the air. Lad die! A cold glint flashed across Iron Cloak Li's eyes as he stared at Wang Chong. As the instigator of all this, Iron Cloak Li placed all the blame on Wang Chong. If not for him, the cavalrymen wouldn't have been able to deal so much damage. If not for him, Hu Lang wouldn't have died, his beloved steed would still be alive, and his subordinates wouldn't have lost so many elites. How could Iron Cloak Li tolerate the destruction of his many years of hard work? He could spare any of the 40 cavalrymen of the Tang dynasty, but he had to get rid of this young man who had come from the training camps. So, with a flash of light, Iron Cloak Li raised his arm, and a black shadow shot out from his body. As if it had a life of its own, the black stellar energy cloak darted toward Wang Chong. Hung Long. With a deafening explosion, a cloud of dust rose from where the black cloak landed, and all the rocks in the area were reduced to dust. On the other hand, Wang Chong had managed to dodge the attack by a hair's breadth. The white-hoofed shadow's divine beauty, mysticism, and sensitivity to danger had saved Wang Chong's life at the crucial moment. Nay! Iron Cloak Li turned around and saw a cavalryman of the Tang dynasty charging toward him fearlessly while he was attacking Wang Chong. Iron Cloak Li sneered coldly. Boom! With a thought, the black stellar energy cloak flew up and expanded before falling from the sky, enveloping the cavalryman of the Tang dynasty along with his steed. Kachacha! With a series of cracking sounds, the Tang cavalrymen wrapped in the black chainmail began to rapidly shrink, blood gushing out like a river. In the blink of an eye, the cavalryman of the Tang dynasty had been crushed into a ball of flesh, and he fell from the black cloak. Nay! Seeing this scene, the war horses were frightened. They reared up and retreated. Wang Chong felt a chill run down his spine. If he had been just a little bit slower, he would have been the one reduced to a ball of flesh. Brat, you won't be able to escape. Iron Cloakley stood motionlessly on the spot, but his cold and murderous eyes were locked onto Wang Chong. Who? Iron Cloakley waved his hand, and the black stellar energy cloak descended from the sky to cover his body once more. There wasn't the slightest speck of blood on it. Chief is formidable. Chief! Chief! Upon seeing this sight, the Iron Cloak highwaymen who were fleeing in all directions were invigorated, and they began to cheer loudly. Let's go. Let's help Chief exterminate those soldiers. Brothers, it's time for vengeance. Chief, well done. Brothers, kill. The sound of galloping hooves could be heard from all directions, and the bandits, who had scattered like birds and beasts, let out excited cries as they charged back from all directions. The tables had suddenly turned, and the situation had become extremely disadvantageous to them. Iron Cloak Lee had single-handedly reversed the tides of the battle. Chief, we're here to help you. A ferocious and bloodthirsty roar sounded from afar. On the east side of the main road, a group of 30 Iron Cloak highwaymen swept up a cloud of dust as they charged toward Zhang Xian's direction. The 30 elite highwaymen that Hu Lang had stationed at the rear had finally heard the commotion and rushed over. Wang. In that instant, even Wang Chong's face warped in horror. Iron Cloak Lee, who was invulnerable to swords and spears, was already a difficult opponent to deal with. On top of that, the highwaymen who had retreated and the 30 elite highwaymen were also backing them up. The situation had become extremely disadvantageous to them. The worst thing was that this time, they were at a disadvantage, and even their escape route had been cut off. And after Iron Cloak Lee had destroyed the arrow formation, the most important factor of the Iron Cloak cavalry's charge was speed. Without the speed that they prided themselves on, they would be no different from infantry. In fact, they might even be inferior to infantry. In that instant, everyone could feel the heavy stench of death. The hurried galloping was like an invisible string that tugged at everyone's nerves. Lord, what'll we do? A squad leader looked uneasily at Wang Chong, his eyes brimming with anxiety and expectation. Even a soldier like him, who didn't know the slightest about strategy, could sense danger from the current situation. Furthermore, it wasn't the danger of getting injured or dying, but the danger of the entire army being wiped out. Lord! Time seemed to have come to a halt at this instant. In Wang Chong's eyes, this short instant felt like an eternity. Wang Chong could see the corpses of the war horses and the decapitated cavalrymen on the path. In the distance, Bai Siling was clutching her chest as she struggled to stand up. The immense pain and internal injuries she had sustained had caused her beautiful face to warp in agony. Ma Song was also severely injured. The corpse of a war horse was pressing down on his leg, and his eyebrows were tightly knitted together in pain. A true martial realm expert could easily lift up a war horse, but Ma Song couldn't even lift his leg. Dust and sand filled the air, and fresh blood flowed freely on the grass on both sides of the path. In the distance, the highwaymen were charging over savagely, brandishing their swords and sabers. Even further away, the group of elite mounted gangsters who were hiding in ambush were also rushing over. And at the very center of all these troops, Iron Cloak Lee was currently sending a steed flying with a single punch. Like an insurmountable wall, Iron Cloak Lee stood right in front of Wang Chong, as well as everyone else. His cold gaze pierced through space and time, locking onto Wang Chong. Death followed him like a shadow. In a short period of time, Wang Chong had fallen into a perilous situation where his entire army was being wiped out. Everyone retreat. Hong Long. Wang Chong suddenly charged forward, and grabbing Bai Siling, he placed her on the back of his steed. At the same time, he issued the final and most important command of the entire battle. Execute the plan. 8 Claws, Fishing the Moon. Chapter 355. Hong Long. In an instant, all of the cavalrymen of the Tang dynasty who were charging toward Iron Cloak Li suddenly scattered in all directions. Every single one of the cavalrymen of the Tang dynasty chose a different direction. Even Wang Chong was fleeing together with them. Putting aside the Iron Cloak highwaymen, even Iron Cloak Li was taken aback by this sudden turn of events. They're escaping. Don't let them get away. Stop them. Our leader is formidable. The highwaymen seemed to have been injected with a shot of adrenaline as they roared in excitement. Too powerful, too powerful. As expected of their leader, those formidable soldiers had killed countless of their brothers, and even Hu Lang was dead. Countless of their elite brothers had perished in battle as well. Yet, their leader had single-handedly defeated all of them. He was no different from a god. Brothers, hurry up and charge. Let's help our leader kill them. The bloodthirst and killing intent in the hearts of the highwaymen was ignited. As highwaymen and bandits, even though they were in a disadvantageous position, they were unable to muster up the will to fight. But once they gained the upper hand, they would be able to bring out 120% of their fighting prowess. Kill. Their deafening roars caused the entire forest to tremble, and the highwaymen ran even faster. It seems like these fellows are still useful. Iron Cloak Li looked at the highwaymen and bandits charging in from all directions and heard the deafening roars, and his tightly knitted brows finally relaxed a little. Turning around to look at the fleeing cavalrymen, Iron Cloak Li sneered coldly in his heart. Those fellows were way too naive to think that they could escape at this moment. Even though Hu Lang had misjudged the other party and fell for their trap, he had made the wrong move. The 30 elites had completely cut off the path of retreat of Wang Chong and the others. At this moment, the soldiers of the Tang dynasty were like turtles in a cage, and it was impossible for them to escape. Buzz! Just as Iron Cloak Li was about to give chase, an abrupt turn of events occurred. Before everyone's astonished gazes, the cavalrymen who had already fled a dozen zhang away suddenly turned around simultaneously and charged toward Iron Cloak Li. Boom! In an instant, the 30 warhorses' speed soared to the limit. 30 steeds and 30 cavalrymen charged at Iron Cloak Li with all their might. Not only that, in the process of charging, the 30 warhorses began to change rapidly, and the originally disorderly troops began to show distinct echelons. Upon closer inspection, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, a total of 8 echelons. Although the number of people in each echelon varied, it was still obvious that there were 8 echelons. Wang Chong himself also joined the echelon to make up for the loss of members in the echelon. What's going on? What are they doing? All of the highwaymen were stunned. The highwaymen thought that Wang Chong and the others had been intimidated by their leader and were preparing to escape. As such, their main objective was to surround them and stop them from escaping. But who could have thought that they would suddenly turn around and charge right back at them? What are you all waiting for? Hurry up! They want to make a move on our leader. Stop them and kill them all. A loud bellow suddenly broke the silence. Saber roared furiously as he whipped the butt of his steed and galloped forward. Of all of them, he was the only one who could sense the danger their leader was in. Without a doubt, these people were intending to make use of their advantage in numbers to deal with their leader. Even though 10 true martial realm brothers wouldn't be a match for their leader on a mountain, there were far more than just 10 true martial realm cavalrymen here. Hong Long, seated on the back of his steed, Wang Chong stared fixedly at Iron Cloak Li, the head of the Iron Cloak bandits, standing before the pit. To shoot a man, one must first shoot the horse. To capture the bandits, one must first capture the leader. Wang Chong was well aware that the situation before him was one of certain death. Regardless of whether it was Su Gan, Huang Yongtu, or him and by Siling, they were all surrounded. Iron Cloak Li had single-handedly turned the tides of the battle around. There is only one way to break out of this predicament and turn defeat into victory. Kill Iron Cloak Li. Iron Cloak Li was the crux to everything. As long as they could kill him, the morale of the highwaymen would crumble. All of the strength that they had attached themselves to Iron Cloak Lee would dissipate. The highwaymen were adept at taking advantage of others' misfortune and beating them down. If they were in an advantageous position, their fighting prowess might even surpass that of the official army. But if they were to fall into a disadvantageous position, their morale would crumble and they would scatter. It was impossible for the highwaymen to defend their honor and fight to the last man. Siling, are you ready? Wang Chong asked. I understand. Seated in front of Wang Chong, Bai Siling gritted her teeth as a sliver of determination flashed across her eyes. Even though Wang Chong didn't say it out loud, Bai Siling knew that they only had a single chance, and they didn't have much time left. This was the last chance to cut off all means of retreat. If they couldn't kill Iron Cloak Lee and the highwaymen were to surround them, only death would await them. Nay, the steeds neighed as the cavalrymen charged toward Iron Cloak Lee with an unwavering momentum. In that instant, the atmosphere had reached an unprecedented level, and the stench of despair permeated the air. I'll make sure that all of you give up on me. Iron Cloak Lee's cold voice was neither loud nor soft, but it was clearly resounding in everyone's ears. In the face of Yuma, who was charging at him like a torrent of steel, Iron Cloak Lee stood firmly like an immovable mountain as a powerful aura burst forth from his body. If they thought that they could kill him with their advantage in numbers, he could only say that they were too naive. Wong, a black stellar energy cloak enveloped Iron Cloak Lee from head to toe, and the metallic buzzing reverberated ceaselessly, leaving one's heart palpitating. Come! With a cold glint in his eyes, before Wang Chong's cavalrymen could reach him, Iron Cloak Lee suddenly charged toward the first group of 5 cavalrymen and launched an attack. Hong long long, as though a massive boulder had smashed into the ground, Iron Cloak Lee and his stellar energy cloak crashed into the midst of the cavalrymen like a meteor. Boom! With a deafening explosion, the cavalrymen neighed in agony, and the steel spears shattered. In just a single strike, Iron Cloak Lee had defeated the first group of 5 cavalrymen led by Wang Chong. The immense force sent the 5 cavalrymen and their steeds flying into the air. Screams of agony and the neighs of the cavalrymen intertwined together, and fresh blood permeated the air. Many of the cavalrymen had their chests caved in, and even their bones were exposed. It was a tragic sight, but regardless of whether it was Wang Chong or the other cavalrymen, none of them hesitated upon seeing this sight. Life or death, this was the predicament placed in front of everyone, and it was also the only choice. They had to kill Iron Cloak Lee, or else they would suffer the same fate as the cavalrymen. You're overestimating yourselves. There's no way any of you are a match for me. Iron Cloak Lee's eyes were cold and savage. Boom! Before Wang Chong could charge over, Iron Cloak Lee had already charged toward another group of cavalrymen. Boom! Iron Cloak Lee's fist struck the side of the cavalryman's steed, piercing the armor protecting the side of the horse along with his fist. Fresh blood spurted out. After the boundless astral energy entered through the ribs, it shot out from the back of the rider on horseback. Amidst the screams of agony, fresh blood spurted from the gaping hole in the cavalryman's back, splattering all over Iron Cloak Lee's face. But that only served to further intensify the rage in his heart. This wasn't the first time he had killed an official of the royal court, but it was the most exciting and stimulating one he had ever done so far. The feeling of being in control of the entire situation was what one sought after the most. In fact, Iron Cloak Lee could feel that his Iron Cloak art was on the verge of achieving a breakthrough under the stimulation of his emotions. I'll kill every single one of you. That cold, sinister, and tyrannical voice came from Iron Cloak Lee's throat. Boom, boom, boom. Iron Cloak Lee used his shoulder, elbow, and fist simultaneously to send another 4 cavalrymen and their steeds flying. Let me kill every single one of you. Iron Cloak Lee's figure blurred as he charged toward another group of cavalrymen. His movement technique was extremely nimble, and he didn't stay on the spot at all. This made it impossible for Wang Chong to gather the strength of 30 cavalrymen to attack him at the same time. Iron Cloak Li was confident in his strength, but he wasn't a fool. With his overwhelming strength and the Iron Cloak technique, as long as he didn't stay in the same spot, he could easily defeat Wang Chong one by one and kill them all. Hong Long Long. Just as Iron Cloak Li was charging toward another group of cavalrymen, a sudden change occurred. Just several zhang away from Iron Cloak Li, the group of cavalrymen suddenly made a sharp turn and charged in another direction. Even Iron Cloak Li was taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. But an even more abrupt change occurred later on. In the instant that this group of cavalrymen disappeared, another group of cavalrymen suddenly appeared in Iron Cloak Li's sight. In just an instant, a spear formation of 5 cavalrymen struck Iron Cloak Li with all their might. Pung, 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 pung. At the same time, 5 spears from the second row struck Iron Cloak Li from another direction. Even though Iron Cloak Li's position was constantly changing, the 10 spears and the 10 cavalrymen seemed to have been rehearsed countless times in advance, striking Iron Cloak Li accurately from all directions. Chapter 356. Boom! Amidst a furious gale and stellar energy, the 10 spears struck Iron Cloak Li simultaneously. Even with the protection of the black stellar energy Iron Cloak Li was still jolted by the impact, and his face reddened to the point where fresh blood seemed to be seeping out from it. From the start of the battle, this was the first time Iron Cloak Li had shown any signs of strain. This is a good chance. Wang Chong's eyes lit up. Riding on the back of the white hoof shadow, Wang Chong and by Siling charged toward Iron Cloak Li. Hiss! With a roar, a white streak of light shot forward. Bai Siling had become one with her sword, and the halo of thorns around her vibrated intensely as she slashed down toward Iron Cloak Li's head. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the intense tremors, time seemed to have come to a standstill. Iron Cloak Li's body swelled up, and veins bulged all over his 8-chi-tall body, revealing a look of pain on his face. Outside his body, however, the black chainmail, which had expanded to around 9 feet in size, continued to protect him like a fortress. Be it the full might of the 10 steeds, Wang Chong's charge, or by Siling's full-strength strike, none of them were able to do a thing to the black Iron Cloak Li. It's useless. You won't be able to pierce through my iron cloak. Iron Cloak Li's hoarse voice soon turned into a scream of agony. The sword case shattered, and with a cold gleam, a 3-chi-long sword inscribed with innumerable intricate patterns pierced through Iron Cloak Li's Iron Cloak Li and stabbed into Wang Chong's back. What kind of sword is this? No sword can pierce through my Iron Cloak Li's Iron Cloak Li. Iron Cloak Li's screams of agony reverberated in the air as the black Iron Cloak Li forcefully clamped down on Wang Chong's sword. Hong Long. A black torrent of stellar energy abruptly burst forth from Iron Cloak Li's body, accompanied by a martial halo that seemed to be made of metal and metal. Boom, boom, boom. With a series of loud explosions, Wang Chong, by Siling, and the 10 Tang Dynasty cavalrymen were all blown away by the blast. Bang! Wang Chong was sent tumbling several times by the violent shockwave. He slammed his palm on the ground and used a few techniques to deflect the force of the shockwave before stabbing his sword into the ground. Only then did he manage to stabilize himself. But even so, he still felt a sweet taste in his throat, and the blood in his body surged. This guy's too powerful. Wang Chong's heart thumped rapidly. 10 cavalrymen of the Tang Dynasty, along with him and by Siling, were actually unable to do anything to Iron Cloak Li. This kind of strength was enough to make people despair. Brat, what kind of sword is that in your hand? A bone-chilling voice filled with boundless killing intent suddenly sounded in Wang Chong's ears. Raising his head, he saw Iron Cloak Li's towering figure standing on the ground, glaring at him like a venomous snake. The reason why Iron Cloak Li dared to challenge the 40 Tang Dynasty cavalrymen, including Wang Chong, was because of his powerful Iron Cloak art. This cultivation technique created a stellar energy cloak that was impervious to swords and spears, as tough as metal. No matter how fanciful a martial art was, if it couldn't break through the Iron Cloak Lee's stellar energy cloak, it would be nothing more than an embroidered pillow. Furthermore, the defensive prowess of the Iron Cloak Lee far exceeded that of a true martial realm expert. Relying on this Iron Cloak Lee's offensive and defensive prowess, he had already killed more than 10 Tang dynasty cavalrymen by Wang Chong's side, and all of them were killed along with their steeds. But just a moment ago, Iron Cloak Lee's greatest trump card had been pierced through by a sword, and the sword had even pierced through his back. This was the first time such a situation had happened. Not even the treasured swords and sabers of the sword-smithing clans of the capital had been able to harm his stellar energy Iron Cloak. Even those top-class swords and sabers could only pierce through his stellar energy Iron Cloak, not pierce through it and stab deep in his back like Wang Chong's sword had. The effectiveness of the Iron Cloak Lee had been weakened by at least 60%. For the first time, fear surfaced in Iron Cloak Lee's eyes, but at the same time, he was determined to kill Wang Chong. He couldn't allow such a weapon to exist. At the very least, he couldn't allow it to appear in the hands of his enemy. However, Wang Chong paid no heed to Iron Cloak Lee at all, as though he hadn't heard a single word. Everyone, dismount from your steeds and fend off the bandits with your steeds. Kill the Iron Cloak Bandit Chief. Wang Chong commanded grimly. The rumbling of the hooves of the Iron Cloak highwaymen was swiftly approaching them. It would only take a few seconds at most for the highwaymen to arrive, and the only thing that awaited them would be a crushing defeat and a complete wipeout. 80 experienced cavalrymen of the Tang dynasty would die humiliatingly in the hands of a bunch of bandits. But even at this moment, Wang Chong still didn't give up. He calmly issued his final command. Jaya. The training of the Tang dynasty army was on full display at this moment. All of the surviving cavalrymen carried out Wang Chong's orders perfectly. The 20 or so cavalrymen leaped down from their steeds and patted their steeds viciously, sending them galloping in all directions to obstruct the bandits who were charging in from all directions. Every batch of war horses of the Great Tang had undergone strict training, systematic selection, and then a long period of nurturing before being bred again. To a cavalryman, every single steed wasn't just a simple mount. They were companions, friends, and a part of their bodies. Unless one was facing death or retirement, no one would abandon their steed. Without their steeds, cavalrymen could no longer be called cavalrymen. Instead, they were infantrymen and warriors. However, there was another more important duty of a soldier, and that was to follow orders. Regardless of whether it was their steed or themselves, they were willing to give up anything for the sake of their goal. Dying in battle was the fate of a soldier, as well as their honor. Every single cavalryman who stepped onto the battlefield was prepared to face death at any moment. The situation in front of them no longer gave them the space to turn around and launch a second charge. Driving the steeds out to block the bandits was their only chance. But even so, it wasn't enough to stop them for too long. If they couldn't end the battle swiftly and kill Iron Cloak Lee, everyone here would have to die. Wang Chong's actions might seem risky, but it was the best decision he could make at this moment. Wang. As soon as the 20 cavalrymen landed on the ground, they charged toward Iron Cloak Lee. Seeing that Wang Chong was ignoring him, Iron Cloak Lee couldn't help but fly into a rage. You want to die? Fine, I'll grant you your wish. Iron Cloak Lee's face darkened, and a savage glint flickered in his eyes. As a bandit who made a living through robbery, which one of them didn't make a name for themselves through slaughter. In fact, Iron Cloak Lee even dared to kill soldiers. Wang. A halo extended from beneath Iron Cloak Lee's feet, followed by a second, a third, a fourth. A total of 5 identical, true martial realm halos extended from beneath Iron Cloak Lee's feet, illuminating the surroundings, making Iron Cloak Lee look like a god of war. True martial realm, 5 Dan. The 5 identical concentric halos of thorns were a clear indication of Iron Cloak Lee's true cultivation. Upon reaching the true martial realm, one would be able to form a halo that harnessed the laws of the world and possessed unique effects. As the strength of the halo increased, it would split into a halo of the same attribute every time it advanced to a higher level. Such a halo could reach a maximum of 9 tiers. The more halos there were, the greater the strength and speed one possessed, and the more powerful the laws of the world would be. Iron Cloak Li's 5 halos had already surpassed most of the Tang Dynasty cavalrymen, and it was more than enough to crush them. Roar! Roaring furiously, the 20-odd cavalrymen charged toward Iron Cloak Li. But they weren't the ones to make the first move. Boom! With a flash of light, the stellar energy Iron Cloak descended from the sky and enveloped one of the Tang Dynasty cavalrymen. Ka-cha-cha! A series of jarring sounds echoed, and blood spurted out from beneath the Iron Cloak. At the same time, the Tang Dynasty cavalryman was reduced to a pile of mangled flesh. All of you, all of you, all of you, all of you, die! A savage gleam flashed across Iron Cloak Li's eyes as he waved his right hand to summon back his stellar energy Iron Cloak. Then, his figure flashed as he charged toward the crowd. Boom! More than 10 halos of thorns shot forth from all directions, clashing with one another and clashing with the 5 black halos around Iron Cloak Li's body. The halos of different attributes twisted violently in the air like giant gears, clashing, and pulling against one another. The sound of metal clanking echoed endlessly. The white shockwaves from the collision of stellar energy surged several dozen zhang into the sky, raising sand and dust that filled the air. But the side with more halos wasn't a match for the 5 black halos at all. But without their steeds, these cavalrymen could only be considered foot soldiers. They were far from being able to bring out the fearsome might of their steeds. Single character consecutive slash. Just as everyone's true martial halo was being suppressed by Iron Cloak Li, Wang Chong suddenly shot forth like a cannonball from the ground, appearing right above Iron Cloak Li's head in the blink of an eye. Even though Wang Chong's cultivation realm was beneath that of the others, his strength, movement technique, agility, and speed were far above that of the others. Upon seeing Wang Chong, Iron Cloak Li narrowed his eyes, and a hint of nervousness surfaced in his eyes. While Wang Chong's strength wasn't worth a mention, the sword in his hand was the greatest threat to his Iron Cloak technique. Come! Iron Cloak Li's figure blurred as he abruptly leaped into the air. Gathering stellar energy in his right fist, he sent a powerful punch toward Wang Chong. Chapter 357. Boom! Iron Cloak Li's punch landed on thin air. Boom! Iron Cloak Li's punch landed, but it struck nothing but air. The Wang Chong in midair dissipated into an afterimage, and the real Wang Chong appeared behind Iron Cloak Li. Even Iron Cloak Li was fooled by the phantom steps created by the single consecutive slash. Iron Cloak Li's face tensed up, and the black stellar energy Iron Cloak he was wearing swiftly morphed, forming layers upon layers of Iron Cloak. Clang! To think that Wang Chong's sure kill attack would be blocked. Harumphing coldly, Iron Cloak Li sent a punch behind him. Lad, you're thinking too simply. Do you think that my Iron Cloak technique can only allow me to take a beating? Even if you have such a powerful weapon, you won't be able to break my Iron Cloak technique. Is that so? Give it a try then. A young, bone-chilling voice sounded by Iron Cloak Li's ear. This was the first time Wang Chong had responded to Iron Cloak Li. Everyone, work together with me. Attack. At the same time, Wang Chong also executed his strongest attack. 8 steps of the furious flood dragon. The roars of innumerable dragons echoed in the air, and the silhouettes of flood dragons appeared in everyone's ears. At the same time, the sound of metal clanging echoed in the air, and the halos of true martial realm surged toward Iron Cloak Li from all directions. At this moment, a sliver of danger finally surfaced in Iron Cloak Li's eyes. His Iron Cloak technique was extremely flexible, and he was able to strengthen the defense of a certain part of his body through overlapping one another. As such, he was able to block even Wang Chong's woozy steel sword. But at the same time, when the defense of a troop was strengthened, the defense of the other parts of the troop would be weakened. If he were to deal with Wang Chong alone, he would still be able to deal with him. But if he were to face the other Tang Dynasty cavalrymen, his stellar energy iron cloak technique would be severely lacking. Nay, all of a sudden, the neighing of a horse sounded from outside. "Leader, let me help you." Before his voice faded away, a muscular man with bare arms and strong muscles leaped into the air, leaping over. At this moment, Chong Dao, one of Iron Cloak Li's subordinates, finally arrived. "Leader, let me help you." "Leader, let me help you." "Brothers, kill these soldiers and avenge our fallen brothers." A series of neighing sounds could be heard as one highwayman after another was slaughtered. Charging through the outer perimeters, the highwaymen charged in with killing intent. "Ha ha ha! Good, good. Just in time." Hearing the voice, Iron Cloak Li's spirit was invigorated. Wang Chang's Wuzi steel sword had forced him into a corner, and he had no choice but to seek help from others. The appearance of the horse gang was just in time. "Brat, let's see how long you can last. Just accept your fate obediently." A powerful burst of stellar energy burst forth from Iron Cloak Li's body, and he actually managed to withstand Wang Chang's 8 steps of the furious flood dragon. Nay, the neighing of the highwaymen grew louder and louder, and the faces of the cavalrymen warped in horror. Wang Chong and Bai Siling's faces paled, and their hearts sank to the bottom of an abyss. Even if they had the Wuzi steel sword, it was already too late. Their final chance had failed as well. What awaited them now was the order to wipe them out. "Everyone, listen up. Ignore everything else and focus on attacking Iron Cloak Li. Even if we die, we must drag him down with us." A resolute gleam flashed across Wang Chong's eyes as his resounding voice echoed in everyone's ears. Right after those words were spoken, Wang Chong executed the single-character consecutive slash once more, and with a flicker, he charged toward Iron Cloak Li. "Brat, no matter what happens to the others, I will kill you today." Iron Cloak Li flew into a rage. Wang Chong was already on the brink of death, and yet the other party was still thinking of dragging him down with him. This infuriated Iron Cloak Li to the point where he felt like his lungs were about to explode. It was his brat's fault that so many of them were killed by the 40 cavalrymen. Iron Cloak Li could ignore the others, but Iron Cloak Li was determined to kill this brat. "I would like to see how an ant who hasn't even reached true martial realm like you will be able to kill me." Iron Cloak Li's eyes were brimming with killing intent. His body swayed, and like a hawk, he soared into the sky. Wong! There was a flash of light, and a black silhouette flew out from his body to envelop Wang Chong. Stellar Energy Iron Cloak. At the very last moment, Iron Cloak Li finally brought out his strongest stellar energy Iron Cloak. He wanted to shroud Wang Chong in his stellar energy Iron Cloak just like the other cavalrymen, crushing the latter's bones and turning him into a bloody mess. Only then would he be able to vent the hatred in his heart and the rage he felt from losing so many of his elite subordinates. He wouldn't let anyone else do the dirty work of this brat. He would kill him personally. Wang. Movement in the air wasn't as convenient as on the ground, and without the help of the white hoof shadow, Wang Chong wasn't going to be as lucky as before. Wang. With a flash of light, the stellar energy Iron Cloak fell from the sky and enveloped both Wang Chong and his sword. Even if Wang Chong's sword could pierce through the stellar energy Iron Cloak, there was no doubt that he would die this time. With the stellar energy Iron Cloak restraining Wang Chong, it was also restraining his sword. This time, nothing could threaten him. Siling, now is the time. Strike! Just as Iron Cloak Li was about to crush Wang Chong into a ball of flesh, Wang Chong's shrill voice suddenly sounded from beneath the stellar energy Iron Cloak. "What is that?" Iron Cloak Li's heart jolted in alarm. No matter how slow he was, he could tell that something was amiss. For a young soldier to be ordered to do something even though he was on the verge of death, it couldn't be anything good. He couldn't help but feel as if he had been schemed against. Hiss! Before he could figure out what was wrong, he suddenly heard a bellow by his ear, accompanied by the shrill whistle of a sharp object piercing through the air. Iron Cloak Li felt as if the voice was right beside his ear. Had it been any other time, Iron Cloak Li would have been able to dodge it easily. But in order to deal with Wang Chong, his body was in the air, and his movements weren't as convenient as before. Hung long. In that instant, Iron Cloak Li only had the time to gather all of his stellar energy and send out a palm strike before a sword pierced through his neck. Iron Cloak Li's powerful stellar energy was actually unable to stop it in the slightest. That sword. Looking at the familiar tip of the sword protruding from his neck, a gleam of understanding flashed across Iron Cloak Li's eyes, after which his vision turned dark and he lost consciousness. Leader! A shrill cry echoed in the air. To the highwaymen who had rushed over ferociously, what they saw was a sight that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. A young white-clothed girl became one with her sword in the void and pierced through the leader's neck with her sword. Just when everyone was at their happiest, most excited, and most in the upper hand, their leader was stabbed to death. In that instant, everyone felt their limbs turning cold, and their hearts plummeted to the depths of the abyss. Assassinated! Assassinated! To think that he would be assassinated. At this moment, time seemed to have come to a standstill. Even the neighing of the war horses had been suppressed. To the highwaymen who were galloping over from afar, there was no doubt in their minds. They could see everything clearly. At the very last moment of victory, the young soldier had suddenly used himself as bait to steal the stellar energy Iron Cloak from their leader. At the same time, the divine weapon he was carrying had slipped away from the stellar energy Iron Cloak, drawing an arc in the air before falling into the hands of the young white-robed lady. The latter had relied on that divine weapon to become one with the sword and pierce through the leader's neck, ending the entire battle and changing the outcome of the battle. Just like that, a sure-win battle had been reversed. So, with Iron Cloak Li's death, the stellar energy Iron Cloak dissipated, and Wang Chong immediately fell from it. Pung! Pung! Pressing his palm against the ground, Wang Chong leaped forward and sliced off Iron Cloak Li's head with a single slash. Iron Cloak Li is dead. Anyone who dares to go against the army will only be courting death. Even if he escapes to the western regions, he'll still be doomed. Holding the sword in his right hand and grabbing Iron Cloak Li's head with his left, Wang Chong stared at the highwaymen with a cold gaze reminiscent of a deity, instilling fear in them. Hu Lang was dead. More than 80 of their brothers were dead, and more than 100 of their elite bandits were dead as well. Now, even their invincible leader had fallen under the schemes of this young man. At this very moment, even someone as ferocious as Chong Dao couldn't help but shudder in fear at the sight of that young man. No one knew what the young man was up to, and no one knew what tricks he had up his sleeves. The 40 Tang Dynasty cavalrymen had killed their leader and more than 200 of their brothers. How many of the remaining 20-odd men should they kill? At this moment, even the most ferocious of bandits couldn't help but feel fearful. The morale of the army had completely crumbled. When their leader was around, they still had a reason to fight for him. But now, that reason no longer existed. Even if they managed to kill these soldiers by a fluke, it would be meaningless. Not only would they not gain anything from this, they might even lose their lives. What are you waiting for? Scram! Raising his head, Wang Chong stepped forward and bellowed. In an instant, the bandits seemed to have awoken from a dream. Hong long long, as though they had received a huge fright, the bandits of the various strongholds scattered in all directions. Following that, a large group of highwaymen also scattered in all directions, devoid of fighting spirit. In just an instant, the 80 highwaymen and bandits had been completely wiped out. Lord, we've won. A surviving Tang Dynasty cavalryman walked over and exhaled deeply. We've won, but we haven't won yet. Let's go. We still have one last thing to do. Shaking his head, Wang Chong raised his head and gazed at a corner in the distance. The battle cries were getting louder and louder. Chapter 358. On the slope around the corner, the battle was extremely intense. Like a tsunami, the bandits surged towards Su Gan, Huang Yongtu, and the others. Bad news. Lord Military Advisor, bad news. All of a sudden, smoke and dust billowed from behind the corner. A bandit rode over on a horse and stumbled his way to Zhou-En's side. Lord Military Advisor, bad news. The chief is... The highwayman kneeling on the ground stuttered in fear. He pointed a finger outside, but he was unable to finish his words clearly. "Huh!" In midair, a palm suddenly stretched out and slapped the highwayman's face. "Bastard, speak clearly. What happened to the chief?" Joan roared furiously. That bastard kept saying that the chief was in trouble, but he was unable to explain what was going on. This was truly infuriating. "Lord Military Advisor, bad news. The chief has been killed." The highwayman, kneeling on the ground, was stunned for a moment. This time, he was more articulate, and he managed to finish his words in a single breath. "Hong Long." It was like a stone that gave rise to 1,000 ripples. An ordinary sentence from this bandit was like a heavy bomb that gave rise to a tempestuous storm in everyone's hearts. Within a radius of several dozen zhang, everyone who heard those words fell silent. Even the battle cries from afar had died down significantly. Looking at the highwayman on the ground, everyone was dumbfounded. "Bastard, what nonsense are you spouting?" Zhouen's face warped in shock and rage. Looking at the highwayman who had reported the news, he raised his leg and kicked him to the ground. "The chief possesses unparalleled strength, and he has the protection of the metal cloak. How could he possibly die? If you continue to mislead the military advisor with your lies, I'll make an example out of you." As Zhouen spoke, he unsheathed his saber and aimed it at the bandit. The chief couldn't possibly die. There was no way he could possibly die, given his superior martial arts, and he had brought so many elite subordinates with him. How could he possibly be unable to defeat a brat and a bunch of bandits? He would never believe such ridiculous news. However, the uneasiness in his heart increased rapidly. No matter what the truth was, there was one thing Zhou was sure of. Something must have happened on the leader's side. However, even if Zhou was beaten to death, he could never imagine what had happened over there in such a short period of time, and what would happen next. Where's the jackal? Where was the long saber? Where was the fire ape? Are these bastards all dead? Why the F***CK haven't they come back yet? Zhou, look at this. What's this? Just as Zhou was frightened and uneasy, a thunderous roar suddenly rang out. Amidst the rumbling sound, a black object was suddenly thrown over from the corner of the official road. That thing rolled a few times in the air before accurately stabbing into a sharp branch on the slope to the left of the official road. As the mountain wind blew, the outer layer of cloth suddenly fell apart, revealing a hideous human head with disheveled hair. Wah! Seeing the human head on the tree, the hundreds of bandits and highwaymen in the area seemed to have received a huge fright, and a deafening cry echoed in the air. Many people were so frightened that they fell down the hillside. "Chief!" Seeing that head, Zhou's eyes were bloodshot, and his eyes were bloodshot. That human head was none other than the head of the Iron Cloak highwayman, Iron Cloak Li. His eyes were wide open in fury, as if he didn't believe that he would die even at the very last moment. Zhou couldn't believe that the person who had the protection of the Iron Cloak Li and a dozen true martial realm experts would die just like that. In that instant, Zhou felt as if he had been struck by lightning, and the world around him seemed to have collapsed. "Everyone, listen up. That isn't the chief. It's just a fake head. Everyone, listen up. Attack the soldiers on the slope with all your might, and kill them as a blood sacrifice. If anyone dares to hold back, I'll kill him as a sacrifice." Zhou's face darkened, and he suddenly bellowed viciously. Raising a finger, he pointed at the soldiers on the slope. "Zhou, that's not up to you." A voice echoed in Zhang Xian's ears. Hong Long, a group of Great Tang cavalrymen suddenly charged into the midst of the bandits and highwaymen in an arrow formation at the speed of lightning. Boom! In an instant, the crowd fell into chaos. After all of the top-notch highwaymen and bandits had been taken away, the remaining bandits and highwaymen had yet to reach true martial realm. After witnessing the might of the charge of Wang Chong and the Tang Dynasty cavalrymen, there were still some who weren't fearful. This was especially so when the severed head of Iron Cloak Li was still hanging from the tree. "Get out of the way. Be careful." They're here again. They really killed our chief. We need to leave. The crowd was in a state of panic. Some of them even tried to flee in panic, creating a chaotic scene. Bastard! Who dares to run? Stop right there. Joan flew into a rage. He whipped out his saber and prepared to deal with the highwayman. But before he could make a move, a bone-chilling voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Single character consecutive slash. Wang Chong slapped the back of his steed, and his figure shot into the sky like a cannonball. After a few somersaults in the air, he pierced through the air with his sword and pierced through Zhou-En's neck. Wang Chong had long realized that Zhou-En was just a simple strategist, and his cultivation in martial arts wasn't too high. So fast, all Zhou-En saw was a flash of sword light before he was pierced through by Wang Chong. At the very last moment before he was pierced, Zhou-En saw an incomparably sharp sword with innumerable saw teeth on its edge. It was a 3-chi long sword with intricate demonic patterns on its surface. Wuzi steel sword. In that instant, Zhou-En recognized the inconceivably sharp sword in Wang Chong's hand. Unlike iron cloakly, Zhou-En knew what the sword looked like. In the time it takes for a spark to fly off a flint, countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Suddenly, Zhou-En understood what had happened. To think that, as the final thought flashed across his mind, Zhou-En's vision turned dark, and he lost consciousness. Zhou-En is here. If you dare to resist, you'll be executed along with this wretch. With a single slash, Wang Chong severed Zhou-En's head before standing on top of the boulder and raising it high up. Hong Long, Iron Cloakly was dead. Zhou-En was dead. With the death of their two leaders, the bandits were like dragons without a leader, causing all the bandits and bandits to instantly lose their will to fight and flee for their lives with a bang. Brothers, the time for vengeance has come. On the slope, the surviving soldiers rejoiced. The two groups of cavalrymen quickly gathered together and chased after the fleeing highwaymen and bandits. The several hundred bandits and highwaymen were forced to flee even faster under the pursuit of the dozens of cavalrymen and highwaymen. In just a short period of time, dozens of bandits and highwaymen were slain, lying in a pool of their own blood. Seeing how the surrounding bandits and highwaymen were being routed, Wang Chong heaved a long sigh of relief. With so many bandits and highwaymen here, it would be hard to say who would emerge victorious if they were to clash head-on. Wang Chong had made a risky move, but it was fortunate that his decapitation operation was effective. The morale of the bandits and highwaymen had already fallen into disarray, and they were already on the verge of collapse. The art of war says that attacking the heart is better than attacking the city. It seems like that's the case. Standing on top of the boulder, Wang Chong looked at the bandits and highwaymen who were being chased around him and sighed. It was just a bunch of bandits and highwaymen. In Wang Chong's life, he had faced many more formidable opponents. But without a doubt, this was the closest Wang Chong had come to death ever since his reincarnation. Bandits and highwaymen were insignificant, but when there were too many of them, they could still be fatal. To Wang Chong, this experience had left a deep impression on him. Dee-da-da, just as he was deep in thought, the hurried galloping of a horse sounded. Raising his head, Wang Chong saw a figure riding a warhorse toward Wang Chong. Lord, it's great to be able to see you all. We nearly thought that we were going to die. Lieutenant Zhang Sin dismounted from his horse and leaped onto the boulder that Wang Chong was standing on. His eyes were brimming with joy and excitement, but even more than that, respect. This time, their lives were saved by Wang Chong. If not for Wang Chong and the others, they would have died a long time ago. More importantly, as a soldier, Zhang Sin saw a kind of outstanding, extraordinary, and, at the same time, different commanding talent in this young man. It could even be said to be an art. Although the youth in front of him didn't have any official position and his face was slightly immature, Zhang San believed that this person's future achievements would be extremely shocking. This was what Zhang San respected as a soldier. Lieutenant Zhang San is being too polite. We serve the royal court as one. If we were in your shoes, I believe that you would have done the same. Wang Chong replied calmly. Zhang San was taken aback, and for once, he fell silent. Glancing at Su Gan and Huang Yongtu, who were still venting their anger on the battlefield, A bitter smile crept onto Zhang San's lips. If the ones who were caught in the encirclement were this lord and bustling, he wouldn't be able to guarantee their safety. Wang Cheng knew what Zhang San was thinking, but he simply chuckled lightly and ignored him. This wasn't a matter of whether he could save Su Gan and Huang Yongtu or not. After all, Su Gan and Huang Yongtu weren't the ones with the most manpower on the slope. If several hundred bandits and highwaymen were to suddenly go back on their word and launch a counterattack, they would be in deep trouble. Thus, even after the bandits had dispersed, the Imperial army didn't stop pursuing them. Roughly an incense's time later, the scattered bandits fled into the depths of the mountain, and only then did the battle come to an end. All of the surviving cavalrymen of the Tang dynasty began to gather around the boulder where Wang Cheng was. In this operation, the 80 veterans had been reduced to 40 or so. This was a significant loss, and nearly half of them had died in the hands of Iron Cloak Li. Even though Iron Cloak Li had managed to kill more than 300 highwaymen and highwaymen, including 80 true martial realm highwaymen, along with 80 highwaymen and highwaymen, Wang Cheng still couldn't help but feel a deep sense of regret. These precious cavalrymen should have died in the service of the Empire on the battlefield, not in the hands of these highwaymen. But this was the reality. Even soldiers of the royal court would have to pay with their lives if they were to encounter a truly formidable martial artist. Chapter 359. Gallop. Just as Wang Cheng was deep in thought, the sound of galloping suddenly vanished. Not only so, Wang Cheng couldn't hear the slightest sound. It was as if the entire world had fallen silent. Surprised, Wang Cheng raised his head, only to realize that all of the cavalrymen had gathered before him. At the very front of the cavalrymen were Su Gan, Huang Yongtu, and Bai Siling. Everyone's gazes were on him. The atmosphere had suddenly turned a little bizarre. What's wrong? Wang Cheng was taken aback. Who in the world are you? Su Gan asked. His expression was grim, as if he was looking at some kind of mysterious creature. The battle has already come to an end. Are you still not going to tell us? Huang Yongtu asked solemnly from the back of his steed. Don't you all know who I am? Do you want me to be someone else? Wang Cheng chuckled. You know that's not what we mean. Su Gan shook his head and replied seriously. Siling, what about you? It's one thing for them, but are you going to be the same as them? Wang Cheng stared at Bai Siling, who was seated beside Su Gan, Huang Yongtu, and Su Gan. Of course. Bai Siling rolled her eyes in exasperation. I'm the one who wants to know the most, all right? It's one thing for the two of them, but I've been fighting alongside you for so long, braving through life and death, and yet you dare to hide the truth from me? If not for the fact that I can't bring myself to lay my hands on you, I would have long lifted you up and spanked your bottom. Bai Siling gritted her teeth furiously. That darn brat had been wary of her all along the way. Even when he went up the mountain with her to deal with the bandits, he didn't do much at all. She wasn't a fool, so how could she not have sensed it? If not for the Iron Cloak highwayman forcing him to use his ability, she would have been dead by now. Bai Siling didn't even know that he was so good at commanding the cavalry. Just thinking about it makes me angry. Thus, this time, she stood by Su Gan and Huang Yongtu's side without any hesitation. This is blatant betrayal, Wang Cheng said. This, Bai Siling turned her head away. If I'm not mistaken, the sword in your hand should be a woozy steel sword. At this moment, Su Gan suddenly spoke up. Glancing at the sword in Wang Cheng's hand, he said, this kind of saber and sword has already been copied down to 70 to 80,000 taels of gold each, and there are even over 100,000 taels of gold each. Moreover, there is no market for them. You can't possibly say that this is something that ordinary people can afford, right? As a scion of a prestigious clan, if Su Gan didn't even know of the famous Wuzi steel sword in the capital, he would really be blind. No matter how slow Su Gan was, he knew that Bai Siling was right. He and Huang Yongtu had misjudged the other party. Even he couldn't afford such an expensive weapon, needless to say, others. But Wang Cheng simply smiled, not answering the question. Lieutenant Zhang, is that what you think as well? Wang Cheng turned to the silent Lieutenant Zhang Lin and asked, It would be my honor to know your identity. As Zhang San spoke, he gave a slight military salute, his expression extremely respectful. If not for Wang Chong, Su Gan, and Huang Yongtu would have been wiped out by now. Thus, just like Su Gan and Huang Yongtu, Zhang Lin yearned to know Wang Chong's identity. Lieutenant Zhang, you too. Sigh. I really don't know what to do with you. Wang Chong rubbed his forehead with a pained look on his face. Putting aside the others, even Lieutenant Zhang was on their side as well. It seemed like they were working together to force Wang Chong to abdicate. From the looks of it, if he didn't give them an explanation today, they wouldn't let this matter rest. However, after all the trials and tribulations they had gone through, it wouldn't be right for him to keep his identity a secret. All right, since you want to know so badly, I'll fulfill your wish. Wang Chong chuckled without hiding anything. Raising his robe, Wang Chong silently took out a dazzling golden token from the pouch at his waist and held it in his right hand. Boom! Seeing the token in Wang Chong's hand, everyone's eyes widened in shock. Blazing Cloud, that's the token of the Wang clan. You are an offspring of the Wang clan. In that instant, Su Gan, Huang Yongtu, Zhang Lin, and even Bai Siling were shocked. All along, they had thought that Wang Chong was just an ordinary commoner. Yet, not only was Wang Chong's background not inferior to theirs, it was even more illustrious than theirs. Even the Su clan and Huang Yong clan couldn't compare to a clan of generals and ministers like the Wang clan. Bai Siling had a rough idea of the background of the Wang clan, but even Bai Siling didn't expect Wang Chong's background to be so illustrious. The Bai clan was definitely one of the top clans in the capital, even more so than the Su clan and Huang clan. However, even the Bai family paled in comparison to the Wang family in the capital. She didn't expect Wang Chong's background to be so illustrious. What is your relationship with Duke Jiao? Huang Yongtu asked seriously. You have really defeated me. The Wang clan was founded by the Duke Jiao you speak of, and I am an offspring of the Wang clan. What do you think our relationship is? Wang Chong rubbed his forehead. Huang Yongtu replied awkwardly. The Wang clan only has 3 offspring. The eldest son, Wang Fu, is currently serving in the military, and the second son, Wang Bei, is much younger than you. If I'm not mistaken, you should be the 3rd son of the Wang clan, Wang Chong, right? Su Gan suddenly asked. Yes, Wang Chong admitted readily. Su Gan was much smarter than he had thought, guessing his identity in an instant. Hearing Wang Chong admit to it personally, a complicated look flashed across Su Gan's eyes. In the Tang dynasty, the person who had been in the limelight recently was none other than the 3rd son of the Wang clan, Wang Chong. The conflict with the Yao clan, the regional commander's incident, the Goguryeo assassins. Even the most beloved daughter of the Holy Emperor, Consort Taizhun, had a direct or indirect relationship with Wang Chong. Thus, despite his young age, the deeds that Wang Chong had accomplished had left even Su Gan in awe. Even after traveling together for so many days, Su Gan had never imagined that the young man whom he had found in Eyesore was actually the most famous person in the capital, Wang Chong. If he had known that it was Wang Chong, there was no way Su Gan would have treated him with such an attitude. He couldn't wait to befriend him. There was no one whom he couldn't befriend. I can't take it anymore. Just as Wang Chong was feeling pleased with himself, a furious voice suddenly sounded from the side. Looking at Wang Chong standing on the boulder, Bai Siling was on the verge of going berserk. Brat, how dare you fool me like that? I'll kill you. Bai Siling raised the Bai Hung, sword in her hand, and leaped from the back of her steed. Without a word, she charged straight for Wang Chong. Putting aside Su Gan and Huang Yongtu, even Wang Chong was taken aback. Bai Siling, what are you doing? Wang Chong executed the phantom movement art, and 3 silhouettes appeared in the blink of an eye as he dashed toward the bottom of the boulder. Boom! Sparks flew from the boulder, and shattered rocks flew in all directions. The spot where Wang Chong was standing a moment ago had a chi-deep gash left behind by Bai Siling. The boulder shattered, and dust rose several zhang into the air. Cold sweat trickled down Wang Chong's back. That violent lady really dared to do it. Brad, don't go. Let me slash you 3 times first. Of course I'll go. The 2 of them, one in front and one behind, flew around the forest on the hillside. This comical sight left the crowd bursting into laughter, and the sorrowful atmosphere of losing many men in the battle lessened significantly. In the end, bustling only gave up when she ran out of strength. After all, Iron Cloak Lee's 2 palm strikes weren't easy to deal with. If not for her superior cultivation and powerful stellar energy, she would have been killed by Iron Cloak Lee by now. I'll settle the score with you once I recover. Bustling sat on the boulder and pointed a finger at Wang Chong as she panted heavily. You're welcome anytime. Wang Chong chuckled. Even though they had been chased all over the mountain by Bustling, after revealing their identities, the group seemed to have gotten much closer. What should we do next? What should we do with the corpses of the soldiers? We can't possibly just leave them exposed there, right? After everyone had calmed down, Sugan suddenly asked, Let's bury them together. I wish to give them a proper burial. At the very least, their corpses won't be left in the wilderness. It was Bustling, who was resting on the boulder, who said those words with a hint of sorrow in her eyes. After all, they were comrades who had fought side by side with her. It was hard for her to bear the loss of so many of them. There's no need for that. Wang Chong shook his head dispiritedly. Let them be. Inform the Bureau of Military Personnel of this matter, and they'll send people over to collect the corpses as soon as possible. The families of the soldiers who died in battle will be compensated, and their children will be given preferential treatment. The Bureau of Military Personnel will also record their names down, and they will be treated as soldiers who have died on the battlefield. This is the best ending for a soldier. Zhang Lin looked at Wang Chong's back with a hint of astonishment in his eyes. But thinking about Wang Chong's background, it made sense. Wang Gongzi is right. This is the way our brothers want to die. An honorable death. Zhang Lin nodded. In this world, there were some who could live to the end of their lives, but there were others who could only die on the battlefield. If there were people who could enjoy peace, there would be people who would silently protect them. From the moment they stepped onto the battlefield, they were already prepared to die. But I don't think the Bureau of Military Personnel will agree to it. After all, Sugan said hesitantly. Even though Sugan didn't finish his words, Wang Chong already understood what he was trying to say. Don't worry, they will agree to it. I will make them agree to it. Chapter 360. These people had returned from hundreds of battles on the battlefield and had made great contributions to the empire. Although this was not the battlefield for a warrior, what they wanted was not the compensation from the Ministry of War, but an honorable and dignified death. There was no way Wang Chong could refuse such a lowly request. Even if the Ministry of War did not agree, he would think of a way to get the King of Song and Big Uncle to agree. The current him indeed had the ability to do so. Boom! Suddenly, a trembling sound reached his ears. Wang Chong opened his eyes and saw that all the surviving cavalrymen had suddenly dismounted from their horses. Each of them placed their left hands on their chests and knelt on the ground with their right knees. They were kneeling respectfully on the ground, their expressions filled with gratitude. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Loud voices reverberated in the air. Wang Chong looked at this scene and was stunned for a moment. He smiled, and then a hint of bitterness appeared at the corner of his mouth. Other than Bustling behind him, no one else saw it. Only warriors could understand warriors. Although Wang Chong was not a warrior, he was the leader of the warriors. Wang Chong knew what they were thanking him for. They were not thanking him for himself, but for their comrades who had died in battle. In an instant, it was as if time had passed. Wang Chong felt as if he had returned to his previous life. Wang Chong thought of his former subordinates. On the Divine Continent, they had once accompanied him, fought shoulder to shoulder with him without a care for their own safety, and in the end, disappeared like moths to a flame. In that instant, Wang Chong felt an incomparable bitterness in his heart. A light breeze blew, ruffling the hair on Wang Chong's temples. Wang Chong did not know that at that moment, he had given Bustling a shock that she had never experienced in her previous life. Bustling did not know what kind of experience a person had to go through to reveal such a bitter expression. That wasn't something a 15 or 16-year-old young man who didn't have to worry about worldly affairs should have. Sitting on the boulder, Bustling stared blankly at the side of Wang Chong's face. At that moment, Bustling felt lost. She had already figured out the identity of this young man, but Bustling realized that she had only discovered more mysteries. There seemed to be a thick layer of mystery surrounding this young man. He had never told anyone, nor did he want to tell anyone. Apart from himself, there seemed to be no one else who knew. "Who are you?" Bustling lowered her head and buried it between her knees. At that moment, she realized that her hair and heart were in a mess. After resting up, Wang Chong and the others headed straight for the old nest of the Iron Cloak Highwayman. Iron Cloak Li was dead, and Advisor Zhou and had been killed as well. The Iron Cloak Highwayman who had once ruled over the region had vanished along with him. However, there was one more important matter that they hadn't done yet, and that was to collect the spoils of war. A bandit of Iron Cloak Li's caliber had plundered from Longxi to the capital for many years, and the wealth he had accumulated was unimaginable. On top of that, the bandits and highwaymen who had submitted to him would often contribute a portion of their wealth to show their sincerity. Over the years, the sincerity of the Iron Cloak Highwayman was truly astounding. Even though Wang Chong was a man who had seen much of the world, he didn't think that it would be a waste for him to turn down such wealth. "Wang Chong, do you think that the scattered highwaymen will return to plunder after Iron Cloak Li's death?" Bustling caught up to Wang Chong and asked. "I don't know. However, I can't rule out that possibility." Wang Chong said, Doesn't that mean that we have made a wasted trip?" Bustling said with a frown. It's not that simple. It's impossible for Iron Cloak Li to leave his nest unguarded. Even though we have killed Iron Cloak Li, do you think that those who are guarding the nest will believe us so easily? Besides, do you think that the wealth of your Bai clan will be placed in the open so that anyone can take it away as they please? Are you asking for a beating? Can't you speak properly? Bustling rolled her eyes in annoyance. Just a few words from this brat was enough to make one want to pummel him. If you don't want to say it, then don't say it. The treasury of a bandit like Iron Cloak Li isn't that easy to breach. It'll save us a lot of effort if those people go in our stead," Wang Chong said nonchalantly. Bustling stared at Wang Chong as if she was looking at a monster. Only now did she understand why Wang Chong wasn't anxious at all. It turned out that he was intending to make use of the scattered highwaymen to work for him. "You really are a monster. Anyone who goes against you will surely fall for your schemes. I really don't understand. You're only in your teens, and you should have never left the capital before. How in the world do you know so much? In fact, I'm glad that I didn't go with Su Gan and Huang Yong too, or else I would have been done in by you as well," Bustling said. Those words fell into the ears of Su Gan and Huang Yong too, and both of them looked at each other in embarrassment. Bustling sure knew how to rub it in. But then again, it was no wonder why the other party would say that. Bustling, don't worry. How can I bear to part with a beauty like you?" Wang Chong chuckled. The words beauty from Wang Chong made Bustling blush in embarrassment. Hearing Wang Chong call her a great beauty, Bustling's face reddened in embarrassment, and she cursed at Wang Chong. "Brat, you even dare to tease me. Are you itching for a beating?" "No." Wang Chong squeezed the horse's belly and neigh, the white-hoofed shadow, allowed a long neigh and rushed forward with Wang Chong in tow. Wang Chong was growing more and more fond of this divine chariot that had been gifted to him by the King of Song. In the battle with Iron Cloak Li, most of the steeds used to obstruct the bandits were killed. Only the white-hoofed shadow dashed left and right, sensing the danger ahead of time. Using the horses as cover, he found a gap and successfully escaped. This was the second time the white-hoofed shadow had managed to escape from danger, including the Gogurian's assault on the Kunwa training camp. When he was surrounded and faced with danger, the white-hoofed shadow did not need to worry about him at all. This made Wang Chong even more hopeful. Galloping non-stop, Wang Chong and the others finally arrived at the base of the Iron Cloak Highwayman before nightfall. This was a hill that wasn't too high. It was barren, and there wasn't a single tree on it. However, there were fences, sentry towers, and barracks. By the time Wang Chong and the others arrived, the barracks was already in a state of chaos, and shouts of battle could be heard. Bandits and highwaymen were slaughtering one another, and loud explosions could be heard from the underground. "Looks like we came at the right time." Upon seeing this sight, Wang Chong's eyes lit up, and he took the lead to charge forward. Boom! One with the woozy steel sword. Zhang Xian executed the single consecutive slash, and the woozy steel sword pierced through the stellar energy of one of the highwaymen and into his heart. The highwayman's body trembled violently, and deep fear could still be seen in his eyes. Then, he fell from the back of his steed and fell to the ground, motionless. Kill! Behind them, Su Gan and Huang Yongtu were alerted by Wang Chong's warning. If the treasures had already been taken, there wouldn't be any battle here. Since there were bandits and highwaymen fighting here, it meant that the treasures of the Iron Cloak highwaymen hadn't been taken away yet. Kill! More than 30 Tang Dynasty cavalrymen, along with Zhang Lin, Su Gan, Huang Yongtu, by Xiling, and the others, a total of 40 or so cavalrymen, charged toward the Iron Cloak highwaymen's barracks. Bad news, the soldiers are here. Those who recognized Wang Chong and the others were already scared out of their wits. Forgetting about the treasures, they immediately fled for their lives. The highwaymen on the hills were fleeing for their lives, wishing that they could grow an extra pair of legs so that they could get as far away from these killing gods as possible. Even the 500 to 600 men, led by their former leader, were defeated by them. How could this small number of people on the hill be enough for them to kill? The highwaymen on the hill swiftly scattered, leaving behind those who didn't participate in the battle, those who didn't recognize Wang Chong and the others, and those who didn't know who they were swiftly slaughtered as if they were vegetables being chopped up. After clearing up the bandits on the hill, Zhang Xian and the others walked down the passageway. A massive metal gate had collapsed, and a group of highwaymen and bandits were currently plundering the treasures within. Upon seeing Wang Chong and the others, the group was stunned. Clearly, they didn't expect the soldiers to appear here. This time, without even needing Wang Chong's orders, the group charged forward and swiftly wiped out the bandits and highwaymen. Wang Chong and the others had arrived at the perfect moment. The bandits and highwaymen had just knocked down the metal gate, and not a single one of them had managed to escape. What a huge metal gate! It must weigh at least 7,000 to 8,000 jin. Wang Chong exclaimed in awe as he examined the collapsed metal gate. That was because Wang Chong realized that the metal gate was actually forged using deep-sea Xian metal, and it was an extremely valuable material of the highest quality. It was a top-notch material that could be used to forge top-notch armor. In the army, only the most elite soldiers were qualified to be equipped with it. Based on the standard of heavy infantry in the army, a set of Xian metal heavy armor weighed around 100 jin, and there were 70 to 80 sets of Xian metal heavy armor here. It might not sound like a lot, but one must know that this kind of heavy infantry was equipped to the teeth. This was a heavily armored elite force that was used to assault enemy master archers. Even the most formidable master archer wouldn't be able to pierce through deep-sea Xian metal with a single arrow. In the army, this kind of material was invaluable. Even in the Great Tang Army, there weren't many infantrymen equipped with such heavy armor. The entire army of the Tang Dynasty, including the regular army, the reserve army, and the imperial army, only numbered around 7,000 to 8,000. In an army of 10,000, there wouldn't be more than 500 to 600 infantrymen equipped with such heavy armor that could counter master archers. The value of such heavy armor was unimaginable. Deep-sea Xian metal is priceless, and a set of top-notch deep-sea Xian metal heavy armor can fetch up to 70 to 80,000 gold taels per set. If we can forge 70 to 80 sets here, wouldn't that be equivalent to 4 to 5 million gold taels? Wang Chong stroked his chin in excitement. Of course, it was impossible for pure deep-sea Xian metal to be so expensive. Furthermore, they still had to be processed and inscribed with formations. However, this was what Wang Chong didn't lack. Chapter 361. Given the wealth of the Tang Dynasty, how could it not be able to build a heavy infantry formation of several tens of thousands? But sometimes, it wasn't just a problem of money. Take Wuzi steel, for example. While Wang Chong would love to buy a few million jun of it, the problem was that one had to have a huge stockpile and a high production rate. This was how scarce resources were. Even if one had the money, it was impossible to buy them. Iron Cloakly sure is a reckless waste of resources. Without a doubt, Wang Chong knew that Iron Cloakly must have plundered the high-tier, deep-sea Xian metal from the western regions and Abbasid Caliphate merchants on the Silk Road. Even the Tang dynasty didn't have enough high-tier, deep-sea Xian metal for themselves. And yet, these western regions and Abbasid Caliphate merchants were able to buy it and smuggle it back to their own countries. From this, it could be seen how brazen the trade on the Silk Road was. As long as there was sufficient profit, there was nothing that couldn't be traded. It was no wonder Elder Zhao and Elder Yi raised this issue during grandfather's birthday banquet. But upon seeing this metal gate, Wang Chong realized that Elder Zhao and Elder Yi had underestimated this problem. The problem of smuggling on the Silk Road was far more serious than they had thought. When I return, I should get the Zhang clan to send some men to move this gate back and have them forge it into heavy armor. I believe that they should be interested in this matter. Also, I should inform Big Uncle and the King of Song to investigate this matter. Wang Chong thought. After seeing this metal gate, Wang Chong's interest in anything else disappeared. With this metal gate, Wang Chong's trip wouldn't have been in vain. But at this moment, no one was aware of Wang Chong's thoughts. In the treasury of the Iron Cloak Highwayman, everyone was overjoyed. The treasury of the Iron Cloak Highwayman was filled with mountains of treasures. Treasures such as sabers, swords, bows, silver, gold, copper, antiques, paintings, agates, pearls, corals. Everything was piled up like a mountain. Even Su Gan and Huang Yong too were dazzled. Needless to say, the others. Bai Siling had already thrown herself onto a pile of riches and screamed. Everyone was shocked by his excitement. Were all women dragons? Whenever they saw a treasure, they would beam with joy and be extremely excited. Unbelievable. There's so many treasures here. There must be at least a few million taels of silver, right? As a soldier, Zhang Lin didn't have much of a concept of such things, but he was still shocked by Iron Cloak Li's treasury. A few million taels? Commandant Zhang, you forgot to add a zero. These treasures are worth at least 10 million taels, and they are all gold. The Hu merchants on the road to the west were all extremely wealthy. Moreover, there were more than 10 bandits who had pledged their allegiance to him, and the treasures they offered him added up to at least 10 million taels of silver. It's just that some things are hard to sell. Things like calligraphy and paintings, although they are worth that much, it will be hard for you to find buyers. It's troublesome to deal with. However, even after deducting these, there should be at least 7 to 8 million taels of gold. Huang Yongta said bluntly. As someone who came from a prestigious clan, he had a broad view of the world. He had seen many things before, and he could see through their value with a single glance. In this aspect, Zhang Lin couldn't even catch up to him. 7 to 8 million taels? Bai Siling sat up from the pile of riches. She was also stunned by the number that Huang Yongta reported. Even though women were innately drawn to wealth like dragons, how many of them knew how much it was worth? It was the same for Bai Siling as well. It was only at this moment that she realized that they had really struck it rich. The harvest from eliminating a large group of bandits was truly bountiful. This operation was like a pie falling from the sky. If only they had known that there would be such a generous reward, the students of the 3 great training camps would have long fought over it. I think that we should take out 1 million gold taels for this operation as compensation for the soldiers who sacrificed their lives. What do you think? Wang Chong suddenly walked in and asked. The group glanced at one another and nodded. The ones who had contributed the most to this operation were the veterans of the Tang dynasty. If not for them, it would have been impossible for the 4 of them to reap such a huge harvest. Putting everything else aside, just the bandits of a small stronghold were more than enough to deal with them. Since Wang Chong wanted to give them 1 million gold taels, there was nothing anyone could say about it. After all, the lives of Su Gan and Huang Yongtu were only saved by the lives of some cavalrymen. The scions of prestigious clans were indeed arrogant, but they weren't completely inhumane. "We'll do as you say," Su Gan and Huang Yongtu said. Wang Chong nodded. Leaning against the wall of the treasury, he fell silent. He had seen much of the world, so he didn't mind giving a bit more to the cavalrymen who had died in battle. However, Wang Chung wouldn't do that. He wasn't the only one in the treasury, and not all of the treasures here belonged to him. Su Gan, Huang Yongtu by Siling. He could donate his share to them, but he couldn't force the others to do so. Giving out 1,000,000 gold taels meant that the family of every soldier who had died in battle would receive 25,000 gold taels. This was already a huge sum of money. An ordinary family would only spend around 10 gold taels a year, and the widows of the fallen soldiers wouldn't have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of their lives. It didn't take long for the inventory in the treasury to be completed. The pearls, agates, treasures, swords, and treasures. Adding everything together, they were worth around 13 million gold taels. Discounting the paintings and antiques that were difficult to sell, there was still around 8 million gold taels left. Huang Yongtu's estimation was spot on. As Wang Chung had contributed the most to the group, they gave the largest share to Wang Chung, which was 2,400,000 gold taels. Su Gan, Huang Yongtu, by Siling, and Zhang Lin each received 1,200,000 gold taels. The remaining 1,200,000 gold taels were distributed to the other surviving cavalrymen. As for the remaining 5 million taels of pearls, agate, calligraphy, and antiques, Huang Yongtu took the initiative to take on this responsibility. He decided to use the power of the Huang family to sell these things when he returned. The final sum was split equally between Wang Chung, Su Gan, Huang Yongtu, and Bai Siling. No one expressed any objections to this arrangement. Everyone had benefited greatly from this operation. Naturally, Wang Chung didn't say anything about it either. Wang Chung, as night fell and the stars shrouded the mountain, Wang Chung sat alone on the hill, gazing at the night sky. A voice came from behind him. Siling. A hint of astonishment flashed across Wang Chung's eyes as he looked at Bai Siling. Why are you here? As he spoke, he stood up. Why? Am I not welcome here? Bai Siling glared at him coquettishly. Of course not. With a bitter smile, Wang Chung hurriedly waved his hands. When Bai Siling didn't know his name, she would still hesitate to make a move on him. However, after that life-and-death battle and learning of Wang Chung's background, Bai Siling no longer had any qualms about making a move on him. After all, her fighting prowess was on par with Marchioness Yi. How could Wang Chung possibly be a match for her? That's more like it. Only then did Bai Siling's displeasure turn into delight. As she spoke, she tossed a black object the size of a fingernail over. This is for you. What is it? Wang Chung asked in astonishment. He subconsciously caught the object, and it felt extremely light, as though it was weightless. I took it from Iron Cloak Lee. He hid it in the gap of his clothes. I took a look at it, but it doesn't suit me. I wanted to pass it to you during the day, but time is tight, and Su Gan and the others are around as well. Bai Siling flicked her wrist casually as she replied. On the other hand, Wang Chung's heart skipped a beat. Lowering his head, he took a look at the object under the starry sky. It was a thin layer of silk. The silk was rolled up layer by layer, and it was only as thick as a small tree branch. Through the silk, Wang Chung could vaguely see a small ink stain on it. Unraveling the silk layer by layer, Wang Chung saw a few words at the top of the silk. Iron Cloak Technique, it's really this. Wang Chung's heart skipped a beat. He subconsciously raised his head, only to see that Bai Siling had already turned her head to the side, revealing her fair neck. Her jade-like fingers were lightly stroking her hair, and her expression seemed a little unnatural. Perhaps it was his imagination, or perhaps it was the darkness of the night, but Wang Chung felt that Bai Siling's cheeks were a little flushed. Why? Actually, even if you didn't give it to me, I wouldn't have told you. Wang Chung took the silk and said, You knew. Bai Siling's heart skipped a beat as she abruptly turned her head to look at Wang Chung in disbelief. Of course, I'm not a fool. Iron Cloak Lee's Iron Cloak Technique clearly hasn't reached the level of mastery yet. Without mastering the technique, it would be weird if he didn't carry it around with him. Besides, I even saw you lowering your head to search for it. Wang Chung rolled his eyes. Bastard. Bai Siling stomped her feet in anger. Glaring at Wang Chung, she turned around and left. Brat, I shouldn't have given it to you. Bai Siling's furious voice could still be heard from afar. Hee hee. Wang Chong chuckled softly, and his laughter made one gnash their teeth in anger. But as Bai Siling disappeared, so did his laughter. Looking in the direction where Bai Siling disappeared, Wang Chong's gaze flickered. Eventually, he sighed deeply and retracted his gaze. He wasn't a fool. Even a blind man could see through Bai Siling's thoughts. Needless to say but at this moment, he didn't dare to accept it recklessly. The night passed until dawn. By the time dawn arrived, the royal court's carrier pigeon finally arrived. In truth, the royal court had already sensed that something was amiss when the pigeons didn't return yesterday. According to the rules, the pigeons with the golden rings on their legs should have flown back after delivering the order. But the pigeons that should have appeared didn't return, and this caught the attention of the royal court. Thus, the pigeons sent this time around were different from the usual ones. These pigeons had silver rings on their legs, and they were able to communicate with one another. While the royal court could send a message over, Wang Chong could send a message back as well. Just this point alone was enough to prove that the royal court had taken notice of this matter. Zhang Lin was extremely swift. Based on the contents of the pigeon, he swiftly wrote a letter back. He wrote down all the details of the situation here in the letter and sent it over. The first and second phase of the operation had been completed, but the royal court had yet to send word of the next phase. As such, Zhang Lin was at a loss as to what to do next. Chapter 362. After Zhang Lin reported the situation, the messenger pigeon arrived swiftly. Roughly 4 hours later, they received a reply from the Bureau of Military Personnel. The royal court wasn't aware of the situation with the Iron Cloak highwaymen. Even the royal court was shocked by the number of bandits and highwaymen that numbered 600 to 700. On top of that, the death toll of 40 men also left the royal court silent for a very long time. To deal with 700 bandits and highwaymen with 80 men, not to mention that there were quite a number of true martial realm highwaymen and highwaymen among them, not to mention there was also a highwayman like Iron Cloak Lee. Under normal circumstances, these 80 people would basically be completely annihilated. They would definitely die. Without a doubt, there was a huge problem with the situation at the Bureau of Military Personnel. Yet, despite the faulty intelligence, Wang Chong and the others had only paid the price of 40 men to kill nearly 300 bandits, including Iron Cloak Lee and Zhouan, as well as the entire Iron Cloak highwaymen. This was a feat that even the Bureau of Military Personnel was shocked by. For this mission, the Bureau of Military Personnel had stipulated that each party couldn't lose more than 6 men. 40 deaths was already far beyond this standard. However, this number of deaths occurred in the second phase of the mission, and it was due to the faulty intelligence of the Bureau of Military Personnel. At the same time, Iron Cloak Lee and Zhou had been killed as well. Thus, the Bureau of Military Personnel decided to disregard the deaths in the second phase of the mission. Everyone who participated in the mission would be given a basic contribution, and once Wang Chong and the others enter the military, they would be promoted through the accumulation of nobility. On top of that, the Bureau of Military Personnel had dispatched men to collect the corpses of the fallen soldiers as quickly as possible. Everyone would be buried according to the standards of a soldier who had died on the battlefield. Great! Seeing the reply from the royal court, Su Gan, Huang Yongtu, and Zhang Lin were delighted. In this mission, Su Gan and Huang Yongtu had been ambushed by the Iron Cloak highwaymen, and they had lost more than 20 men. This was a grave violation of the rules of the mission. Along the way, everyone's hearts had been hanging by a thread since yesterday. Now that the royal court had decided not to pursue the matter, the duo could finally heave a sigh of relief. Furthermore, the reward that the royal court was going to give them was something that even Su Gan found hard to contain. How many scions of the prestigious clans had ever earned any contribution? Among the 49 sects, at least 99% of the disciples of the aristocratic families were destined to have no fate with battle merits. The two of them hadn't even entered the battlefield yet, but they had already accumulated a battle achievement. This was extremely worthy of celebration. Just this point alone was enough for the two of them to have a much higher starting point than the other signs of the capital. Don't underestimate this little bit. When accumulated, it would be very shocking. The simplest example would be a major victory. One of them was a squad leader, and the other was a squad leader. Both of them had participated in the battle. When the battle ended, who would have contributed more? A little advantage would snowball in the future. In Shangjing, there was no one who did not understand this point. As for Zhang San, he was most gratified and happy that all the brothers who died in battle could receive the same treatment and pension as regular soldiers who died on the battlefield. In this aspect, he was different from Su Gan and Huang Yong too. This can be considered an explanation. Wang Chong was gratified to see this. He was still thinking that if the Bureau of Military Personnel didn't agree to it, he could make use of the relationship between the King of Song and Big Uncle to facilitate this matter. However, from the looks of it now, there was no need for that. Even though the Tang dynasty was on the decline, the military still maintained a clear and bright demeanor. Su Gan and Huang Yong too, where do you intend to go next? Are you returning to the capital or continuing on? Wang Chong suddenly asked as he took 2 steps forward. There was a moment of silence on the hill. The letter from the Bureau of Military Personnel had provided them with 2 options. First, they had completed the first 2 phases of the mission, and Iron Cloak Li had already been killed. On top of that, they had suffered heavy casualties, so the Bureau of Military Personnel suggested that they could return to the capital immediately if they were willing to. Second, due to the severe situation the royal court was in, they were unable to spare any manpower for the time being. As such, they were in dire need of reinforcements in Longxi. If they were willing to, they could continue on with the 3rd phase of the mission, which was to assist the royal court in defeating an army of the Yuzhen. Due to the fact that they were fighting against a regular army, there was a certain degree of danger to them. In fact, the danger level was even higher than that of Iron Cloak Li, whom Wang Chong had killed. Thus, the suggestion from the Bureau of Military Personnel was that the 4 of them shouldn't participate in the mission. However, if the 4 of them were to participate in the mission, the royal court would reward them with the chance to graduate from the training camps and officially enter the army. Wang Chong, what about you? Will you return to the capital, or will you continue on with the 3rd phase of the mission? Instead of revealing his choice, Su Gan asked Wang Chong. As soon as Su Gan said those words, Huang Yong too, and by sighing immediately turned their gazes to Wang Chong. Ever since the incident with the Iron Cloak Highwayman, even though no one had spoken of it on the surface, they had formed a tacit agreement to follow Wang Chong's lead. Me? Sensing the gazes of the crowd, Wang Chong pointed a finger at himself, chuckled, and immediately said, "Is there a need to ask? Of course I'll continue on with the 3rd phase of the mission." His words were resolute, and there was an air of domineeringness and incomparable confidence in him that made those around him subconsciously trust him. Even though the letter from the Bureau of Military Personnel stated that the 3rd phase of the mission was above the 2nd phase, it was actually the easiest for Wang Chong. 80 versus 700. Even if the 3rd phase was the most difficult, there wouldn't be such a disparity of nearly 10 times. Furthermore, there wouldn't be a freak like Iron Cloak Li, who possessed the Iron Cloak technique and was invulnerable to swords and spears, turning the tides of battle around single-handedly. As long as these 2 situations didn't occur, in terms of military strength, even if the Yuzhen outnumbered them, Wang Chong wouldn't be too concerned about it. In terms of strategy and tactics, it was simply too easy for Wang Chong. This was completely different from what the Bureau of Military Personnel knew of. Not to mention, the letter from the Bureau of Military Personnel also mentioned a reward that caught Wang Chong's interest. Once the mission was completed, the 4 of them would be able to command an army several times stronger than them after they graduate from the training camp. There weren't many people who knew of this reward yet, and most of them found it to be a fresh experience. However, Wang Chong couldn't be more familiar with it. This was a special reward for the scions of the prestigious clans. In the future, there would be a large number of such rewards. This was a shortcut for the scions of the prestigious clans to swiftly rise in ranks. The royal court wouldn't allocate any additional manpower to them. Only the scions of the prestigious clans would be able to choose from their own clans. The purpose of this was to save manpower from the royal court. At the same time, They could make use of the capability of the prestigious clans to recruit top-notch experts to strengthen the military. This was killing two birds with one stone. On the other hand, while the signs of the prestigious clans would have to deploy their own experts to guard the army, it wasn't a problem for the prestigious clans to do so. On the other hand, if the signs of the prestigious clans were allowed to deploy their own experts into the military, their safety would be further guaranteed. At the same time, the contributions of the experts of the prestigious clans would go to them. This way, the number of nobles they could be promoted would increase significantly. This was something that they could only dream of. This was much better than having the royal court assign soldiers to them. In the future, this would be a policy that both the prestigious clans and the royal court would be satisfied with, and it would be beneficial to the nation. However, it wasn't easy to obtain such a privilege. In order to vie for this opportunity to increase the strength of the prestigious clans by an order of magnitude, countless prestigious clans had been vying with one another. This was an opportunity that had been delivered to them. If there were no surprises, this was the first batch. How could Wang Chong let go of such an opportunity? Ha! That makes things simple. Since you're participating, I'll be participating as well. Sugan chuckled heartily as he made up his mind. Of course I'll be joining in as well. Huang Yongtu chuckled dryly as he made his stand clear. Wang Chong, Sugan, and Huang Yongtu turned their gazes toward Bai Siling. At this point, the only one who had yet to express his stand was Bai Siling. Of course I'll be following you. Bai Siling reached out her hand and gracefully brushed aside a strand of her hair. Ever since I started following you, I've never suffered a loss. I'm afraid that even my uncles in the clan will be envious of this sum of several million gold taels. There must be a reason why you're so eager to carry out the third mission. It can't be that you're thinking of getting rid of me, right? As she spoke, she shot an unfriendly glance at Wang Chong. How would I dare? With a bitter smile, Wang Chong hurriedly shrugged. Bai Siling's thoughts sure were simple, crude, and direct. But then again, she was right on this point. One wouldn't wake up early without benefits. It wasn't as if he had nothing better to do. It was only because there was something to be gained that he was willing to carry out the third mission. From this point of view, the intuition of a woman sure was fearsome. Don't look at me like that. Wherever you go, we'll follow. As soldiers, there's no such thing as rest before we officially retire. It's the duty of a soldier to follow orders. Even if you go back, we'll still be transferred there. Seeing that everyone was looking at their own people, Zhang Sen immediately waved his hand and helped them speak up in advance. The reply from the royal court didn't mention anything about their choice at all. Without a doubt, this was a clear indication of the problem. Hearing those words, Wang Chong remained impassive. To him, Zhang Lin's reply was as natural as it could be. Since he already knew the answer, he didn't bother asking. Only Bai Siling's eyes flashed with a hint of pity. They had gone through thick and thin together, and they had nearly died in the hands of the iron cloak highwaymen. Bai Siling hated the idea of them risking their lives. It would be a good thing if even one of them could leave. But Zhang Lin's words had already revealed the problem. Thus, Bai Siling could only sigh deeply in her heart. Soon, they came to a consensus. Wang Chong, Su Gan, Huang Yongtu, Bai Siling, Zhang Lin, and the 40 or so surviving Tang Dynasty cavalrymen hurriedly set off for Longxi. Chapter 363. The gathering point is right ahead. At the same time, it's also a replenishment point. Armor, weapons, and steeds can all be replenished there. The steeds that we lost previously can be replenished there as well. We can also regroup there. On the official road, surrounded by mountains, Lieutenant Zhang Lin told Wang Chong, Su Gan, and the others while galloping. Along the way, the issue that everyone was most concerned about was the steeds. During the operation against the Iron Cloak Highwaymen, quite a few of their steeds had been killed. Later on, when they defeated Zhou En, those steeds were temporarily replaced by the Highwaymen steeds. However, the steeds of the army were vastly different from the steeds of the Highwaymen. The former had undergone strict training, allowing them to communicate telepathically with a knight. The meridians and blood vessels in the body had been specially channeled to facilitate the circulation of a knight's halo within the body. Through this, they would be able to bring out the full potential of a knight's halo. Through this, they would be able to bring out the full might of a cavalry charge. The horses of the highwaymen had never undergone such training, so they were far inferior in this aspect. Under normal circumstances, it was still possible for them to use these steeds as a means of transportation to deal with bandits and the like. However, if they were to participate in a battle against the Yuuzhan army, it would be impossible for them to do so without proper steeds. This was also the focus of everyone's attention. We're here, traveling along the winding official road. The group finally saw the gathering point for the third phase of the mission after traveling another 40 li. This was an official relay station, and it was heavily guarded. There were regular infantrymen standing guard outside, and every single one of them had a dignified expression on their faces. Thorny halos pulsed beneath their feet, indicating that they were all true martial realm experts. Outside the relay station, there was a huge crowd of people walking to and fro. Their faces were covered in dust, and their morale was extremely low. It seems like the four of us aren't the only ones here. Wang Chong suddenly chuckled. Bizarre expressions appeared on the faces of Su Gan, Huang Yongtu, and Bai Siling as well. Many people were walking to and fro outside the relay station, and there were quite a few of them who were dressed like scions of prestigious clans. It seemed like the mobilization order from the Bureau of Military Personnel had not only gathered the four of them, but all of the students who were on a mission in the vicinity. Wait for me. Bai Siling suddenly squeezed the horse's abdomen, and before anyone could react, she immediately spurred the horse forward and galloped forward. Wang Chong raised his dashing eyebrows. Just as he was wondering what was going on, he saw Bai Siling stop a red-clothed young woman who had the same cold and elegant temperament as Bai Siling. So, it's an old acquaintance. Wang Chong's brows relaxed as he understood the situation. Bai Siling and that woman talked back and forth, but no one knew what they were talking about. After a short while, Bai Siling came over with the woman in red. Yadong, this is Su Gan and Huang Yongtu. The Su clan and Huang clan are influential clans in the capital. Even if you haven't met them before, you should have heard of them. As for this brat, he's that Wang Chong, Bai Siling said with gritted teeth. It was hard to tell what Bai Siling had said to her, but upon hearing the name Wang Chong, a hint of astonishment flashed across the eyes of the red-clothed young woman. She couldn't help but assess the other party. Also, you have benefited from this. This is Yadong, the Zhao clan's Yadong. Don't tell me that you don't know her. Bai Siling introduced. So it's Yadong Xiaojia. Su Gan and Huang Yongtu were slightly moved as they looked at the lady before them with a look of delight. Only Wang Chong had a confused look on his face. Zhao Yadong. Wang Chong finally knew the name of the red-clothed young woman, but why did Bai Siling look as though they should know her name? Wang Chong had never heard of her before, so he didn't know her at all. You should know of the Zhao clan's spear of crimson flames, right? Huang Yongtu tilted his body slightly to the left as he asked with a hushed voice. Spear of crimson flames? Wang Chong was getting more and more perplexed. That was a good name, but he was really a good person. Damn it. Don't tell me that you don't know who she is. Huang Yongtu stared at the other party as though he was looking at a monster. Damn it. You make it sound like I have to know of her. Even if you don't know of the Spear of Crimson Flames, you should at least know of the Yao clan's Yao Wenxiong, right? Seeing how Wang Chong was behaving in such a manner, Su Gan, who was standing beside Wang Chong, couldn't stand it anymore. Even though Wang Chong was one of the most influential figures in the capital, his knowledge and experience were truly lacking. Wang Chong also had an awkward look on his face. In his previous life, he had spent most of his time with Wei Hao, Ma Zhou, and the others. Back then, Su Gan and the other scions of prestigious clans were still at a level far beyond Wang Chong's reach. I do. Wang Chong nodded. Even though Old Master Yao only had Yao Guang Yi as his only son, he passed down Yao Feng as his only son. However, the Yao clan was not a clan with a small population. On the contrary, the population flourished. Old Master Yao's uncles, and nephews were all in the capital city, relying on Old Master Yao, and they were all very prosperous. Yao Wenxiong was a disciple of the Yao clan. His grandfather and old Master Yao were blood-related brothers, and his relationship with the Yao family and Yao Feng could be considered to be very close. In the Yao clan, Yao Wenxiong's aptitude was much higher than Yao Feng's. He had long since stepped into the true martial realm and could be considered as a rare genius. Of course, when second brother was clashing with Yao Feng, the Berserker syndrome suddenly acted up. If not for Yao Wenxiong appearing in time to protect Yao Feng would have long been beaten to death. Even though Yao Wenxiong was heavily injured in the end, he was still able to withstand his second brother's Berserker syndrome, which caused his strength to skyrocket. It was obvious how powerful Yao Wenxiong was. Back then, when Yao Wenxiong was still around, he would have to avoid the Zhao clan's spear of crimson flames. You should know how formidable she is. Seeing Wang Chong nod his head, Su Gan spoke up. Yao Wenxiong had already entered the Pillar of Heaven's mountains to cultivate, and this matter was no secret among the scions of the capital. With the augmentation of the Pillar of Heaven's mountains, Yao Wenxiong's future strength was unimaginable. However, back in the capital, Yao Wenxiong really wasn't a match for the Spear of Crimson Flames. It wasn't just because the lady before him was powerful, but more importantly, the Zhao clan had a technique known as the Spear of Crimson Flames, which was passed down only to the females. There were a few moves that even those several cultivation realms higher would be unable to withstand. If Yao Wenxiong didn't avoid her, he would truly be foolish. Naturally, Wang Chong had no idea what Su Gan was thinking. However, the fact that the lady before him was able to suppress Yao Wenxiong surprised Wang Chong. From the looks of it, it seemed like she was a figure on par with Marchioness Yi and Bai Siling. Are you all done? Zhao Yadong only interjected after the trio had finished speaking. Her body leaned forward slightly, and her crimson lips and snow-white skin were exceptionally eye-catching, reminiscent of a blazing flame. Embarrassed, Su Gan and Huang Yongtu hurriedly turned their heads away. They had forgotten that the lady before them wasn't any weaker than Bai Siling. The trio was whispering to each other right before her, and no matter how soft their voices were, there was no way they could escape her notice. Oomph. Seeing the awkward state the trio was in, Bai Siling harumphed coldly. These men are the kind who can't take their eyes off a woman. Fortunately, Wang Chong was a little more thick-skinned, and he quickly regained his composure. What's going on? Wang Chong asked. Hearing that Wang Chong had brought up the matter at hand, Bai Siling's complexion eased up a little. She had called her best friend from Longway training camp over, not for a bunch of men to judge her and seduce her. Yadong, you came earlier than us. You know the situation here the best, so you should talk to them. Bai Siling turned to the red-robed lady beside her. Zhao Yadong nodded her head and explained the situation to the rest of the group. As it turned out, Wang Chong and the others weren't the only ones participating in the 3 great training camps. Based on everyone's martial arts realm and cultivation, some of them had already participated in the mission the moment the training camps opened. Zhao Yadong and the others had participated in the mission before Wang Chong and the others. Even though the content of the mission was different, the danger was equally high. As the other 2 had lost too many men, they had already returned to the training camps. Zhao Yadong was the only one who didn't lose too many men due to her superior strength. Thus, after receiving the orders from the Bureau of Military Personnel, she rushed over to participate in the mission. It was only after arriving that she realized that there were many others who had received the same mission as her. They were all here to annihilate the Uzin soldiers who had infiltrated the territory of the Tang dynasty. Longxi and the Uzin Highlands shared a border. When the 2 sides fought, there would often be some scattered Uzin soldiers who would wander into Longxi. They weren't familiar with the terrain here, so they wandered further and further away. But to wander all the way from the border between the Uzin Highlands and Longxi to this place was also unprecedented. This wandering Uzin army doesn't actually have many men, only about 300 or so. However, their combat strength is exceptionally strong. We surrounded and intercepted them, but they still managed to escape all the way here. We originally had more than 800 men, and all of them were regular soldiers. However, we weren't their match at all. One charge from the 300 men resulted in 400 to 500 casualties, and they were immediately routed. I participated in 3 or 4 missions, and each time I was routed. 20 to 30 of my men died. That's already considered a low number. A few students from the training camp died on the battlefield, and their men were completely wiped out. If everything goes according to plan, after participating in this mission, I'll be heading back to the training camp. As Zhao Yadong spoke of this matter, her face was covered in dust, and she looked extremely dispirited. To be able to make the proud spear of crimson flames of the capital so dejected, it was clear how formidable the enemy was. Hearing those words, Su Gan and Huang Yongtu stared at one another in shock. They knew that the mission wouldn't be easy, but wasn't the spear of crimson flames saying that it was a little too difficult? For 800 regular soldiers to be unable to defeat 300 Uzun soldiers, wasn't their fighting prowess a little too fearsome? Do you understand why the atmosphere here is so stifling now? In order to deal with the Uzun army, the royal court has paid a heavy price. In just a short period of time, they have already mobilized quite a few soldiers. If everything goes according to plan, this should be the last mission. The royal court is currently in a pinch, and it will take at least 10 days for us to replenish our forces. However, by then, we should have already failed the mission and returned home. Chapter 364. Bai Xiling had already received all of the information from Zhao Yadong. Those who remained in the resting point were those who had been defeated on the battlefield. The third phase of the mission wasn't as easy as everyone had thought. The opponent's strength was much stronger than he had imagined. Indeed, all of the Uzun soldiers are dressed in heavy armor, and their defenses are extremely thick. Even the attacks of master archers are useless against them. So, you must be careful. Zhao Yadong suddenly added. She really didn't have much hope for this mission. If not for the fact that she had met Bai Xiling, she would have already turned around and returned to the residence. It was only because she was afraid that the others would be put at a disadvantage that she told them to participate in another assault before leaving. Heavy armor? Won't that make the battle even more difficult? Su Gan frowned, feeling deeply troubled by the situation. What is the background of those Uzun soldiers? Isn't their fighting prowess a little too fearsome? Huang Yongtu was also astonished. The regular armies of the Tang dynasty had always held the upper hand in battles. For an army of 800 to be defeated by 300 Uzun soldiers was simply unimaginable. Those are the elites of the Uzun Empire's Wuhai army. From the riders to the Highland steeds, every single one of them is clad in heavy armor. Under normal circumstances, only the Big Dipper army is capable of dealing with them. Ordinary regular armies won't be a match for them. At this moment, Wang Chong, who had been silent this entire time, suddenly spoke up, drawing everyone's attention. Zhao Yadong was astonished. Even after fighting with the Wuhai army for so long, she was still unable to discern their background. Yet, Wang Chong had just arrived, and he hadn't even met them yet. Yet, he actually knew their background? Let me ask you, is there a small piece of coarse red cloth tied between the gaps of their armor on their left shoulder? Without even asking, Wang Chong knew what Zhao Yadong was thinking. How did you know? Zhao Yadong was finally unable to contain her shock. Wang Chong was right. Those Uzun soldiers did have a small piece of red cloth tied to their left shoulder. However, because it was indented in their armor, and the cloth was very small, if one did not look carefully, they would not notice it at all. Or they might even think that it was their underwear. Zhao Yadong was a meticulous woman, which was why she had noticed this. Wang Chong had just arrived, yet he was able to point out this point. It was truly surprising. Initially, Zhao Yadong didn't really believe Bai Xiling when she said that this kid was extremely powerful. But now, she suddenly believed it. Isn't this kid a little too godly? Hee. You only need to know that I know. Wang Chong said faintly, but he did not answer directly. As the former Grand Marshal of the Tang dynasty, it would be strange if he didn't even know the military structure and composition of the Uzun Empire. However, it was not convenient for him to tell them about this. Brat, you're a little cocky. Zhao Yadong glared fiercely at Wang Chong. Wang Chong was the first person who dared to say, "You only need to know that I know," in front of her spear of crimson flames. But Zhao Yadong had to admit that this kid was indeed not simple. However, the Wuhai army is under the rule of the Uzun Great General, Huitadra Konglo. Huitadra Konglo was in existence on the same level as Great General Geshu Han, Go Xianji, and Anong Protector General Zhang Shogui. He had always been strict in managing his troops, and the troops under him were extremely disciplined. They were the main force guarding Yusang Qinghai Lake. They don't leave the Yuzhen Highlands easily, much less enter the mainland. It's strange for the Wuhai army to appear here. Wang Cheng frowned as he fell into deep thought. By Siling, Zhao Yadong, Su Gan, and Huang Yongtu were all dumbfounded by the names of the Uzun Empire that came out of Wang Cheng's mouth. In this era, they could be considered to have some experience and vision, but the things Wang Cheng was talking about were still beyond their reach. All of them stared blankly at Wang Cheng, not understanding what he was talking about. Even Zhao Yadong was bewildered, let alone the others. Seeing the expressions of the crowd, Wang Cheng shook his head and smiled, ending the conversation. The towering Uzun Highlands was isolated from the rest of the world, and they rarely interacted with the Tang dynasty. It wasn't just Zhao Yadong and the others. In the entire Tang dynasty, only a few people knew about the situation there. In any case, all you need to know is that it's not normal for this army to appear here. Wang Cheng chuckled. The group heaved a long sigh of relief. When Wang Cheng spoke so confidently and with assurance, it was very easy for the others around him to feel like they were an idiot who didn't understand anything. The pressure was immense. Don't make it so complicated next time. Bai Siling rolled her eyes at Wang Cheng and grumbled. Hearing Wang Cheng's carefree manner, even she couldn't help but feel that she was an idiot. Got it. Wang Cheng shrugged his shoulders, not bothering to argue with her. Unlike the others, Zhao Yadong assessed Wang Cheng with interest, and her eyes glowed with excitement. Wang Clan's Qilin son. There was probably no one in Shangjing who didn't know this name. Before meeting him in person, Zhao Yadong had already heard many things about him. However, there were always many exaggerations in the legends. Thus, Zhao Yadong didn't think much of it at the start. But after interacting with him for a real, Zhao Yadong realized that this Wang Cheng was much more interesting than what she thought. What Wu Haijun? What Channel? What Lu? If it was anyone else in front of her, she would definitely think that they were spouting nonsense. But Wang Cheng, she didn't know why, but she felt that what he said was the truth and was completely believable. Wang Cheng didn't know what Zhao Yadong was thinking. Next, Wang Cheng asked many more details about the Uzun army. Zhao Yadong answered them one by one. All right, when we were fighting with the Uzun army, I noticed something strange. There were many times when the Uzun army had the chance to break through, but they kept guarding a mountain. To be more precise, they guarded the mountain the entire way. They just stayed on a mountain and didn't run away. If it wasn't for that, we wouldn't have had the opportunity to continuously mobilize our troops and besiege them several times in a row. And there were a few times when I felt that we were going to be defeated. As long as they won and marched in, I'm afraid we wouldn't even be able to protect the resting point. But they didn't attack at all and just let the opportunity slip away. It's too strange. They didn't run away or attack. After fighting with them a few times, I can't figure out their goal anymore. Zhao Yadong suddenly thought of something and frowned. The longer she fought with the Uzun army, the more she felt that they were strange. Although she was just a student participating in the training camp, there was no need for her to think about such a deep strategic issue. But the more she thought about it, the stranger she felt. In short, this wasn't the behavior of a normal Uzun army. Any army had a goal, but this army was completely baffling. Then you're thinking too much. It's not that they don't want to run or attack. And they can attack. They don't have that ability. You're overestimating them. Hearing Zhao Yadong's words, Wang Cheng chuckled nonchalantly. Zhao Yadong and the others might think that the Uzun army was inconceivably strong, as though they were invincible. But to Wang Cheng, the Uzun army had no secrets before him. This Uzun army that had fled to the borders of Longxi was just a bunch of bandits struggling on the brink of death. It wasn't that he looked down on the Uzun army, but that was the truth. It was just that Zhao Yadong and the others didn't know of it. Zhao Yadong stared at Wang Chong in shock. She had only said it casually, but she didn't expect Wang Chong to know the answer. Wang Chong, you know. By Siling, Su Gan, and Huang Yongtu were also surprised. Based on Zhao Yadong's description, this was a powerful Uzun army. But that wasn't the case with Wang Chong's expression. You're too rash. Do you know why the 800-strong Tang dynasty army couldn't defeat the 300-strong Uzun army? It's not because they're too strong, and it's not because we are too weak. You shouldn't have chosen to fight them near the slopes. Uzun is located on a plateau, and there's a difference in terrain between it and the Tang dynasty. The Tibetans had spent many years fighting with the Great Tang on the edge of the plateau. Their cavalry had relied on the terrain there for so long that they had developed an invincible hillside charge tactic. As long as there are hills around them, the Uzun army will be able to bring out 240% of their fighting prowess. Even Geshu's famous Big Dipper army would try their best to avoid fighting the Uzun army on the high slopes. Either they fight below the high slopes in the Longxi region, or they march straight into the Uzun plateau and fight them on the plains. If you fight the Uzun cavalry at the bottom of the slope, you will be placing your lives in the hands of the Uzun army. This is a suicidal move, Wang Chong said calmly, pointing out the reason why Zhao Yadong and the others had suffered such heavy losses. They were the only ones who could think of fighting the Uzun army on the slopes. Under such terrain, it would be a miracle if they could win. For an army of 800 strong to face the charge of 300 strong Uzun cavalry, it would be a miracle if they didn't suffer 400 to 500 casualties. The Tang dynasty was powerful, and when the previous emperors were still alive, they had many famous generals under them. But no matter how powerful they would have to pay a heavy price to fight the Uzun army on the slopes of the Uzun plateau. Even if they managed to fend off the charge of the Uzun army, they would still have to pay a heavy price. Chapter 365. Zhao Yadong was completely stunned. Even without looking, she knew that her face must be as pale as a sheet. Zhao Yadong was a proud and powerful individual. Otherwise, she wouldn't have earned the reputation of the Spear of Crimson Flames. All along, she had thought that the reason why the Uzun forces were encircled was because their opponents were too strong. Never in her wildest dreams did she think that she would make such a grave mistake. Wang Chong's words were undoubtedly a blow to the proud Zhao Yadong. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but not a single word came out. Other than that, the reason why they didn't leave the mountain to attack the resting point isn't because they are benevolent or because they don't know how to make use of this opportunity to maximize their gains. It's because they can't and don't dare to leave. Do you know why they only have 300 men in a group and not 100, 200, 400, or 500? That's because as long as the Uzun Steel Cavalry has 300 men, their halos will be linked together to form the elementary halo of Fortress. Coupled with their heavy armor, it will be difficult for your attacks to deal any real damage to them. So, after so many battles, you have suffered heavy losses. But that group of 300 Uzun Steel Cavalry didn't suffer any losses at all. So, in your eyes, this group of Uzun Steel Cavalry is exceptionally powerful, almost undefeatable. Wang Chong's words left Zhao Yadong and the others in a state of utter disbelief. In that instant, Zhao Yadong's face wasn't just pale, it was deathly pale. She had no idea that she had made such a grave mistake. If not for Wang Chong's words, she might not have known the reason for her failure, even when she returned to the training camp. In truth, it wasn't just Zhao Yadong. Even Bai Siling, Su Gan, and Huang Yongtu were shocked speechless by Wang Chong's words. Wang Chong hadn't seen the powerful Uzun Steel Cavalry before, but he was able to deduce the strength of the Uzun Steel Cavalry just from Zhao Yadong's words. This kind of ability was completely unimaginable to the crowd. Even though they had experienced the incident with the Iron Cloak Highwayman, they still found it hard to believe that such a thing was possible. It's truly inconceivable. There are rumors in the capital that the regional commander's incident and the Wang clan's every move were all orchestrated by this child. At that time, I thought it was an exaggeration. How could someone who had never left the capital possess such knowledge? The Wong clan's old master must have had the intention of nurturing him. From the looks of it now, I'm afraid that's really the case. I'm no match for him. Looking at Wang Chong's silhouette, Su Gan couldn't help but sigh. Thinking back to when they first arrived, they even mocked him for being a commoner's son, and he felt extremely ashamed. The incident with the Iron Cloak Highwayman and the incident with the Uzun Steel Cavalryman had unknowingly changed Su Gan's mind, and he had made up his mind. But at this moment, no one other than Su Gan was aware of it. On the other side, Huang Yongtu's eyes were also moving as if he was deep in thought. But other than himself, no one else could tell what he was thinking. On the other hand, Bai Siling looked at Wang Chong's confident demeanor with delight and pride in her eyes. Once the Uzun army leaves the mountain and enters the plains, their strength will be greatly reduced. Secondly, if they were ambushed and their numbers fall below 300, the effects of the halo of fortress will be nullified. Without the protection of the halo, the fighting prowess of the Uzun army will be greatly reduced, and in the inner regions of Longxi, they will be doomed. This is the reason why they dare not make a move recklessly. It's not that they don't know of an opportunity, but that they don't dare to exploit it. Wang Chong's eyes gleamed with wisdom. In just a few words, he had dispelled the mysterious halo of the invincible Uzun army, turning it incomparably ordinary. Sometimes this was just how things were. No one would point it out, but in the eyes of Zhao Yadong and the others, it was an invincible existence. But in the eyes of Wang Chong, this was just an Uzun army. There was no doubt that they were strong, but they were far from being invincible. They were like a proud phoenix that had been beaten down to the ground, losing all of its luster. At this moment, Zhao Yadong's mood had sunk to rock bottom, and even Bai Siling couldn't bear to see it anymore. All right, what's the point of saying so much? This isn't Yadong's fault. We are just students of the training camp, not officers who have officially joined the army. How would we know? All right, Yadong, ignore him. These men are all the same. Bai Siling grumbled as she tried to console her best friend. In a long-way training camp, Yadong was the classic example of someone who was too arrogant. She wasn't called the Blazing Spear for nothing. But this time, she had met her nemesis, Wang Chong. All of her pride had been smashed to the ground. Even so, Siling isn't wrong. This matter belongs to the commander's mistake. As a student of the training camp, you don't have any authority to command, and the failure of the battle won't be blamed on you. Wang Chong chuckled helplessly. Even though he had been rebuked by Siling, she wasn't wrong this time around. The reason why Wang Chong spoke of the situation with the Tibetan cavalrymen wasn't just to deal a blow to Zhao Yadong's confidence. Rather, it was to point out the situation they were facing and what they should do in the third phase of the mission. It wasn't his intention to deal a blow to the pride of the heavens like Zhao Yadong. Even though she knew that Wang Chong was saying those words to console her, Zhao Yadong still felt a little better after hearing those words, and her spirits lifted a little. Let's go and hand over the information. Otherwise, when the time comes for the mission, we won't be able to do anything with just the 40 of us. Wang Chong said. This time, no one objected. As they entered the resting point, an official appeared. Wang Chong and the others handed over their tokens, and after verifying their identity, they saw a tall and muscular officer. This man was dressed in black heavy armor, and he had a rugged and authoritative appearance. On his left arm guard, there was a large silver star with 7 smaller stars revolving around it, clearly indicating his identity. He was a Big Dipper army officer, a commandant at that. Even though he wasn't a high-rank commandant yet, it was still an astounding feat officers of the Big Dipper army wielded extraordinary authority in Longxi. Are you the students who defeated the Iron Cloak Highwayman? The tall and sturdy Big Dipper army officer glanced at the 4 of them after reading the letters from the Bureau of Military Personnel. It was a casual glance, but it felt as if he could peer into their souls. Yes, Lord, Su Gan replied. The usually lively Wang Chong kept a low profile at this moment. His lips were tightly shut, and he didn't say a single word. Indeed, the fact that you were able to defeat the Iron Cloak Highwayman is a testament to your strength, But the fact that you were surrounded by the Iron Cloak highwaymen shows that you are still lacking. Clearly, you are still lacking. While the Big Dipper army officer was still praising the four of them, the latter part of his words made Su-gon's heart tighten. Lord, you are right. We will take note of it in the future. Su-gon hurriedly replied. The Big Dipper army officer didn't say a word. Instead, his gaze slowly swept across the four of them. When his gaze fell on Wang Chong, he seemed to pause for a moment. Gedung, Wang Chong's heart skipped a beat. But soon, the Big Dipper army officer's gaze turned back to Su-gon, and he continued asking him a few questions regarding the Iron Cloak highwaymen. Su-gon answered all of them. All right, that's enough. You can leave now. After leaving the resting point, Lieutenant Zhou stood by the fence on the left. A batch of soldiers from the Bureau of Military Personnel has been transferred to him. You can head over to him to replenish the soldiers. The Big Dipper army officer waved his hand. Yes, Lord. Su-gon felt as if he had received a royal decree. The operation will begin in 3 days' time. By then, you will have to listen to the orders given. Anyone who dares to defy the orders or leave without permission will be dealt with according to military law. Returning the letter from the Bureau of Military Personnel to the four of them, the Big Dipper army officer declared sternly. How could the four of them dare to say anything? They hurriedly nodded and left the resting point. Brat, what's wrong? Weren't you acting all high and mighty? Why didn't you say anything at all? After leaving the resting point, Bai Siling suddenly asked. Wang Chong's behavior in the resting point was completely different from when he was outside. It was completely unlike him, and this left her perplexed. I just had a small grudge with the Big Dipper army. How could I dare to say anything? Wang Chong replied with a bitter smile. Grudge. Bai Siling was taken aback. Don't ask anymore. They did have a small grudge. It wasn't appropriate for him to say anything in that situation. In the end, it was Su-gon who spoke up and whispered a few words into Bai Siling's ears. Bai Siling widened her eyes in shock, and realization dawned on her. Geshu Han. Wang Chong nodded, but he was smiling bitterly on the inside. The reason why he didn't reveal his identity to Su-gon, Huang Yong-tu, and Bai Siling wasn't just a toy with them. The regional commander's incident had caused Wang Chong to offend a group of people, and one of them was the commander of Longshi's Big Dipper army, Geshu Han. In that incident, Geshu Han was one of the great generals who had called for Wang Chong to be executed. The Silk Road to the west had to pass through Longshi, and Longshi was Geshu Han's territory. This was also one of the reasons why Wang Chong didn't reveal his name. Otherwise, someone of Geshu Han's status would only need to lift a finger to prevent Wang Chong from carrying out his mission. It was one thing if it was an ordinary mission, but this was the halo of Dusk Stallion that Wang Chong was concerned about. Failure was not an option. Before completing the mission, Wang Chong didn't want to cause any trouble. I see. Understanding Wang Chong's intentions, Bai Siling fell silent. One had no choice but to lower one's head. No matter how powerful the Wang clan was, this was Longshi, Geshu Han's territory. The Wang clan's influence didn't extend here. Walking out of the resting point, Wang Chong found the Big Dipper army commandant Zhou. This time, Bai Siling took the initiative to help Wang Chong take on the responsibility and replenish his troops. With the addition of 40 new Tang dynasty cavalrymen from Commandant Zhou, the four of them finally regained their original strength of 80. After which, the resting point fell silent. Chapter 366. Smoke curled into the air. From the peak of this towering mountain, one could see that the sea of fog was flowing down from the foot of the mountain. At this very moment, 2 armored officers with sabers hanging by their waists were standing at the peak of the mountain, looking down at this sight. Their bare arms and faces were flushed red from the highlands, revealing their identities. They were 2 Uzun soldiers. Morning was the coldest time of the year. A light breeze blew past, and even the leaves on the trees were pale white. But standing at the peak of the mountain, the 2 of them didn't seem to notice it at all. This should be the 27th day, right? One of the Uzun officers with thick eyebrows and a pair of sharp eyes asked. His gaze was fixed on the foot of the mountain, and he didn't even turn his head around. It seems like the Tang dynasty is at the end of its rope. The one who replied was the other officer. Just from his voice, one could feel a tinge of aggression. The Uzun were short, and their height was generally lower than that of the Han. But even so, the Uzun were extremely ferocious. It wasn't without reason that the Tang dynasty had been unable to conquer the Uzun despite having fought with them for so many years. The high altitude of the Uzun was one reason, but more importantly, the Uzun were known for their ferocity and valiance. Along the way, we didn't meet with any decent resistance. There wasn't a single one that could threaten us. The great general ordered us to invade the Central Plains to probe the strength of the Tang dynasty. From the looks of it, other than Geshu Han's Big Dipper army, there isn't much in the Central Plains that can threaten us. The second Uzun officer spoke with deep disdain in his eyes. For so many years, Yu Sang had viewed the Great Tang as its greatest foe, its greatest threat. But while Yu Sang had been biding its time and accumulating strength, the Great Tang had long ago fallen into depravity, no longer the same as it was in the past. A mere army of 300 was able to fight their way here. How could they feel a shred of respect for this former enemy? Uzun respected the real enemy, but the Tang dynasty was slowly losing their respect. And this time, the Prime Minister sent a total of 2 teams to test the Tang dynasty. One is us, and the other is the First Prince and Lord Dusong Mangpoch. We are spying on the interior of the Tang dynasty, while the First Prince and the others are spying on the capital of the Tang dynasty. This time, our mission is almost complete. He will be able to go back after a while. I wonder how the First Prince and the others are doing? The first Uzun officer with bushy eyebrows and a hawk-like gaze said, With Lord Dusong Mangpoch here, what problem do you think will occur? The second Uzun officer said, Of course. The first Uzun officer also chuckled. Lord Dusong Mangpoch was the eagle of the plateau, a great general of the empire. Although he couldn't compare to the king of generals Tadra Konglo, he was still a pillar of the empire. With him here, there would naturally be no problem. The scouts have reported that the Tang dynasty's resting point at the base of the mountain seems to have gathered another group of soldiers. Once they've gathered, we'll kill this group and set off. The latter grunted in acknowledgement. The 2 looked down the mountain, their eyes shining with cruelty and excitement for the upcoming slaughter. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew past, and the forest behind the 2 trembled. Viciousness and cruelty could be vaguely seen in the dense green forest, and the backs of Highland steeds could be seen. Once the sound of the wind passed, all of this immediately disappeared. Even the 2 Uzun officers had vanished. All traces had vanished without a trace. Other than a few people, very few people could have imagined that a Tibetan army had been hidden deep in the mountains of the interior of the Great Tang. How is it? Have you found anything? In the resting point, Wang Chong asked. In this period of time, Wang Chong had been keeping an unusually low profile, and all of the intelligence had been gathered by others. I found out that there are more than 20 students in this resting point. The Big Dipper Army Commandant has gathered another 400 soldiers. On top of that, I also found out that the quartermaster has brought over a large batch of heavy shields. Their tower shields around 7 to 8 chi tall. I found an opportunity and accidentally broke one of the chests. On the surface of the tower shields, I found the emblem of the Big Dipper. This should be something used by the Big Dipper Army. The commandant has brought them over from the Big Dipper Army to deal with the Uzun cavalrymen. Zhao Yadong said seriously. She had arrived very early and was familiar with this place. She would not attract any attention, so the task of gathering information fell on her shoulders. 400 tower shields are used to deal with the Uzun cavalrymen. This is a formation that the Big Dipper Army uses to deal with the Uzun cavalrymen. For the Big Dipper Army Commandant to be able to come up with such a plan, he isn't too shabby. At the very least, he is much better than the previous commander who died. However, even though the tower shields are a good way to deal with the Uzun cavalrymen, it's a pity that he isn't Geshu Han. Wang Chong muttered to himself as he shook his head. In Longxi, all of the Big Dipper Army soldiers were deeply influenced by Geshu Han. The Big Dipper rises high in the sky. Geshu carries his saber in the night. This was a popular song in Longxi, such that even Wang Chong had heard of it in the capital. And the people who were singing this song weren't from the Big Dipper army, but the citizens of Longxi. From this, it could be seen how popular Geshu Han was among the citizens of Longxi. This was also the reason why Wang Chong chose to keep a low profile. Without a doubt, the Big Dipper army commandant in the resting point was deeply influenced by Geshu Han. Using the tower shields to stop the cavalrymen at the bottom of the slope, this was the method that Geshu Han used to deal with the Uzun cavalrymen charging down the slope. It was at the edge of the Uzun highlands, where the terrain dropped steeply. If he encountered the Uzun cavalrymen, he would only resort to this method if he had no other choice. However, under normal circumstances, Geshu Han would try his best to avoid clashing with the Uzun cavalrymen in these areas. This Big Dipper army commandant was clearly deeply influenced by Geshu Han, but he only managed to scratch the surface of the latter's influence. Wang Chong couldn't help but sigh deeply. What should we do? Zhao Yadong had been staring intently at Wang Chong the entire time, and upon noticing that something was amiss with the latter's expression, her heart tightened, and her complexion immediately warped in horror. As the Spear of Crimson Flames, she was a proud and confident heroine in the capital. Even the scions of the prestigious clans weren't a match for her. However, this time, Wang Chong had truly dealt her a heavy blow, and she had lost all of her pride. At the very least, that was how she acted before Wang Chong. On the matter regarding the Uzun cavalrymen, Zhao Yadong had absolute trust in Wang Chong. It wasn't that she didn't have her own opinions, but the capability that Wang Chong had displayed was far above hers. There's no rush. Even if there's a mistake, there's still a mistake to be made. Even though these tower shields aren't enough to stop the Uzun cavalrymen, without them, my plan will still be difficult to execute. I have my own ways to deal with them. Let me ask you, have you found the people I asked you to help me find? Wang Chong asked, including by Siling, Su Gan, Huang Yongtu, Zhao Yadong, and himself. There were only 100 cavalrymen in total. With this strength, it was still insufficient to deal with 300 Uzun cavalrymen. Wang Chong still needed more manpower to carry out his plan. The more manpower he had, the fewer casualties he would have at the end of the battle. The Uzun cavalrymen weren't like the Iron Cloak Highwaymen. These foreign troops were much stronger than the Iron Cloak Highwaymen. The might of a cavalry charge was far greater than that of the Iron Cloak Highwaymen. In the second phase of the mission, Wang Chong was forced to charge at the Iron Cloak Highwaymen with only 40 men, but that was a helpless decision. The resting point clearly had an army several times that of the enemy's. It would be foolish of Wang Chong to not make use of such an obvious advantage and even try to outnumber them. At the very least, this wasn't his style. I know quite a few people at this gathering point, so I can gather more troops from them. However, the commander this time is different from before. He's from the Big Dipper army. On top of that, he has already made it clear that everyone is to obey his orders. If anyone disobeys his orders, they will be dealt with according to military law. The Big Dipper army's strict military discipline isn't a joke. They have their own reservations. Zhao Yadong said. With the Spear of Crimson Inferno, she was still able to gather quite a few men. However, Longxi was the territory of a great general of the empire. Violating military law here would result in severe consequences. There's no need for you to worry about that. If the commandant were to pursue the matter, I'll bear the consequences myself. Wang Chong chuckled nonchalantly, but Zhao Yadong frowned, seemingly wanting to say something. But in the next instant, her eyes narrowed, and she found herself unable to speak any further. That was because Wang Chong had taken out a golden, heavy token from his waist. You actually have such a thing? Zhao Yadong stared at Wang Chong with widened eyes. Since you have such a thing in your possession, there won't be any problems. Even the commandant would have nothing to say about it. I'll convince them, and as long as they know that you have such a thing in your possession, they won't hesitate any longer. Go on. Wang Chong chuckled as he kept the token back. The token of His Highness, the King of Song of the Tang Dynasty, could even command a general of the Big Dipper army. After all, the King of Song wasn't just an imperial prince of the Tang Dynasty. He was also the head of the Bureau of Military Personnel of the Tang Dynasty. Over the years, he had been the one who issued the orders of the Tang dynasty, and he had been the one who orchestrated the major operations of the empire. His Highness was a typical warmonger. He had a high reputation in the military. Even for Gao Xianji, it was unknown how much rations were sent to the Anqi Protectorate Manor by the King of Song. At the very least, the Protector Generals and Great Generals of the various regions didn't have to worry about logistics and armaments. Chapter 367. Zhao Yadong was indeed very efficient. With the reputation of the Spear of Crimson Blaze and the power of the golden signboard that was the King of Song, Zhao Yadong was able to quickly rope in 5 students from Longwei and Shunwei training camps. These people were basically on par with Su Gan and Huang Yong too, and they all came from extraordinary backgrounds. If not for the Big Dipper, Great General Gushu Han's reputation, they might not have been able to keep them in check. With the addition of these 5 and Zhao Yadong's own troops, Wang Chong now had 200 Tang dynasty cavalrymen by his side. This wasn't a huge number, but together with the 400 foot soldiers and 300 cavalrymen for the Big Dipper Legion Commandant, it was more than enough to carry out Wang Chong's plan. In truth, with just these 200 Tang dynasty cavalrymen, Wang Chong was confident that he would be able to scatter the Uzun army at the top of the mountain. A mountain range rose steeply from the ground, and the mountain was shrouded in mist. At the foot of the mountain, 10 soldiers and horses were gathered together, and on the backs of the horses, there were 10 extremely handsome young men and women looking up and sizing up the mountain range. The mountain was extremely beautiful, verdant and lush. It was like a painting. But when they thought about the 300 ferocious Uzun cavalrymen hiding at the top of the mountain, none of them were in the mood to appreciate the scenery. The terrain is steep, making it easy to defend and difficult to attack. As long as a few of the Uzun cavalrymen charge out at the top of the mountain, we'll be doomed. Furthermore, after a few days of loitering here, these Uzun cavalrymen should have a deep understanding of the mountain by now. On the other hand, outsiders like us are the ones who have just arrived, so our understanding of this place is inferior to theirs. The one who spoke was a young man of around 21 or 22 years of age. He had a tall figure and the back of an ape, giving him a valiant appearance. His every movement carried the demeanor of a scion, and he looked very elegant. This person was called Fang Xianying, one of the students from the training camp that Zhao Yadong had called over. Unlike Zhao Yadong, he was originally from Shunwei training camp and did not know Zhao Yadong at all. He had participated in a few operations with Zhao Yadong, and they had been defeated by Uzun's men. One time, Zhao Yadong had even saved his life. Thus, they had slowly gotten to know each other better. This time, he was going to leave, but when he heard that it was Wang Chong of the Wang family in the capital who invited him and that he had the token of the King of Song, he decided to stay. Although he was much older than Wang Chong, Fang Xianying's words were very appropriate. He didn't look down on Wang Chong because of this. Instead, he treated Wang Chong with respect. The Fang family in the capital was also an aristocratic family, but it was still a far cry from the Wang family in the capital. And when the children of aristocratic families dealt with each other, they never looked at one's age. Right now, in Shangjing, the name of Wang Chong was like the sun in the sky. Everyone knew that even though he was the youngest, he was deeply favored by Duke Jiao and the emperor. In the future, he would inherit the Wang family's influence and legacy. In front of the future successor of the Wang clan, no matter how old he was, it was meaningless. There's nothing we can do about it. The Uzun are holed up there, and we can't do anything about it. If we send too few men to scout the area, they'll be killed easily. If there were just a little more people, the Tibetans would charge down from above and immediately scatter, losing their lives for nothing. Another student from the training camp agreed, with a helpless look on his face. The Uzun on this mountain was like a tough bone that couldn't be gnawed or driven away. Yet, they couldn't ignore it. Since the Big Dipper army was unable to spare any manpower, the heavy burden fell on them. Since the start of the mission, several trainees from the training camp who had participated in the mission had died. Countless soldiers had perished in the battle. There's no need for us to charge up. Let them come down. Seated on the back of his steed, Wang Chong gazed at the peak of the mountain and said calmly. Among the crowd, although he was young, his expression, speech, and every move unconsciously gave people a strong sense of confidence, causing people to subconsciously ignore his true age. Only by knowing oneself and one's enemy could one emerge victorious. In any battle, one had to first understand one's opponent and the location of the battle. The reason why Wang Chong came here was to understand the terrain here. He had to understand the terrain here like the back of his hand before he could make the appropriate arrangements. As his gaze slowly swept over the majestic mountain, the surrounding peaks, and the undulating terrain, Wang Chong imperceptibly nodded his head. All right, let's stop here for today. I already know what we should do for tomorrow's battle, Wang Chong said. So fast. Hearing Wang Chong's words, everyone was taken aback. Wang Chong said that he wanted to scout out the location of the battle tomorrow, which was why they brought him here. But they had only just arrived, right? Fang Xianying and the rest, who had just interacted with Wang Chong, were not used to it. All right, since Wang Chong said it's okay, then it's okay. Everyone just do as he says. Bai Siling said. She had been with Wang Chong for the longest time, and they had experienced many things together. Thus, she understood Wang Chong very well. She knew that if he said it was okay, then it was okay. He would never lie about this. Since Siling has said it, then there's naturally no problem. Zhao Yadong also chimed in. The Capitals by Clan was well known in the capital, and the Spear of Crimson Flames was even more famous. With these two people speaking up for Wang Chong, everyone finally believed that Wang Chong had actually completed the reconnaissance in such a short time and was already prepared for the battle tomorrow. Gongzi is indeed extraordinary. No wonder you are favored by the Holy Emperor. For the battle tomorrow, we will listen to Gongzi. Fang Xianying said. The battle is tomorrow, but there's one more thing I need to trouble everyone with. If we don't resolve this matter, we won't be able to carry out our plan tomorrow, Wang Chong said. These words greatly surprised everyone. Gongzi, please speak. If there's anything you need our help with, we will definitely do our best to cooperate, Fang Xianying said seriously. Zhao Yadong and the rest nodded. This matter was related to the battle tomorrow, and everyone's lives were at stake. This was no joke, and everyone treated it seriously. Wang Chong smiled and told them what happened next. That's impossible, right? Hearing Wang Chong's words, Zhao Yadong was shocked. We fought with Uzin's people so many times, but we didn't notice this at all. If there were, we would definitely have noticed it. Fang Xianying and the others also frowned. Clearly, just like Zhao Yadong, they hadn't noticed anything of the sort either. Don't worry. Even though the Uzin aren't familiar with Longxi, they aren't fools. They will definitely do so. It's just that you haven't noticed it yet. Wang Chong faintly smiled. All right then. Since you've said so, we'll do as you say. I hope that we'll be able to notice them, Zhao Yadong said. Had it been in the past, she would have surely scoffed at Wang Chong's words. But now, she didn't dare to underestimate this 15-year-old scion of the Wang clan. Siling, Su Gan, and Huang Yong too, the three of you should cooperate with them as well. Wang Chong turned to Bai Siling and the others and said, The three of them nodded their heads. As they had just arrived, they didn't have the slightest understanding of the terrain around the gathering point. In this aspect, they could only assist them from the side. Following which, everything went according to Wang Chong's plan. The 200 Great Tang cavalrymen spread out and formed a huge net around the resting point, shrouding the entire area. Time unknowingly passed. From morning to afternoon, the sun gradually set in the west. The 200 cavalrymen patrolling the area around the resting point were still unable to find anything. Wang Chong, don't you think you're making a big deal out of nothing? The strength of the Uzin soldiers far surpasses ours, and they've crushed us 4 times in a row. Under such circumstances, do you think that there's a need for them to send out scouts to spy on us? Outside the resting point, a few steeds were gathered together. Bai Siling was the first to speak up. It wasn't that she didn't trust Wang Chong, but more than half a day had already passed. There wasn't a single Uzin scout around the resting point. The difference between the Uzin soldiers and those from the Central Plains was simply too great. It was impossible for them not to notice their presence. Or perhaps the Uzin scouts will only come out at night? You said it yourself. They don't dare to leave the mountain easily. Zhao Yadong also tried to sound them out, using a more tactful approach. It wasn't that she didn't believe them, but she and Feng Xining hadn't seen a single Uzun scout around the resting point for so long. It was only because they heard Wang Chong mention it that they did so. If it were anyone else, they would just laugh it off and not take it seriously. Don't worry, they'll come. I've observed the terrain there. The weather is humid, and there will be clouds in the morning. But I've asked you before, there were 3 attacks, one early and one late, but the Uzun attacked almost all of them when you were gathering at the foot of the mountain. There are clouds in the morning, and they're obscured by the mountain peak, so we can't see them at all. And the wind is strong on the mountain, so we can't necessarily hear the sound of horses' hooves. If there aren't scouts scouting outside, it's impossible for them to know so clearly. I've told you long ago, the Uzun might not be familiar with the geography of the Tang dynasty, but they're not idiots. Before the troops and horses move, the rations and fodder move first. The ones who move before the troops and the rations are the scouts. Regardless of whether it's the Tang dynasty or other countries, it's impossible for them not to send scouts. This is common sense. Wang Chong said calmly. Although his voice was gentle, it was unquestionable. Wang Chong didn't order them to hunt down the Uzun scouts just to suppress them. Only by knowing oneself and the enemy can one emerge victorious. If they didn't get rid of these Uzun scouts and let them roam around, they would be able to find out all their secrets. That was why Wang Chong said that if they didn't solve this problem, they wouldn't be able to carry out their plan tomorrow. Everyone's mouths were agape, but they couldn't say a word, especially Zhao Yadong, who was dumbfounded. When Wang Chong asked her 3 days ago, Zhao Yadong told him everything she knew, but she didn't expect that Wang Chong's questions would be related to this. Chapter 368. At this moment, Bai Siling really felt some pity for Zhao Yadong. She knew how Zhao Yadong felt at this moment, because she had experienced the feeling of being an idiot before. One must know that when she and Wang Chong were dealing with the Iron Cloak highwayman, Wang Chong was even able to scheme against the fleeing highwayman. Back then, she thought that he had forgotten about it. Who could have thought that he would actually make use of those highwaymen to open the door to Iron Cloak Li's treasury? Even though this matter had happened a long time ago, it still left a deep impression on her. However, what was slightly better than Zhao Yadong was that she had been through life and death with Wang Chong, and they had gone through many life and death situations together. As such, she was already used to his actions. However, this was clearly the first time that Zhao Yadong was experiencing it. All right, Yadong, don't think too much into it. Just think about it. Longshi's Geshu Han, Anshi's Go Xianji, and Qishi's Fuming Lingcha all flew into a rage because of him. They gathered their people to kill him, and it's only natural that half of the imperial court is turned upside down by him. Bai Siling patted Zhao Yadong's shoulders as she said. The Zhao clan spear of Crimson Flames was a well-known figure in the capital. Countless youths of the prestigious clans had knelt before her, but they had all been looked down upon by her. But before Wang Chong, she had suffered 2 consecutive defeats. At this point, Bai Siling was starting to doubt whether she had made the right decision in introducing Zhao Yadong to the 3rd gathering point. All right, since Wang Gongzi has said so, let's just do as he says. Perhaps it was Bai Siling's words that had worked, or perhaps it was because she had recalled Wang Chong's shocking past. Zhao Yadong felt a little better. After saying those words, the crowd dispersed and went back to work. However, just as Wang Chong and the crowd dispersed, no one noticed that a pair of wild, invasive, and murderous eyes were observing everything around them and slowly approaching the important resting point. The area around the resting point was heavily guarded by a forest of spears and axes. The surroundings were densely packed with soldiers from the training camp who had been summoned from all over the place. However, no one noticed this figure. His movements were slow, and one could even say that he was unhurried, because this was not the first time he had come to this place. The layout of the entire resting point, the distribution of each sentinel when they would change shifts, where the command camp was located, how many experts there were, where the armory was. He knew everything like the back of his hand. He was even more familiar with this place than many of the trainees who had been here for a long time. There was even a time when he followed the cavalrymen here for a meal. But no one noticed him. A bunch of dead people. By tomorrow, all of you will be dead people. No one can stop the cavalry of the Yuzhan Empire. How dare you think of fighting us at the foot of the mountain? What a bunch of idiots. The figure walked calmly. This was not the first time he had been here. He had been here a few days ago. There was nothing worth paying attention to. They were just a bunch of people who came to die. He had even found out when they would move and how many people they would bring. But these people knew nothing. They still thought that they were staying at the top of the mountain, quietly waiting for them to attack. Just wait. You are just the beginning. The current Tang dynasty is no longer the Tang dynasty of the past. When the Prime Minister completes the last batch of enlistments, it will be time for us to cross Longxi and conquer the Divine Continent. Funny that you still don't know. The figure sneered in his heart. The previous Tang dynasty was extremely powerful. An army of 10,000 could conquer an army of 100,000, 100,000, or even 100,000. But the current Tang dynasty was no longer as warlike and valiant as before. Peace was the thing that could wear down a person's willpower the most. The strong winds of the highlands tempered the most powerful warriors. Soon, the banner of the great Highland Eagle would flutter across the entire Divine Continent. The people of the gods would rule the entire Central Plains. With this thought in mind, the figure slowly approached the resting point. He carefully listened to every word of conversation, every word of complaint, and even the yawns of the sentries. Here, he could come and go as he pleased, as if he had entered an uninhabited land. Just as he was thinking and feeling proud of himself, the figure suddenly felt alarmed. He felt as if he was being watched by a sharp gaze. That figure's heart skipped a beat, and he subconsciously glanced over. In his line of sight, he saw a youth who seemed to be only 15 or 16 years old staring at him. Although it was just a glance, his gaze was unbelievably sharp. Just as the figure was feeling uneasy, wondering if he had exposed himself and aroused the youth's suspicions, the youth's gaze quickly shifted elsewhere. It was as if he had just glanced at him unintentionally. In fact, that was indeed the case. The figure realized that the youth had already walked past a young beauty, dressed in red. Zhao Yadong, wait up. He heard the youth call out the lady's name. What's wrong? Zhao Yadong, who had already walked far away, turned around with a look of surprise. She didn't understand why Wang Chong suddenly called out to her. I just remembered that I forgot to tell you something. Wang Chong rode on his warhorse and galloped over. What's wrong? Zhao Yadong turned around with a curious look on her face. I forgot to tell you. You guys won't be able to catch the target the way you were doing. We need to change the way we patrol. Wang Chong smiled bitterly. He had also just realized that he had missed out on something. Based on how Zhao Yadong and the rest were acting, they probably wouldn't be able to find anything even after an entire day. Outside the resting point, many cavalrymen were shuttling back and forth. Wang Chong became one with his horse and crossed a fence outside the resting point, heading in Zhao Yadong's direction. Just as he passed by a cavalryman whose armor was stained with blood and seemed to be severely injured, Wang Chong's eyes narrowed as a sharp, killing intent burst forth from his eyes. You've got guts. How dare you come here? This roar was like rumbling thunder, reverberating through the entire resting point. The cavalryman whose armor was stained with blood and seemed to be severely injured shuddered as his expression changed. Boom! Right at this moment, the air trembled as Wang Chong became one with his sword and launched an attack. 8 steps of the furious flood dragon. Wang Chong's long hair fluttered in the wind as he executed a killing move right from the start. The might of the 8 steps of the furious flood dragon was unleashed to the extreme. Dragon roars reverberated in the air as 8 flood dragons appeared from 8 different directions, surrounding the suspicious-looking cavalryman. Moo! There was a deafening roar in the air. Out of nowhere, a large and sturdy white cow appeared around the cavalryman. A milky white ring of light vibrated out from beneath the cavalryman's feet, whistling out in tandem with his surging gang energy. Boom! Wang Chong's woozy steel sword pierced through the cavalryman's stellar energy, piercing through his chest from the front and out from the back. At the same time, that person took a blow from Wang Chong's sword to force Wang Chong back. Nay, the warhorse neighed. Almost at the same time that Wang Chong was pushed back, the cavalryman became one with his horse and leaped forward like a bolt of lightning. The milky white halo on his body extended to the warhorse's feet as he fled like a bolt of lightning. Stop him! Before Wang Chong landed on the ground, he slapped the ground with his palm and immediately used the momentum to bounce back, leaping back onto the white hoof shadow's back. This person was far more powerful than he had imagined, and his reaction and decisiveness were even more so. Wang Chong's attack had originally been aimed at his heart, but that cavalryman had actually managed to forcefully avoid his vitals in such a short period of time. He had used his right chest to clamp down on Wang Chong's long sword, and then sent him flying with a palm strike, buying himself time to escape. From the moment Wang Chong made his move to the moment he sent Wang Chong flying, only a split second had passed, yet he had managed to rapidly increase the speed of his warhorse. His horsemanship was simply astonishing. Boom! The area outside the resting point was in chaos. The crowd had yet to understand why the students of the training camp would attack their own cavalryman, but they soon realized that the cavalryman who had been attacked was actually fleeing in panic. Some people chose to intercept him, while others stood in place in a daze, completely unaware of what was going on. The gathering point for the third phase had been peaceful for a long time. This sort of situation had never happened before. Gallop! The warhorse galloped, kicking up a cloud of dust. While many people were still in a daze, the cavalryman who had been attacked had already reached the outskirts of the resting point. Many of those who had tried to attack him had been completely bypassed by him with astonishing speed. His vision was bright, and he was getting closer and closer to the encirclement of the resting point. The corner of that person's mouth had already revealed a hint of a smile. Although he had no idea why he had been discovered, he had still managed to escape in the end. Although the Tang dynasty had the advantage in numbers, they still couldn't do anything to him. Just as the corner of that person's mouth revealed a hint of a victorious smile, he suddenly heard a low, cold snort from a woman. It was arrogant, disdainful, and elegant, like a phoenix in the clouds, overlooking an ant in a swamp. "Do you think you can escape? Do you think you can leave without my permission?" That cold voice rang in that person's ears. The voice was neither loud nor soft, but it was clear and distinct. That person's entire body trembled, and he subconsciously felt a strong sense of danger. He wanted to reach out and pull the reins to go around, but he didn't know when, but he couldn't feel his fingers anymore. He wanted to squeeze the horse's abdomen, but he found that his lower body was ice cold. In a daze, he felt as if something had flown up. Only then did he realize that it was actually his own head. "Nay!" The warhorse neighed and galloped past him. Looking at the headless corpse on the horse's back, that person suddenly realized that he was already dead. So fast, as this thought flashed through his mind, his head spun and flew higher and higher. In the last moment, that person saw a large maroon horse and a valiant and formidable-looking woman in red riding on its back. In her hands, there was a red tasseled spear that was still spitting flame-like flames. Chapter 369. This was the first time Wang Chong had seen Zhao Yadong in action. With a single thrust of her spear, a fiery red cloud shot out, covering a distance of 6 to 7 zhang. The red cloud swept across the sky, and the man's head flew into the sky at an incredible speed. That person was also a top-notch expert. He was able to dodge Wang Chong's 8 steps of a furious flood dragon, but he couldn't dodge Zhao Yadong's spear at all. His thick stellar energy was also destroyed in an instant by Zhao Yadong. It could not even withstand a single blow from Zhao Yadong. So fast, Wang Chong thought to himself. It wasn't that the person's reaction was too slow, but that Zhao Yadong's spear was too fast. Even if it were Wang Chong himself, it would be hard for him to block it. The Zhao family spear technique is indeed powerful. At this moment, Wang Chong finally witnessed the might of the Zhao family's crimson flame spear. In private, Bai Siling had said that Zhao Yadong had a move that surpassed her cultivation level and was even more powerful than her. At that time, Wang Chong had dismissed it with a laugh. But now, it seemed that he was right. Bang! His head flew high and landed on the ground with a loud thud. It was like a huge rock falling into a calm lake. Only then did the crowd around the resting point react. What's going on? Why are they killing each other? Are these guys crazy? Capture them and punish them according to military law. B*****. Do they even have a shred of military discipline? The crowd around the resting point was in an uproar. Everyone was furious. In front of so many people, these people actually dared to kill their own cavalrymen. What a lunatic! The crowd gathered around them. A few of them ran straight into the resting point. As for the others, their faces were filled with horror when they saw the blood and corpses on the ground. Soldiers killing each other was a serious crime in the army, punishable by death. Zhao Yadong's expression wasn't too good either, but she still managed to maintain her composure. She simply raised her head and looked at Wang Chong with a questioning gaze. She had only acted because she heard Wang Chong's words. As for why she had acted, she had no idea. He still trusted Wang Chong. Even though there was a huge commotion outside, Zhao Yadong believed that Wang Chong definitely had his reasons. Protect Wang Gongzi. Seeing that the situation was disadvantageous to Wang Chong and the others, Su Gan, Bai Siling, and the others reacted swiftly and rushed in Wang Chong's direction. To be honest, they were just talking about the Yuzhen scout. No one understood why Wang Chong would suddenly attack a cavalryman. They were still in a daze. However, they and Wang Chong were already on the same side. No matter what, their first reaction was to protect Wang Chong. After all, they knew that Wang Chong was the direct descendant of Duke Jiao, a top-notch existence in the prestigious clans. Wang Chong, you've gone mad. Bai Siling urged her horse over. She was so anxious that her eyes were about to turn red. It wasn't that she was afraid of causing trouble, but she was worried for Wang Chong. She couldn't understand why Wang Chong would do such a thing. It was as if he had completely lost his mind. Don't panic. Seeing Bai Siling's anxious expression, Wang Chong felt both touched and amused. This silly lass really thought that he had gone mad. Before we panic, let's see who that fellow is first, Wang Chong said. He urged his horse forward, and with a flick of his right index finger, pong, a surge of sword chi flew out and struck the helmet of the cavalryman's head accurately. Dang! The head on the ground was originally lying face down. However, after being flicked by Wang Chong, it rolled a few times and immediately revealed a ferocious face with rough skin. Buzz! In just a short period of time, the originally excited crowd suddenly became deathly silent. First, it was the innermost layer. Then, the entire area around the resting point fell into a deathly silence. Even Zhao Yadong had a look of shock on her face, let alone the others. Uzun. No one had expected that the Tang Dynasty cavalryman they had just killed would suddenly turn into an Uzun man. The head on the ground was clearly different from that of Han. That kind of lacquer-like red was a typical Uzun plateau red. Zhao Yadong had not expected that the person Wang Chong wanted her to kill was actually someone from Uzun. What's going on? Bai Siling was also stunned. She urged her horse over and jumped down from the lower half of the cavalryman's corpse. With a light kick of her right leg, the armor on the cavalryman's body was immediately undone. Underneath the standard Tang Dynasty armor, the outer layer was peeled off, revealing a typical Uzun cavalryman's dark red sackcloth. Everything couldn't be any more obvious. No Uzun man would come to this place. This was an Uzun scout. Furthermore, it was an Uzun cavalry scout disguised as a Tang Dynasty cavalryman. He wore the armor of the Tang Dynasty cavalryman, rode on the war horse of the Tang Dynasty, and wore the helmet of the Tang Dynasty. Just like that, he actually managed to sneak into the vicinity of the gathering point of the resting point. If not for Wang Chong, he would have already snuck into the resting point, and no one in the resting point had noticed him. At that moment, Bai Siling turned around abruptly and looked at Wang Chong. Her eyes were filled with astonishment. Even though she was already used to Wang Chong's various behaviors, Bai Siling still found it hard to believe at that moment. This Uzun man was obviously an expert. He wore the armor of the Tang dynasty and the war horse of the Tang dynasty. Furthermore, he even pulled up his helmet and pretended to be heavily injured. He lowered his head so that no one would notice him. From the outside to here, it was as if he had entered a deserted area until he met Wang Chong. Bai Siling couldn't figure out how Wang Chong discovered him. From his position, he shouldn't have been able to see his face at all. Zhao Yadong was even more shocked than Bai Siling, because she was the one who killed him. She had never expected that Wang Chong would stop her because he wanted to kill an Uzun scout. What's going on? When the world happened, a loud voice suddenly sounded and heavy footsteps sounded. A powerful aura swiftly appeared in everyone's perception. Behind the resting point, a few tall and muscular axemen walked out with widened strides, accompanied by an authoritative figure. That authoritative figure swept his gaze across the area, and the atmosphere in the resting point abruptly changed. The riders and the trainees of the training camp lowered their heads unconsciously, showing fear in their eyes. At the same time, Wang Chong also retracted his aura, lowered his head, and tugging on the reins, he walked to the side of Su Gan, Huang Yongtu, and the others. What's going on? Does no one know what's going on? The Big Dipper army commandant's voice suddenly rose a few octaves, and his tone became much sharper. There were signs that he was about to fly into a rage. Zhao Yadong gazed deeply at Wang Chong for a moment before urging her steed forward. Lord, it's me. I noticed an Uzun cavalryman sneaking up on us while disguised as one of us. This subordinate has already killed him. Zhao Yadong shouted loudly before the Big Dipper army commandant. An Uzun scout? The Big Dipper army commandant's face warped in astonishment. His gaze swept across the area before swiftly making his way toward the corpse of the Uzun scout. It was also at this moment that Wang Chong steered his horse into the crowd and stealthily made his way out. Zhao Yadong would be in charge of the Big Dipper army commandant, so there was nothing else for him to do. How did you notice? Just as Wang Chong was making his way out of the crowd, Bai Siling suddenly caught up to him and asked. Fang Xianying and the others also walked over to Wang Chong with a look of admiration on their faces. Initially, they weren't too familiar with Wang Chong's capabilities. The reason why they had agreed to listen to Wang Chong's commands was due to the prestige of the Wang clan and Duke Jiao. However, the killing of the Uzun cavalryman had truly left them stunned. This is incredible. Gongzi, how did you manage to see through it? The others also asked curiously. They had been searching for the Uzun cavalrymen for an entire day, but they hadn't even caught a glimpse of them. With just a single glance, Wang Chong was able to recognize the Uzun cavalrymen. This was inconceivable. There's nothing strange about it. Wang Chong replied calmly. It's certain that the Uzun scouts have been dispatched. It doesn't make sense for them to be nowhere to be found, even after such a long period of time. It would have been difficult to find them through normal means, but the fact that the Uzun scouts were able to obtain intelligence from us can only mean one thing. They aren't using normal methods of spying at all. And the simplest way is to sneak into our midst. One of the trainees seemed to have thought of something and blurted out. That's right. Wang Chong glanced at the cadet in surprise. He had a vague impression of the other party. Zhao Yadong seemed to have mentioned that he was Sun Bailu, an offspring of the Sun clan, a cadet of the Shunwei training camp. In the previous few battles, you have lost many steeds and men. These steeds and armors are all readily available. Putting yourself in their shoes, this is without a doubt the simplest way to sneak into our midst. Wang Chong continued. Seated on the back of his steed, a wise glint shone in his eyes. Scouts are the elites of an army. As long as they wear those clothes and are careful enough, you won't be able to notice them. At that time, I thought of this and wanted to warn Zhao Yadong. Then I saw that person. But there are so many of them. Without seeing their faces, how can you determine which one is the real Uzun? If you were to make a mistake, wouldn't you be killing one of your own? Su Gan asked with a frown. In truth, he had a similar conjecture as well, just that he hadn't thought it through as thoroughly as Wang Chong. Furthermore, even if they knew that the Uzun scouts could be disguised as their own, it wouldn't be easy to find them among so many cavalrymen. Chapter 370. You're thinking too much. Wang Chong said calmly. The Tibetans are slightly shorter than us Han people, but they are also slightly shorter than us Han people. You just need to watch out for those who are short and look suspicious. Suspicious? Su Gan frowned. That's right, Wang Chong said calmly. The scout will try his best to disguise himself as one of us, but ultimately, he is different from us. As such, his actions will be slightly different, and it's easy to see through him. Everyone here has their chests puffed up and their heads raised, except for that person who has his head lowered, which is completely different from the others. There's a saying that goes, the head of a thief, and a thief is different from an ordinary person. Similarly, the Uzun scouts are different from our own cavalrymen. But given his condition, it's possible that he was a short and injured cavalryman, right? Another student from Shunwei training camp, who was with Fang Xianying and the others, said. He still felt that Wang Chong's method was a little too risky. After all, it was better to be safe than sorry. Even if the situation was as Wang Chong said, it wasn't entirely safe. It wouldn't be a small matter if he were to accidentally kill the scout. So didn't I test him? Wang Chong chuckled. Everyone was taken aback. They suddenly recalled the thunderous roar that Wang Chong had let out before making a move, and they came to a realization. I see. Gongzi's eyes are truly sharp and meticulous. I'm truly in awe of you. We've been searching for an entire day, but we weren't able to find any Uzun scouts. I thought that Gongzi was mistaken, and there were no Uzun scouts at all. If Gongzi hadn't seen through it, I would have never imagined that they would be so brazen. Indeed, it was as though they had entered an uninhabited land. But thinking about it now, it's truly frightening. The group of people felt the same way. The entire Tang dynasty's official resting place was heavily guarded. More than 200 of them weaved into a huge net to search everywhere. Under such circumstances, these Uzun people actually dared to swagger their way into the resting point right under everyone's noses. Just thinking about it made one's hair stand on end and shudder with fear. If it weren't for Wang Chong, no one would have known that there was an Uzun scout wandering around them, and that all their secrets had been discovered by them. Even the casual chatter between acquaintances could not escape their ears. Thinking of this, the crowd was even more impressed. Hearing about Wang Chong is not as good as meeting him in person. Only now did everyone realize that the rumors about Wang Chong in the capital were probably true. In terms of thinking and insight, Wang Chong's abilities far surpassed theirs. I can't blame you for this. The Uzun used the armors and horses of the soldiers who died in battle, so it's normal that you didn't notice. Wang Chong said, never underestimate your opponents. The Uzun might not be as prosperous as the Central Plains, but they were definitely the most suitable opponents and warriors. In terms of intelligence and cunning, they weren't inferior to any of their opponents. In the war between the Tang dynasty and the Uzun, there were quite a few famous generals in the Central Plains who fell to the Uzun. To Wang Chong, this was common sense not to underestimate the Uzun. But to Zhao Yadong, Su Gan, Fang Xianying, and the others, this wasn't the time. Most of the Saiyans who came under the tutelage of the Central Plains, Wang Hua looked down on foreigners. This was the same attitude that Wang Chong had in his previous life as well, so there was nothing to be surprised about. With Wang Chong as an example, they knew the direction of their search, and their movements became much more effective. This time, it wasn't just Wang Chong and the others who joined in the search. The entire resting point had joined in as well. After the first, the second, the third. In just a short period of time, 4 to 5 Uzun scouts were captured. No one was able to approach the resting point anymore. All of the soldiers around the resting point were ordered to remove their helmets. Under such circumstances, the red of the highland that the Uzun soldiers were wearing was completely exposed. What's going on? They didn't appear again? At the same time, on the peak of the mountain occupied by the Uzun soldiers, a high-ranking Uzun officer with a powerful aura and a small mustache was looking down at an Uzun squad leader with a hint of anger in his eyes. Lord, they didn't. We have already sent 3 groups of men to investigate. Logically speaking, they should have returned by now. I'm afraid that they might have returned. The Uzun squad leader lowered his head. He was the scout leader of this team. All of the scouts were sent out by him, and he was also in charge of them. In the past half a month, there had never been such a problem. The bearded Uzun officer wanted to curse, but he seemed to have thought of something. He took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Is it possible that our disguise has been seen through by them? He stared at the 10-man squad leader and asked. Impossible. They have never been seen through after so long. The Uzun squad leader shook his head without hesitation. Not in the past doesn't mean not now. The bearded Uzun officer gritted his teeth and said gloomily, no matter what, our method has obviously failed. We can't send out any more scouts. Let's call it quits. We have already gotten the information we want. The people of the Tang dynasty are arrogant now. They think that we are all idiots. Even if they discover our operation, they will never change their plan. Let's just stick to the original plan. Tomorrow, we will completely destroy them. As he spoke, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Yes, sir. The 10-man squad leader, who was at a disadvantage, quickly lowered his head and said no more. In a place where no one could see, the dark clouds of war were slowly brewing. Dong, 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 dong. Early in the morning, the sound of drums from the heaven-shaking staircase broke through the fog and filled the entire third gathering point. The sound of footsteps and hooves of the war horses were endless. Compared to 3 days ago, the atmosphere in the resting point was extremely tense. The air was filled with the smell of war. The training camp students and cavalrymen, who were usually bustling with activity and whispering to each other, were now much more depressed and silent. For the cavalrymen who had experienced the battle with the Uzun, everyone knew what today's battle meant. Hurry up. All of you hold on to your shields. That's your life. X-Men attack. As long as the shield bearers at the front can stop their war horses from charging, attack immediately. Kill the horses first, then the soldiers. Don't let the Uzun get past your defenses. Master archers, aim for the gaps in their armor. Heavy armor isn't omnipotent. As long as you aim accurately, they will still die. Everyone, follow my orders strictly. Anyone who dares to cause trouble will be executed. Early in the morning, the Big Dipper Army Commandant walked to and fro with a voice reminiscent of thunder. His gaze was sharp and his expression authoritative, reminiscent of an enraged lion. Even though the highest commander of the Big Dipper Army was Gashu Han, its founder was the current war god, the current imperial tutor of the crown prince, Wang Zhongxi. In the Tang dynasty, Wang Zhongxi was the true pillar of the empire, the #1 commander of the Han. His standing and influence were above even that of the Eastern Protector General, Zhang Shoge. Wang Zhongxi was a strict commander, and everything that the Big Dipper Army was built upon was left behind by Lord Wang. Gashu Han had only inherited it. Almost everyone in the Big Dipper Army was of the same style. This Big Dipper Army commandant was no different. There was almost no one who didn't fear military authority. Seeing this sight, Wang Chong couldn't help but feel a sense of familiarity. Even though this was the first time he was participating in a war against the Uzun since his reincarnation, Wang Chong wasn't unfamiliar with it. Some things were hidden deep within one's bloodline and soul. Every single battle was calling out to Wang Chong, awakening something in him. How is it? Are you ready? Seeing the tense atmosphere in the resting point, Wang Chong turned to Su Gan, Huang Yongtu, Fang Xining, Bai Ling, Zhao Yadong, and the others. The few of them nodded solemnly. Su Gan, Huang Yongtu, and the others were still fine. After all, they had never participated in a war before, and they had never witnessed the might of the Uzun army. However, it was different for Fang, Xining, and the others. They were slightly nervous. Even Zhao Yadong was the same. They had participated in several wars in the past, so it was impossible for them to not be nervous. Of course, Wang Chong saw it, but he didn't say a word. Facts spoke louder than words, and it was useless to say anything to them at the moment. They would understand everything once the war was over. Let's go according to the plan. The first wave will disperse first, then the second, and the third. We have too many people at the moment, and we're too big of a target. Losing so many of us will surely attract attention. Wang Chong said calmly as he began making the final arrangements for the war. It wouldn't be easy for him to execute his plan. The Big Dipper Army Commandant wasn't a fool. It was impossible for him not to notice the sudden loss of 200 men. However, Wang Chung wasn't worried at all. Later on, when the Commandant calls out the roll, we'll report to him. We'll move swiftly when it's time to depart from the resting point. The Big Dipper Army is an arrogant bunch, and our Commandant is currently focused on the 400 Big Dipper Army infantry and axemen equipped with tower shields. Once he calls out the roll, he won't pay any more attention to us, and that will be our opportunity. Understood, the crowd replied grimly. Over this period of time, they had managed to build trust and obedience toward Wang Chung. Even a genius like Zhao Yadong was this way. Needless to say, the others. All right, move out. Hearing the crowd's reply, Wang Chung nodded. Hung long long. A moment later, the ground began to tremble, and a cloud of dust rose into the air. Under the command of the Big Dipper Army Commandant, the infantry and cavalry of the resting point marched toward the mountain occupied by the Tibetans with a solemn and imposing aura. At the very back of the army, no one noticed that Wang Chung was swiftly retreating with his 200 men. Chapter 371. Roar, roar, roar. At the foot of the mountain, a distance away from the bottom of the slope, 400 infantrymen stood in a neat formation. Every single one of them raised their tall steel tower shields, and they raised and lowered their shields nonstop as they challenged the Big Dipper Army. Despite being only 400 infantrymen, the roar they produced was equivalent to the roar of thousands of soldiers. Their powerful and domineering voices shook the entire mountain. Under the effect of these waves of sound, even the air above the opposite mountain range was stirred up, blowing the entire forest of the mountain range. Even though these 400 infantrymen weren't the elites of the Big Dipper Army, they were handpicked from all over Longxi, and they were deeply influenced by the Big Dipper Army. All of them had undergone the Big Dipper Army's training. On top of that, quite a few of them were handpicked from the Big Dipper Army by the Commandant himself. This was also the reason why the Big Dipper Army Commandant was so confident in these 400 infantrymen. Everyone, follow the formation strictly. Those who dare to move will be executed. A resounding voice reverberated across the sky. The Big Dipper Army Commandant raised his sword, and the cold gleam of the sword gleamed brightly in the air. Behind him, a distance away, the cavalrymen were lined up in an orderly formation, and every single one of them was brimming with fighting spirit. This was a battle tactic. Even during a battle, he would leave sufficient gaps for the cavalrymen to charge forward. From this, it could be seen that the Big Dipper Army Commandant wasn't a fool. Be it the massive tower shields, the formation of the infantrymen 300 meters back, or the gaps for the cavalrymen behind him to charge forward. From these, it could be seen that this commandant was different from the previous commanders. His thoughts were much more meticulous. His tactics and strategies were also meticulously thought through. The infantrymen would stand at the front to fend off the first wave of cavalrymen. When the other party's momentum slowed down, the infantrymen would charge forward and break through the enemy's formation in one fell swoop. This was a typical amalgamation of infantrymen and cavalrymen in the modern battlefield. Even the Big Dipper Army of Longxi would often employ this tactic in their battles against Uzun. The heavy shields and the superior numbers of infantrymen and cavalrymen were the reason why the Big Dipper Army Commandant was so confident in this battle. Dong dong. Just as the Big Dipper Army Commandant was waiting for the Uzun army to appear on the other side of the mountain, the hurried clopping of hooves suddenly sounded. One of the military inspectors rushed over. "Sir, something bad has happened. What is it?" The Big Dipper Army Commandant frowned in displeasure. "My lord, I've just discovered that 200 people are missing." "What?" The Big Dipper Army Commandant's face darkened, and a sharp glint flashed through his eyes. "Bastard, are you joking with me?" It was inconceivable that they had lost 200 men in the middle of the march. Such a large number was no small matter. Cold sweat broke out on the military inspector's forehead as he hurriedly recounted what had happened. He had only just realized that so many people were missing from the march. The strict military rules of the Big Dipper Army were no joke. "Do you know who escaped?" The Big Dipper Army Commandant commanded sternly. "The name has been confirmed. The military inspector hurriedly reported the names of those who had disappeared. Almost all of them were scions of the prestigious clans in the capital. Scions of the prestigious clans were all cowards. Without a doubt, these people had fled in advance upon sensing danger. This was the typical behavior of deserters. Bastards! The Big Dipper army commandant's face darkened, and he felt like his lungs were about to explode. Deserting before a battle was a crime punishable by death. It was one thing for these scions to be in the capital, but to think that they would dare to flee under his command. This was unforgivable. Did they really think that his Big Dipper army wouldn't dare to kill these scions? Just as Zhang Xian was fuming in his heart, the ground suddenly trembled, and an enormous aura came from the opposite mountain peak with an earth-shattering momentum. Who? A violent gust of wind blew, and the Big Dipper army commandant on the back of his steed seemed to have sensed something, and his heart jolted. He abruptly raised his head, only to see the heads of steeds poking out from the dense thickets on the opposite mountain peak. Highland steeds. The Big Dipper army commandant's heart jolted. He immediately recognized the green-black steeds on the opposite mountain peak. Highland steeds were the most outstanding steeds of the Yuzhen Plateau. Due to their immense lung capacity, even though their limbs were shorter than the steeds of the Central Plains, they were extremely capable. More importantly, their bones were strong, granting them immense strength. In the past battles between the Tang Dynasty and the Yuzhen Plateau, these steeds had displayed incredible fighting prowess. At this very moment, several hundred green-black Highland steeds were standing in a neat formation, looking down at the mountain peak. Their eyes gleamed brightly, and they didn't move in the slightest, as if they were statues. A powerful aura descended upon them, exerting immense pressure on them. Retreat. We'll deal with these deserters later on. The Big Dipper army commandant's face warped slightly. He quickly waved the military inspector away, and at the same time, he raised the sword in his right hand and issued a series of orders. Everyone prepare yourselves. A resounding voice echoed in the air, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. Everyone's eyes turned toward the opposite mountain peak. As for the matter regarding Wang Chong and the others, he had completely forgotten about it. Even though 200 of his men had escaped, it was still an insignificant number to the entire army. Around him, there were still 700 to 800 soldiers gathered. This number was far greater than the Yuzhen cavalrymen. Hong Long. At the same moment, on the opposite mountain peak, the 300 Yuzhen cavalrymen slowly walked out of the forest, as if a demonic god who had stepped out from the depths of hell. These Yuzhen cavalrymen were fully armored, and their eyes were ferocious. Even the Highland steeds beneath them were equipped with heavy armor, and they were armed to the teeth. At the same time, they exuded an aura as heavy as the mountains. Even from such a distance, the Tang Dynasty cavalrymen at the foot of the mountain still felt a heavy pressure weighing down on them. The Big Dipper army commandant's face warped slightly. These fellows were elites. There was no doubt about it. Tower shields, lower your center of gravity. Archers, prepare to load the bows. Cavalrymen, prepare to receive my command. In just a short moment, the Big Dipper army commandant issued a series of orders, and the sound of bows being drawn sounded. 400 steel tower shields, each taller than a grown man, fell heavily to the ground. The infantry behind the tower shields held their breaths in silence. It's finally time for war. At the same time, on the peak of the mountain, the Yuzhen commandant gazed down at the formation of the Han army with a savage smile on his face. It was finally time for the final battle. Once they defeated the final Tang army and destroyed the resting point, they would be able to leave this place and return to Yuzhen. This mission was basically over. Without a doubt, the current Tang army was no longer a match for the Yuzhen. So, the Yuzhen commandant raised his right hand and grabbed the curved saber by his waist. Whipping it out, he raised it high above his head. The uniquely shaped Yuzhen curved saber gleamed coldly in the air. All soldiers, listen up. Defeat this Tang army, and we can return to the Yuzhen Highlands. Roar! The eyes of the 300-some Tibetan cavalry were filled with excitement as they roared in agreement. Waves of ferocious killing intent surged out of their bodies like a tide. Hee good. Feeling the killing intent behind him, the eyes of the Uzun commandant flashed with excitement. Then, he swung the curved saber in his hand down viciously. All soldiers, move out. Wong. The ground rumbled as the 300 fully armored Uzun cavalrymen charged down from the peak of the mountain on their black Highland steeds. Their initial speed wasn't too fast, but it gradually grew faster and faster. Eventually, the ground beneath their feet began to tremble. An aura as heavy as a mountain, incomparably vast and boundless, slowly emanated from their bodies. And this aura was still growing exponentially. Not only that, but the originally dense formation also began to change. 1 echelon, 2 echelons, 3 echelons. More than 300 people, in the end, actually turned into more than 10 echelons. Like undulating waves, they swept along the long hillside towards the foot of the mountain. The echelon charge formation. This was the most classic, most powerful charging formation that the Uzun cavalry had discovered over the long years. With the help of the steep hillside, batches of cavalrymen formed in countless trapezoidal formations and kept crashing at the enemy's infantry defense formation like waves. No matter how powerful a fully armored infantry formation was, it might be able to stop one wave, but it might not be able to stop a second, a third, a fourth, a 10th, a 20th. When a number of charges reached a certain level, they would definitely be able to break through the enemy's front line and then tear apart the infantry formation, completely shattering the enemy. As long as the front line infantry formation collapsed, the chaos would spread to the entire army. This was a secret that the Uzun cavalry had discovered in the countless battles they had with the Central Plains. The echelon charge formation would allow sufficient time for the cavalry to charge forward and adjust their formation. This way, even if the cavalry at the front line were to fail, it wouldn't affect the subsequent charge. Compared to a densely packed cavalry formation, the echelon charge formation was much more continuous. The duration of the charge was extended significantly. Of all the cavalrymen in the world, only the Uzun cavalry was able to make full use of this and maximize the prowess of the echelon charge formation. Hong long long. The earth quaked as the Tibetans charged faster and faster. Like a rolling snowball, they had already reached an inconceivable speed. From afar, it looked as though a streak of black lightning was advancing along the undulating slope of the mountain. His aura was as swift as a bolt of lightning, overwhelming and unstoppable. At the bottom of the mountain, a grim expression appeared on the face of the Big Dipper Army Commandant. Chapter 372. It has finally begun. At the same time, on another mountain not too far away, the Wang Chong and the others who had escaped were watching the battle from afar. From afar, the 300 Uzun cavalrymen were divided into more than 10 echelons. Dust billowed as they charged down from the top of the mountain like a bolt of lightning. The momentum they exuded was astonishing. Zhao Yadong, Feng Xianying, and the others were still fine with it. After all, they had experienced it before. However, shock could be seen in the eyes of Bai Siling, Su Gan, and Huang Yong too. The momentum of the charge of the 300 cavalrymen was reminiscent of an unstoppable army. In comparison, the iron cloak highwaymen that the three of them had experienced was nothing. Too powerful. Huang Yongta muttered to himself, completely shocked by this scene. This was the first time he had witnessed a battle with a foreign force. Even though it was only 300 cavalrymen, the impact it had on Huang Yongtu was devastating. It had completely changed his perception of battle. Sugan was slightly better off, but his complexion wasn't too good either. Only Wang Chong's expression remained the same. He wasn't as shocked as Bai Siling and the others, nor was he as worried as Zhao Yadong and the others. In Wang Chong's memory, war was nothing out of the ordinary. To him, the charge of the 300 Uzun cavalrymen was nothing more than child's play. In fact, Wang Chong knew that this was just a foreplay. The Uzun cavalrymen had yet to display the true might of their charge. Wang, As expected, when the 300 Uzun cavalrymen reached the midpoint of the mountain, something suddenly lit up, followed by a second, a third, a fourth. Eventually, the entire mountain was lit up. What is that? Huang Yongtu's eyelids twitched. Halo of the White Yak. The war halo of the Uzun Iron Men. Wang Chong replied calmly. The Uzun worshipped a type of white yak, viewing it as a sacred beast. And the halo of the white yak was one of the most famous war halos of the Uzun. Its white horns were ferocious and tempered, and when it charged, it was unbelievably sharp. Buzz! Sure enough, as soon as Wang Chong's voice trailed off, the shadows of huge white yaks suddenly appeared in the void. Each yak had a pair of sharp horns and aimed at the Tang dynasty's formation at the foot of the mountain. Moo! Along with the earth-shattering moo, the billowing smoke suddenly expanded by more than 10 times, and under the feet of the more than 300 Uzun cavalrymen, milky white rings of light were connected to each other, and the rings of light squeezed against each other, vibrating with each other, finally forming a huge white steel formation. Rumble! In the blink of an eye, the auras of the 300 or so Uzun cavalrymen suddenly skyrocketed, reaching a terrifying level. At this moment, everyone on the mountain paled. The onlookers seized clearly, while the players confused. This was the first time that Zhao Yadong and the rest were able to observe the charge of the 300-odd Uzun cavalrymen from afar. This was completely different from the few times that they had faced them head-on. The visual impact was unparalleled. It's not over yet. Upon seeing this sight, Wang Chong sighed deeply. The one thing that the Big Dipper army commandant shouldn't have done was to fight the Uzun soldiers at the foot of the mountain. Even though he had already dragged the formation back by 300 meters, it was still far from enough. Under the relentless charge of the Uzun soldiers, Wang Chong could already foresee the destruction of the Tang dynasty's formation. Get ready, let's move out. While everyone was still reeling in shock from the charge of the Uzun cavalry, Wang Chong raised his right arm calmly and issued the order to move out. The aura of the Uzun soldiers had already risen. The rumbling of the hooves of the horses shook the heavens, and a reverberation of the white yak war halos could be heard from dozens of li away. Under this aura, no matter what Wang Chong did, all sound would be drowned out. This was the best opportunity to move out. Wang. Following that command, Wang Chong took the lead and leaped down the mountain. With Wang Chong taking the lead, the others also came to their senses. Bai Siling, Zhao Yadong, Su Gan, Huang Yongtu, Fang Xianying, and the 200 Tang dynasty cavalrymen hiding in the mountains silently leaped down the mountain. Yet, at this moment, no one noticed them. Hong Long Long. When the 300 Uzun cavalrymen charged down from the mountain in an imposing manner, the mountain-shattering momentum finally made the Big Dipper army commandant's face turn grim. He finally realized that he had made a grave mistake. Even though he had borrowed the Big Dipper army's tower shields to deal with the Uzun soldiers, he wasn't the general of the Big Dipper army. The 300 Uzun cavalrymen were far more formidable than he had imagined. For this mission, he was originally very confident in the 400 huge tower shields that he had borrowed. However, at this moment, he suddenly felt that he wasn't so confident anymore. However, it was already too late by then. Get ready! A loud, sonorous voice echoed across the land, tinged with anxiety. The Big Dipper Legion commandant waved his arm and gave the final order to prepare for battle. The battle was about to begin. In that instant, the atmosphere was as though a storm was brewing, and the aura of war had reached its peak. All of the infantrymen, axemen, archers, and cavalrymen gripped their weapons tightly, and their bodies tensed. Aiming at the mountain peak, they made their final preparations. Hong Long Long. The sound of hooves grew louder and louder, and the Uzun Highland steeds in their formation grew clearer and clearer. Just when the charging Uzun cavalrymen were only 100 zhang away, the Big Dipper army commandant suddenly slashed his sword across the air. Hong Long Long. More than 400 tower shields, as heavy as mountains, fell from the sky. Under the impact of the giant shields, the entire ground shook violently, as if it had been hit by a pair of invisible hammers, making rumbling noises. The 400 tower shields lined up in a straight line like a wall, forming the frontmost line of defense. At the same time, black war halos shot out from the feet of the frontmost shield bearers. The 400 halos combined into one, vibrating incessantly with a metallic clang. In an instant, the aura of the 400 shield bearers doubled, and they stood firmly on the ground as though they had taken root in the earth. A majestic, indestructible aura erupted from the shield bearers of the frontmost. Roar! The 400 shield bearers roared fiercely. Under the provocation of the Uzan cavalrymen, their ferocity and fearlessness erupted from their bodies. There was a reason why the Tang dynasty was able to intimidate the world. The overall strength of the Tang dynasty was publicly acknowledged to be the strongest in the world. Longxi had fought against the Uzan for many years, and it was the front line against the Uzan. The 400 shield bearers had also undergone the rigorous training of the Big Dipper army. This kind of training had been tempered thousands of times. Every person who had gone through this training was a qualified warrior. Even if the Uzan soldiers were twice as formidable, they wouldn't fear them in the slightest. Seeing the determined shield bearers, the Big Dipper army commandant's eyes finally regained their luster. So what if the Uzan soldiers were formidable? With these shield bearers, he was confident that he could stand his ground against them. As long as they could withstand the initial charge, they would be the ones to take the next step. Archers, prepare yourselves. The Big Dipper army commandant's voice reverberated in the air. Following his voice, the 800 Great Tang soldiers began to display their might. Each and every one of them began to release their true martial realm halos. Innumerable true martial realm halos intertwined with one another, reminiscent of a metallic clatter. They exuded an intimidating aura as they formed battle formations one after another. Ready, release. Following that sonorous voice, arrows pierced through metal and cracked stone as dense as rain, whistling down from the formation at the foot of the mountain. The first wave of attack wasn't from the Uzan soldiers, but the Tang dynasty soldiers. Regardless of the battle, the archers would always be the first to attack. Hong hong hong. In an instant, all of the Uzan cavalrymen lowered their heads and used their heavy armor to withstand the rain of arrows. The incomparably heavy arrows struck the bodies of the 300 Uzan cavalrymen, but they were all deflected. Even the most formidable ones only managed to pierce through the armor of the cavalrymen. Ha ha! A frenzied laughter broke through the rain of arrows, reverberating across the sky. The first wave of arrows has passed. Let us show these soldiers of the Tang dynasty what true warriors are and what true despair is. The Uzan commandant at the very front laughed heartily as he spoke in the Uzan language. Along with these words, a sudden change occurred. Hong Long. A new surge of energy suddenly burst forth from the 300 Uzan cavalrymen like a tsunami. The Uzan cavalrymen, who were already moving at their maximum speed, suddenly felt an immense pressure weighing down on them, as if a mountain was pressing down on them. Shadows began to drift around them, and vaguely, one could see the shape of a domed fortress. Even though it was still in its most basic form, and it was barely discernible, as if it was made of mist. But in that instant, the pressure exerted by the 300 cavalrymen increased by more than tenfold. Wang. Upon seeing this sight, the Big Dipper army commandant at the foot of the mountain suddenly trembled. As if struck by lightning, his face turned ashen. Halo of fortress! In that instant, he finally understood what was amiss and why he felt so uneasy. He had made a fatal mistake. Hong Long. Chapter 373. When an Uzan cavalryman charged all the way from the peak of the mountain, how fast could he move? At this moment, the Uzan cavalryman had clearly demonstrated this fact to everyone. When the speed of an Uzan cavalryman was pushed to the limits, coupled with the sturdiness of the Highland steeds, the strength they wielded was unimaginable. Hong Long. As though a meteor falling from the sky, the first group of Uzan cavalrymen leaped high into the air, and their hooves stomped down on the massive tower shields at the very front of the infantry formation. Hong Long. A deafening clap of thunder echoed in the air, reverberating for a distance of 100 li. Steel against steel, halo against halo, stellar energy against stellar energy. At this instant, all kinds of energies were clashing intensely in the air. At the point where the hooves collided with the tower shields, sparks and lightning flashed in the air. Nay, the warhorses whinnied. The violent collision and the ferocious aura made even the warhorses in the rear feel uneasy, and they all neighed in response. The tower shields trembled. Under such a ferocious attack, even metal would shatter into dust. Needless to say, a human body. Behind the dozen tower shields, the faces of the shield warriors paled, and their bodies began to tremble uncontrollably. A few of them even had their perlicues torn open, and blood gushed out. But eventually, they managed to hold on. Using their bodies of flesh and blood, they managed to fend off the assault of the Uzun cavalrymen charging down from the peak of a mountain. Only the tower shield warriors were capable of such a feat. Their strong and sturdy bodies allowed them to be soldiers that other types of soldiers could not. But even so, the Big Dipper army commander couldn't bring himself to cheer up. Soon, the second, third, fourth, and fifth wave of the Uzun cavalrymen arrived one after another. Hong, hong, hong. One after another, the Uzun cavalrymen charged forward, and with lightning speed, they crashed into the tower shield warriors. The earth-shattering collision sounds rang out one after another, without the slightest interval. The tower shield warriors had just withstood the first wave of impact, but they were immediately met with the second, third, fourth, and fifth wave of impact. Their knees were bent, and their perlicues were torn. Their tower shields were trembling violently, and the blood vessels in their bodies were ruptured. The halos beneath their feet were shaking. The pressure increased again and again, and his injuries continued to accumulate. The burden on his body reached an astonishing height in a short period of time. How many times could a qualified tower shield warrior withstand the impact of a peak cavalry? 7 times. On average, a tower shield warrior could withstand the full force of the Uzun cavalry's charge from the top of the mountain 7 times. Such a physique had almost reached the pinnacle of any soldier. But this kind of strength was far from enough, because Uzun's echelon formation didn't have 1, 2, or 3 waves. Instead, it had reached an astonishing number of over 10 waves. No matter how powerful a tower shield warrior was, he would not be able to withstand such a tide-like, continuous, all-out attack. Rumble. It felt like only a moment, but also like countless long centuries. When the 8th wave of Uzun cavalry charged down for the top of the mountain, a rumble was heard. The towering and seemingly indestructible tower shield formation was finally torn apart. Rumble. When the Uzun cavalry surged through the gap like a river, everyone's face turned pale. The formation formed by 400 tower shield warriors was the greatest protection in front of everyone. Only by limiting the speed of the Uzun cavalry could they unleash their full strength. When an Uzun cavalry charged down from the top of the mountain, how much force did it have? For everyone else, it was hard to imagine. At least, no one could stop them behind the tower shield warriors. Countless examples of battles in the past had illustrated this point. When the infantry's defensive line was torn apart, it meant a lot to the people behind them. For the other troops that lacked protection, it was a disaster. Everyone calm down. Steel cavalry, prepare for a charge. Amidst the chaos, the Big Dipper army commandant's anxious voice echoed in the air. However, it was already too late. An immobile cavalry that could only charge a short distance was no match for the Uzun cavalry behind them. That wasn't how they were supposed to be used. The moment the 400 tower shields were torn apart, everyone's fate was sealed. The only thing that awaited them was defeat. The 300 Uzun cavalrymen, who were protected by the halo of White Yak and the halo of Fortress, were nothing short of destruction to the Big Dipper army. Ha ha! Kill all these bastards. This time, we will uproot them from the roots. At the very front of the formation, the Uzun army commandant laughed heartily as he charged forward with a group of cavalrymen. He could already see the annihilation of the 5th batch of Great Tang soldiers. This time, no one would be able to escape, and there wouldn't be a 6th or 7th batch of cavalrymen. He would kill all of them, destroy the resting point, and return to the Uzun Plateau to await further orders. Wang, just as the 800 Tang dynasty cavalrymen were about to be annihilated, at this crucial moment, the neighing of a neigh steed disrupted the chaos and broke the balance of the battle. To the right of the Uzun army, a group of 200 Tang dynasty cavalrymen suddenly charged out at an incredible speed. Surprisingly, the momentum they exuded was on par with the Uzun cavalry. Why would there be a Tang dynasty army here? Upon seeing the sudden appearance of the cavalry, the Uzun army commandant's face warped in shock. This wasn't a force he had expected. In the previous battles, he had wiped out several batches of great Tang soldiers, but he had never seen such a force before. What was even more unbelievable was that he was completely oblivious to the fact that this army was already so close to him. Under normal circumstances, this should have been impossible. Bastards! How cunning the Tang people are! Clenching his fists tightly, the Uzun army commandant quickly realized what was going on. Without a doubt, these fellows had mixed the sound of the horses' hooves with their own formation. When 300 soldiers charged down from the peak of the mountain, their momentum was earth-shattering, and there was no room for other noises. Perhaps he had heard their hooves a long time ago, but at that time, he had treated them as his own people. This enemy was extremely cunning. What made him wary was that the enemy was charging from a very far place. Although they didn't have the momentum of the mountain, they could avoid his eyes. More importantly, they could maximize the power of the cavalry's charge. When their speed reached its peak, this army of 200 soldiers was enough to pose a fatal threat to him. They were even more threatening than the 800 soldiers in front of him. Retreat. Shift direction. Luo sang, lead the army to attack that army. We must stop them. The Uzun army commandant's voice resounded through the entire army. As a commander, he instinctively sensed the danger of this army. Flank. The other party had chosen to target their weakest spot. Not bad, but it's too late. Seeing the Uzun soldiers making adjustments to their formation, Wang Chang's lips curled into a sneer of disdain. To be able to defeat the Big Dipper Army's tower shield formation, the other party's commander had already proven himself. However, it was a pity that this capability was insufficient before Wang Chang. In fact, the other party had made the same mistake as the Big Dipper Army commandant the moment he saw him. The Big Dipper Army commandant's biggest mistake was to fight the Uzun soldiers at the bottom of the mountain. And the Uzun army commandant's mistake was to change direction at the last moment to deal with him. A cavalry unit that was charging at full speed and had reached the pinnacle of speed would never be able to change its direction. The moment they changed direction, the speed of the cavalry would be reduced. The greater the change in direction, the greater the reduction in speed. If the Big Dipper army were to change direction at 90 degrees, the advantage they had accumulated previously would be reduced to nothing. If the Big Dipper army had persisted in their strategy and charged forward with all their might, they might have been able to crush the 800 cavalrymen and deal massive damage to them. But now, in other words, their fate had been sealed. In truth, it wasn't because of that childish mistake. Rather, the fate of the 300 cavalrymen had been sealed even before the other party noticed them. Everyone, listen up. Arrow formation. Charge with all your might. Wang Chang raised his right hand and issued the command. The 200 cavalrymen immediately changed from a simple square formation to an arrow formation. Then, they quickly expanded and charged toward the other side. Hong Long. In an instant, Wang Chang, Zhao Yadong, Bai Siling, Su Gan, Huang Yongtu, Fang Xianying, and the others charged viciously toward the Uzun army. Trapezoid formation and arrow formation. For the first time, two completely different cavalry formations clashed with one another at the border of Longxi. These two completely different cavalry formations were rarely seen even in modern warfare. Hong Long. When the 200 cavalrymen charged into the Uzun formation, Wang Chang also released his battle halo. Hong Long. Lightning clouds rumbled, and an invisible ripple spread out from Wang Chang's body to the entire army. Wherever the ripple passed, the elementary halo of fortress of the 300 Uzun cavalrymen was extinguished, and the milky white yak halos instantly fell. Bane of the battlefield. On this battlefield, Wang Chong released his battle halo for the first time in several months. These halos instantly destroyed the advantage the 300 Uzun cavalrymen had, and they had won this battle. In that instant, the faces of the 300 Uzun cavalrymen turned ashen. Without the elementary halo of Fortress and White Yak halo, they were nothing more than ordinary cavalrymen. Hong Long. Chapter 374. Congratulations to the host for killing the Uzun cavalry for the first time. Additional reward, 1 fate point. Congratulations to the host for killing the Uzun cavalry 2. Congratulations to the host for killing the Uzun cavalry 3. Congratulations to the host for killing the Uzun cavalry 4. Congratulations to the host for killing the Uzun cavalry 7. Congratulations to the host for killing the Uzun cavalry 8. Congratulations to the host for killing the Uzun cavalry 9. A series of voices rang out in Wang Chong's mind like a waterfall. The arrow formation formed by 200 cavalrymen was like a sharp knife stabbing into the side of the Uzun cavalry. At the moment of impact, a large number of Uzun cavalrymen died. The focus of the Uzun cavalrymen was originally on the 800 cavalrymen. The appearance of Wang Chong and the rest was not within their expectations. Even if they had already made a change, it was still too late. When Wang Chong had launched his charge from afar, he had never thought of leaving time for them to make a change. When Wang Chong's cavalrymen reached their peak speed, from the moment they saw them to the moment the arrow formation crashed into them, only 6 seconds had passed. 6 seconds was not enough for the 300 Uzun cavalrymen to make a change. Instead, it caused even more chaos. The Ney was in a complete mess. When the Uzun cavalrymen fell one by one like weeds, Zhao Yadong and the rest were stunned. The Uzun cavalrymen, who had been through many battles, were invincible in their eyes. But at this moment, they were like pieces of paper. Zhao Yadong could not believe her eyes. Kill! With a loud shout, Zhao Yadong was shocked. The silver-white spear in her hands quickly joined together and became a long spear. Whoosh! A stream of fire spurted out. The Zhao clan's spear technique, Crimson Flame Spear, appeared once again. With a flash, 3 Uzun cavalrymen were decapitated and fell from their dark highland steeds. As soon as Wang Chong's Bane of the battlefield appeared, all the other war halos dropped by 1 rank. The White Yak halo of the 300 Uzun cavalrymen was immediately weakened by a level. Without the support of the White Yak's halo, the basic halo of Fortress that the 300 players had condensed immediately fell and could no longer be maintained. To be more precise, even the Uzun's aura of Fortress was weakened by Wang Chong's Bane of the battlefield. The war halo bestowed by the Stone of Destiny truly revealed its dominance on this battlefield. It was not born to compete in martial arts. Its existence was to completely overturn a war. This was also the reason why Wang Chong did not hesitate to join the battle when he heard that there was another battle in the 3rd stage. This was the source of his confidence. The 300 Uzun cavalrymen were nothing more than chickens and dogs before the Grade 1 Bane of the battlefield. Bastard! What in the world is going on? Where's the halo? Where's the halo? Damn it, we clearly have more than 300 people. So why did the basic halo of Fortress suddenly lose its effect? How did my strength suddenly weaken so much? What in the world is going on? Wang Chong's arrow formation had truly thrown the Uzun soldiers into chaos, but what truly made them panic was the sudden weakening of their strength and the disappearance of the basic halo of Fortress. The former was their weapon of slaughter, while the latter was their barrier of self-defense. In so many battles, they had won against many, and they had killed countless Tang soldiers, all because of these 2 weapons. To have their strength inexplicably restricted and weakened was enough to make the Uzun panic. It was as if they had been cursed. But before they could think about the reason, the other thing that the Uzun were most worried about happened. Roar! A heaven-shaking roar came from the base of the mountain. The sudden appearance of Wang Chong's 200 cavalry was like a divine army descending from the heavens, a massive surprise for the 800 Tang soldiers who were already certain of defeat. And even more surprising was that the seemingly unstoppable Uzun soldiers were actually unable to stop these 200 cavalry. Kyle. In an instant, everyone's morale soared. Taking advantage of the moment when the Uzun flanks were broken, the 800 Tang soldiers swiftly advanced from below. Infantry, axemen, archers, cavalry, all soldiers, move out. The Big Dipper commandant in the formation also had a look of shock on his face, almost not daring to believe his eyes. The 200 cavalrymen who had disappeared and were regarded as defectors by him had actually appeared at this moment. This was something that he had never expected. However, his reaction was not slow at all. Why did the 200 cavalry disobey his orders, suddenly disappear, and why did they suddenly appear? These were all matters to be dealt with in the future. The urgent task at hand was to turn defeat into victory. He had to swiftly defeat the 300 Tibetan cavalrymen who had escaped to Longxi and might even make their way to the capital at any moment. Honglong, the tower shields trembled. For the first time, the nearly 400 tower shield warriors raised their shields high and took the initiative. Boom! The heavy tower shields pushed forward and smashed heavily onto the bodies of the Uzun Highland steeds. Nay, the war horses whined in pain. Even though these Highland steeds had strong bones and muscles and possessed extraordinary strength, in the face of the shield attacks of the tower shield warriors, they all whinnied as their tendons broke and their bones fractured. Some of them even fell to the ground. To be able to withstand the charge of so many steeds, the strength of these tower shield warriors was unimaginable. Tower shields weren't just a powerful weapon for defense, they were also a powerful weapon for offense. Amidst the long neigh of the neigh, the precious Uzun Highland steeds fell to the ground one after another. At the same time, the several hundred cavalrymen behind the formation also charged forward. In just an instant, the Uzun cavalrymen were pincered from both the front and the side. The formation fell into chaos, and the echelon formation could no longer be maintained. The countless battles between the Tang dynasty and the Uzun had shown the fate of the Uzun cavalrymen who lost their echelon formation. Honglong. In an instant, the 300 powerful Uzun cavalrymen had fallen into an absolute predicament. War steeds collided with war steeds, swords clashed with sabers, halos clashed with halos, and stellar energy clashed with stellar energy. Battle cries, screams of agony, the neighing of horses, the clanging of metal. The entire battlefield was in chaos. Congratulations to user for killing 23 Uzun cavalrymen. Congratulations to user for killing 24 Uzun cavalrymen. Congratulations to user for killing 25 Uzun cavalrymen. Congratulations to user for killing 37 Uzun cavalrymen. Congratulations to user for killing 38 Uzun cavalrymen. Congratulations to user for killing 39 Uzun cavalrymen. Congratulations to user for killing 40 Uzun cavalrymen. Amidst the neighing of horses, a voice sounded in Wang Chong's mind. Honglong, a raging wind blew, and the energy of the world surged into Wang Chong's body. Ever since the encirclement of the Goguryeo assassins, Wang Chong's bane of the battlefield halo had finally expanded once more. With Wang Chong at the center, invisible ripples spread out in all directions. In Wang Chong's eyes, he could even see the beautiful and majestic ripples that resembled the white waves of the ocean. This is incredible. Wang Chong closed his eyes, savoring the wonderful growth in his strength. It felt as though all 80,000 pores on his body had opened up. The fate of the 300 Uzun cavalrymen had been decided. There was no need for him to worry about this war anymore. As a commander, he had never had to enter the battlefield personally. The moment his strategy was completed, it would mean that he had already won the war. Strategizing to determine victory from 1,000 li away, the one with the most schemes wins, this was the role of a true commander. Compared to the strategies that he had grasped in his mind, the strategies and tactics of this space-time continuum were far too lacking. The two armies would arrange their troops and then use their respective methods to face off against each other. Ever since Wang Chong had arrived in this world in his previous life, he had already realized that even though the martial arts of this world were extremely advanced, the tactics and strategies of this world remained at a very primitive level. Every strategy was about grandeur and grandeur. In this war, the one that they used the most was the Uzun cavalrymen, who made use of the terrain to charge from the top of the mountain. On the other hand, the Tang dynasty had wisely used the 400 massive tower shields. The art of war was divided into orthodox and bizarre, using orthodox to combine bizarre to win. This world only had orthodox, but it lacked the bizarre. This was the reason why Wang Chong was able to stand proudly in the world in his previous life, surpassing the vast majority of generals, conferred generals, great generals, protector generals, and protector generals. Even the elders of the empire were full of praises for him. In the end, he was given the title of War Saint. In his previous world, there is only one person who could stand at the pinnacle of all generals, great generals, and generals in the military world. That person was Wang Chong, the only publicly acknowledged war saint in the previous world. For others, this war was a battle of life and death, but for Wang Chong, it was just a small test of his abilities. Rumble, as one war horse after another fell, one Uzun cavalryman after another died, and the 300-strong Uzun army finally crumbled. Congratulations, host! You have killed a total of 1,718 foreign soldiers. Congratulations, host! You have killed a total of 1,719 foreign soldiers. Congratulations, host! You have killed a total of 1,720 foreign soldiers. Congratulations, host! You have killed a total of 1,834 foreign soldiers. Congratulations, host! You have killed a total of 1,835 foreign soldiers. Congratulations, host! You have killed a total of 1,836 foreign soldiers. After killing 100 Uzun cavalrymen, a completely different notification sounded in Wang Chong's head. Taking into account the number of Gogrian soldiers he killed previously, Wang Chong had killed 1830 foreign soldiers. He wasn't too far from reaching the level 2 bane of the battlefield. With a deafening roar, the most important commander of the Uzun army was killed by the Big Dipper army commandant, and the remaining Uzun soldiers finally fled in fear. Congratulations to the host for changing fate and killing 300 fleeing Uzun cavalrymen. You are rewarded with 3 destiny points. At the same time, a mechanical voice sounded in Wang Chong's head, signaling the end of the battle. This was an unexpected reward. Chapter 375. Destiny energy was very difficult to obtain. Wang Chong had already experienced this firsthand. It had to be something that had happened in the past. Moreover, this matter had to be exceptionally important for it to be rewarded with destiny energy. Wang Chong had not expected that after participating in the 3rd phase of the mission, not only would the reward from the Bureau of Military Personnel and the upgrade of the Bane of the Battlefield Halo be given, he would also receive a total of 4 points of destiny energy. In total, he now had a total of 79 points of destiny energy. Replacing Li Xiang's blood had cost him 30 points of destiny energy, but he had received 45 points of destiny energy as a reward. After exchanging for so many things, it was already quite astonishing that he could still throw away 79 points of destiny energy. More importantly, when he killed the first Uzun cavalryman, Wang Chong discovered that he had received an additional point of destiny energy. In other words, when I kill Mengshi Zhao, the Eastern and Western Turks, the kingdoms of the Western regions, the Abbasid Caliphate, Karaxpazinu, and so on, I'll receive additional rewards. Wang Chong's eyes shone. Suddenly, Wang Chong seemed to have discovered a way to obtain additional destiny energy. The battle quickly ended, and the next step was to clean up the battlefield. At the base of the mountain, there were corpses everywhere. Not a single one of the 300-some Uzun cavalrymen had managed to escape. In the territory of Longxi, the highland steeds of Yusang, who were wearing heavy armor and didn't have the terrain advantage of a high mountain, were unable to outrun them. Every single one of them was caught and killed. Unfortunately, Wang Chang's bane of the battlefield halo did not increase the number of people killed by 300, but by 2. A portion of it came from the 800 kills. Wang Chong was not the overall commander, so he could only obtain a portion of the reward. There was nothing he could do about it. In the end, the number of foreign soldier kills stopped at 1861. There were still more than 100 more to go before he could upgrade his level 2 halo to 2000. What a pity. It looks like I'll have to wait until next time. Wang Chong couldn't help but feel a sense of regret. Once the bane of the battlefield reached level 2, it would be able to reduce the halos of true martial tier 2 martial artists to their original form. But before that, Wang Chong could only use a level 1 halo to weaken it. The war ended, and the atmosphere on the battlefield changed subtly. Everyone looked at Wang Chong and his group of deserters with respect in their eyes, especially those who had participated in many battles in the training camp. They were filled with admiration for them. If not for the sudden appearance of Wang Chong and the others, everyone knew that they would have lost the battle. Without the protection of the tower shields, everyone was powerless to resist. Unbelievable. When did they set up an ambush there? What a strange way of fighting. I've been in the army for so many years, but this is the first time I've seen it. Is that master's arrangement? That's impossible. Even his lordship panicked. I heard they are deserters. Are you crazy? Deserters will appear here. So you're saying that they didn't listen to orders and acted on their own? In private, everyone was whispering to each other. In a head-on battlefield that emphasized grandeur, where both sides faced off against each other and competed with each other's strength, an army like Wang Chong's was rarely seen. At the very least, this kind of fighting style was uncommon. In fact, many veterans who had experienced countless battles had never experienced such a thing before. It was a novel sight to behold. Looks like we've really made a name for ourselves this time. Riding on the back of his steed, Huang Yongtu glanced at the admiring gazes around him and laughed heartily. Huang Yongtu had never been able to do such a thing on a regular battlefield, and he couldn't help but feel exhilarated. Wang Chong, I really have to give it to you. I didn't think that we would be able to defeat them to such an extent. Indeed, I really can't believe it. It seems like we can finally report back to our superiors. Su Gan nodded in agreement. Looking at the corpses of the Uzun soldiers on the ground, he nodded in approval. When the Tibetans charged down from the summit, their aura had covered the heavens, toppling mountains and overturning seas like an avalanche. Even from afar, they couldn't help but shudder in fear, thinking that it would be difficult for them to withstand it. Who could have thought that they would actually succeed in destroying them? And all of this was thanks to Wang Chong's mastermind. At this point, Su Gan couldn't help but look at Wang Chong in admiration. As the saying went, no discord, no concord. Even though it was a little awkward at the start, at this moment, Su Gan was truly impressed by Wang Chong. On the other side, Xiling and Zhao Yadong were looking at Wang Chong while whispering to one another. It was hard to tell what they were talking about, but the both of them suddenly burst into laughter. That beautiful face of hers left the crowd dumbfounded. Dee-da-da, just as the crowd was chatting, the sound of galloping horses suddenly sounded. Gongzi, the commandant invites you over. The messenger pulled on the reins of his steed and stopped before Wang Chong expressionlessly. For a moment, all was silent, the boisterous crowd falling silent as they turned to Wang Chong. For this operation, Wang Chong had acted arbitrarily, disobeying orders and taking away 200 men without permission. According to military law, this was a crime punishable by death. Gongzi will be fine, right? A student from Shunwei training camp asked. He was a scion of a prestigious clan in Shunwei training camp, or else he wouldn't have participated in such a mission. However, before Wang Chong, he subconsciously used honorifics and a respectful expression, subconsciously treating Wang Chong as the leader of his group. You must be joking. If not for us, we would have long been wiped out. Do you think that the commandant will blame us for this? Zhao Yadong's cold expression reverted to her usual displeasure. Even though she didn't have much of a relationship with Wang Chong from the start, it was impossible for her to say that she had a good impression of him. But over the past 3 days and the arduous battle, Zhao Yadong had subconsciously acknowledged Wang Chong's strength. In Zhao Yadong's heart, This son of Duke Jiao, who was much younger than her, was definitely a talented person. Even the arrogant Zhao Yadong felt that she was different. Such a person had made a great contribution, so he definitely shouldn't be blamed. Yadong, don't say so much. This is the military. Maybe the commandant is going to praise him. After all, we won the battle. Bai Siling was the one who comforted her. Compared to Zhao Yadong's agitation, Bai Siling was much more rational. That's right. We've done such a great service. Why would the commandant blame us? That's right. The commandant probably won't. The others chimed in. If not for Wang Chong leading the group to lie in ambush nearby and suddenly appear at the critical moment to turn the tide, the battle would have been a complete mess. No one believed that the commandant would punish them under such circumstances. Wang Chong didn't say a word, but he shook his head inwardly. Wang Chong was well aware that everyone was still thinking too simply and too optimistically about this matter. The Big Dipper Army's Imperial Army was strict, and everyone in the army had to obey their orders strictly. There was no way that the Big Dipper Army commandant would be so easy to deal with. If he was really as the crowd thought, the one standing before him at this moment should have been him and not the messenger. Don't worry. I'll handle it myself. Yadong, Siling, you two take charge of this area. I'll go and meet the commandant. As Wang Chong spoke, he turned his head to the messenger. Lord, I'll have to trouble you to lead the way. At the westernmost corner of the battlefield, Wang Chong saw the Big Dipper Army commandant standing with his hand behind his back with a stern expression on his face. Infantry were currently digging a trench to bury the corpses, and the Big Dipper Army commandant was standing by the trench with an impassive expression on his face. Paying respects to Lord. Wang Chong dismounted from the white-hoofed shadow and bowed respectfully. There were no fathers and sons in the military, and there were no scions of prestigious clans either. Many scions of prestigious clans would end up violating the rules of the army due to their arrogance, resulting in war. Wang Chong was familiar with such matters. Now that it was his turn, Wang Chong wouldn't make such a mistake. Upon seeing Wang Chong, the Big Dipper Army commandant's expression softened. You've worked hard. You have contributed greatly to this battle. How are the casualties? It's fortunate that there aren't too many casualties. Wang Chong lowered his head and reported the casualties. Due to the speed of a cavalry charge, there were very few casualties. Most of the time, by the time the enemy soldiers raised their swords, they would already be facing the 7th. On top of that, Wang Chong's bane of the battlefield greatly weakened the Uzun soldiers, thus reducing the number of casualties on Wang Chong's side. Not bad. The Big Dipper Army commandant nodded, and the smile on his face grew even more amiable. I've already informed the military registrar to record all of your contributions. In the future, this will be reported to the Bureau of Military Personnel, and all of you will be rewarded. You have all done well in this regard. Lord, you're being too polite. This is what I should do. Wang Chong replied humbly. Not bad. Don't get complacent in victory, and don't give up in defeat. This is the attitude that the military needs. Seeing Wang Chong's attitude, the Big Dipper Army commandant nodded in approval. But in the next instant, the gentle aura abruptly changed. The Big Dipper Army commandant's face turned frosty, and he stared down at Wang Chong with a sharp gaze. But you deserted at the last moment, mobilized your troops, and disobeyed my orders. What's wrong with that? Do you know that according to military law, this is a crime punishable by execution? At the end of his words, his voice rose several octaves, becoming incomparably resounding. The atmosphere between the two of them changed from the initial cotton-like warmth to one where swords were drawn and bows were drawn. It was incomparably solemn. Hearing this cold and stern voice, even the soldiers who were burying the corpses in the trenches shuddered, their eyes revealing a look of fear. The commanders of the Big Dipper Army, from top to bottom, were deeply influenced by the Empire's war god, Wang Zhongxi, and the Big Dipper Army's commander, Geshu Han. Every single one of them was a man of his word. Chapter 376. Wang Chong didn't say anything. At that moment, the atmosphere dropped to a freezing point. Wang Chong could feel the bone-chilling gaze on him from above, and he was very sure that he wasn't just saying it. He really dared to do it. As expected, they still came. Wang Chong let out a long sigh in his heart. For others, this scene might be unexpected, but for Wang Chong, it was not unexpected at all. Everything has its priorities. If I had told you in advance, would you have let us go? Wang Chong had been talking with his head lowered, but he suddenly raised his head. Impudent. There are laws in the army. If everyone did this, how would that be? If soldiers have no discipline, how are they any different from mountain bandits and horse bandits? These words were spoken so boldly that Wang Chong had nothing to say. So, the commandant wants to punish us? After all this? Wang Chong suddenly laughed. Humph! Do you think I don't dare to be arrogant? Fury flashed across the eyes of the Big Dipper army commandant. Meritorious service will be rewarded, and mistakes will be punished. I will note down your contributions and record them in the book, but you must also be punished for acting without authorization, escaping without permission, and disobeying orders. Nothing can be accomplished without rules. Guards, take him down. As the Big Dipper army commandant spoke, he pointed at Wang Chong, said, Buzz! As soon as he finished speaking, a few people instantly rushed out of the trench. Each of them was well-built and had a fierce look in their eyes. They even leaped out with iron staffs in their hands. The military staff in the army was not made of wood. Against a true martial martial artist, only iron was useful. As soon as the 6 military judges appeared, they immediately fanned out and surrounded Wang Chong. Wait! Seeing the menacing glint in the eyes of the 6 military judges, Wang Chong immediately knew that the Big Dipper army commandant was prepared. When he said that he would take him down and deal with him according to military law, it was not just empty words. He really wanted to do it. If you violate military law, you'll be punished by military law. It's the same no matter how great your contributions are. What else do you have to say now? Take him down. With a cold expression, the Big Dipper army commandant pointed his right index finger at Wang Chong. Quickly surrender and don't make a mistake. If you dare to resist, your punishment will be increased. Among the 6, one of the military judges shouted. His expression was ferocious. With a shake of his hand, he pulled out a chain and was about to put it on Wang Chong's body. When the military judge in the army enforced the military law, he had already considered the possibility of resistance, so he had prepared this kind of shackle that was similar to the Ministry of Justice. However, unlike the Ministry of Justice, these shackles were made of deep-sea black iron and had inscriptions on them. Every single one of them was extremely sturdy and could not be broken easily. Roar! When one of them made a move, the others immediately roared and pounced on him from all directions. He had long been prepared for this moment. There was no room for Wang Chong to resist. How dare you? Who dares to make a move? Seeing that the military judge was getting serious, Wang Chong decided not to stand on ceremony. With a flick of his right palm, the golden token on the King of Song immediately appeared in his palm. With the token of the King of Song here, who dares to make a move? The silhouette of a vigorous dragon appeared on the golden token, and it was aimed straight at the military judge. Upon seeing the silhouette of the dragon, the 6 military judges felt as if their eyes had been pricked by needles. Their hearts tightened, and they felt as if they had bumped into an invisible wall, causing them to come to a halt. No matter how ignorant they were, they knew that in the Central Plains, the Tang dynasty was the territory of the royal family. Using the silhouette of a dragon was a crime punishable by death. With a single look, they could tell that the token in Wang Chong's hand was of extraordinary origin, and it wielded unparalleled authority. This wasn't an existence that they, military judges, could afford to offend. Wang, upon seeing the token, even the Big Dipper army commandant's face warped in shock. Without a doubt, he didn't expect Wang Chong to have such an artifact on him. What token? I don't recognize it at all. The Big Dipper army commandant suddenly bellowed. A bunch of bastards, don't fall for his tricks. Take him down and deal with him according to military law. You don't recognize the token of the King of Song? You don't even recognize the transfer order from the Bureau of Military Personnel? However, Wang Chong seemed to have expected such a sight. With a flick of his wrist, he took out another piece of paper and swiftly stowed it away. The transfer order from the Bureau of Military Personnel is to be executed first and report later. This transfer order has the seal of the Bureau of Military Personnel on it, as well as the signatures of many lords. With just a single transfer order, I can send you to the barren lands by the borders, starting from the position of a foot soldier. Do you really think that Gashu Han will be able to protect you? At the end of his words, Wang Chong's voice suddenly rose a notch, and his expression turned stern. Han Long, a token of the King of Song and a transfer order from the Bureau of Military Personnel paled in comparison to Wang Chong's final words. The Big Dipper Army Commandant widened his eyes in disbelief as he stared at Wang Chong. He felt as if he'd been struck by lightning. You've been doing this for Shu Han, right? Do you really think that I don't know anything? You better think it through. If you want to please that Big Dipper great general of yours, you'll have to see if you can withstand the wrath of the Wang clan and the King of Song clan. You should ask that Lord Gashu Han of yours if he can bear the consequences. Wang Chong's eyes seemed to peer into the depths of the Big Dipper Army Commandant's soul. Han Long. The Big Dipper Army Commandant felt as if he had seen a ghost. At this moment, he wasn't just shocked anymore. In fact, there was even a tinge of fear. This young man was far more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. He had thought that everything he had done was flawless, but he couldn't figure out where he had exposed himself. Moreover, the pressure revealed in the other party's words caused him to break out in a cold sweat. It was like a raging storm. There were some things that couldn't be revealed. There was a huge difference between revealing the truth and not revealing it. If Wang Chong hadn't exposed him, there were still some things that he could have done. But now, no matter how bold he was, he didn't dare to continue on like this. If Wang Chong was just an ordinary cadet of the training camp a moment ago, the current him was a sharp blade that could send shivers down one's spine. The Bureau of Military Personnel, the King of Song, and the Wang clan, all of these backgrounds had been revealed, and the young man before him wielded strength that could strike fear into the hearts of many. This wasn't a strength that any ordinary person could afford to provoke. More importantly, the young man before him had seen through his secrets. Gongzi, I don't know what you were talking about. The Big Dipper Army Commandant's forehead was drenched in cold sweat. He knew that his intentions had been seen through. It's enough that you know. Help me tell Gashu Han that if you want to deal with me, feel free to use whatever means you have. If you have any tricks up your sleeves, feel free to use them. But this kind of sneaky tricks, what are they? Wang Chong sneered coldly. Paying no heed to the Big Dipper Army Commandant, Wang Chong leaped onto his steed and galloped away. Prestigious clans, influential officials of the royal court, great generals of the empire. This isn't a matter that a mere commandant like you can interfere with. I'll let this matter rest, but in the future, I hope that you will behave yourself. Wang Chong's cold voice echoed in the air, but his figure had already vanished. On the ground, the Big Dipper Army Commandant finally stood up. That short clash had left him completely exhausted. In fact, it was even more dangerous than the previous battle. The Big Dipper Army Commandant knew that he had dodged a calamity. I thought that I would stand up for the great general, but it seems like I was too naive. That young man isn't someone that I could deal with at all. The Big Dipper Army Commandant sighed as such thoughts flashed through his mind. Wang Chong was right when he said that he knew his identity. In fact, when Wang Chong first entered the camp, he had already recognized him and reported him to Great General Gashu on the front lines. In the territory of Longxi, as long as one was a commander of the Big Dipper Army, there was no one who didn't know of Wang Chong. After the regional commander's incident and the humiliation of Big Dipper Great General Gashu Han, the other Han might have sided with Wang Chong. However, the commanders of the Big Dipper Army were all on Gashu Han's side. Gashu Han had been in Longxi for many years, and his reputation in the army was as high as the noon sun. Although he was a Hu, he was highly respected. On top of that, he had repelled Uzin's men and protected Longxi. Everyone in the army respected him even more. It was also because of this that he thought of taking revenge on Wang Chong on behalf of the great general. That was why the scene just now happened. This wasn't a spur-of-the-moment idea. It had been decided from the start. Just that, he didn't expect Wang Chong to be so quick-witted. Just by looking at a spot, one could tell the whole leopard, and from a single falling leaf, one could tell the meaning of autumn. His intentions had been completely seen through. It seems like I can only report this matter to the great general and let him make the final decision. The Big Dipper Army Commandant sighed. He quickly took out a simple brush and paper, leaned over a rock, and wrote a letter. Walala! With the flapping of wings, a white carrier pigeon soared into the sky, bringing the letter back to the front lines of Longxi. I'm afraid that I have to leave now. Upon returning from the Big Dipper Army Commandant's residence, Wang Chang's first words left everyone shocked. What happened? What happened? A group of people immediately rushed over. They were the closest to Wang Chong, and for Wang Chong to say that he was leaving the moment he returned was simply too abrupt. No matter how slow they were, it was clear to them that something had happened. The Big Dipper Army Commandant has seen through my identity, and Gashu Han knows that I am here. I can no longer remain in Longxi's territory. Besides, the third mission has been completed, so it's about time for me to return to the training camps. Wang Chong spoke concisely. Longxi was Gashu Han's territory, and the regional commander's incident was a grudge between the two of them. No matter how childish Wang Chong was, he didn't think that Gashu Han was a magnanimous person who would let this matter go so easily. If that was the case, Gashu Han wouldn't have submitted a memorial to the Holy Emperor that he was going to be executed. As long as he remained in Longxi's territory, the longer he stayed, the more danger he would be in. Wang Chong was certain that Gashu Han wouldn't allow him to leave so easily. It was still early, so there was still time.